Hey there guys, it's Metro. We're back. That's all I got. Having a bad day today, but I'm going to try my best to have fun. We are also going to talk to Wet Tomato. He's still at work, but he said he will call me or message me, I guess, when he's back. So that'll be that. And hopefully not have any internet issues today. I did restart the router and everything. Caliban, welcome back. How'd your interview go? Let's go put some stuff on the auction house first. That's how we'll start the stream. Hey, Caroline, a long time no see. How's it going?
I have an extended supply of goods.
Put that up there. Good morning, Dusty. Welcome. Oi, Dalgoritham, welcome. And Scoot, welcome as well. Aegea, welcome. I have a second round set ready for next Wednesday. Nice. Hopefully that goes well for you. I assume we're talking about job interviews. If so, then you deserve it and good luck. That guy said that null stones were selling for 1,000 gold when he put them up. I just put up 6 and I didn't even get 500 gold for the total. That's pretty weird. Did these actually sell? I feel like these wouldn't sell. Like, what do you do with them? You just trade them in for other stuff, right? Or is there actually patterns that use them and I just don't have any? Thank God it's Friday. Oh yeah. Now you're making me want to go to TGIF. I'm hungry. I did not eat enough yesterday. I ate the leftover pizza from that excursion and some other leftovers, and then I went and played basketball. And that was not. I should have eaten more, but I was too tired after I came home that I just kind of went right to bed, or I just relaxed and didn't eat basically. Alright, anything else? Bunch of gray items. Stuff's already selling, nice. Alright, well let's see, we are in a bit of a weird position now. Feels like right now we're not able to get into keys like we might want to. But I think we'll still have plenty of opportunity. We still need Eric Hara and Halls. If we get Resilient 14, I'll feel really confident, but without it, I don't. Like, I'm not going to do my own key because I'm not trying to do 13s. Nothing so far, but we will sign up to Floodgate. We need Floodgate regardless because I still need the trinket. So I might be doing some keys without score today. Floodgate we need to practice in anyway. I guess it's probably one of the easier keys, right? What is the not exactly sure. Let's see. Does this website work now? We looked at it a bunch at the beginning of the season and it was not working. What do you do? Mythic plus compositions. Mythic plus ease. So we have Gambit as number 1, Eldani 2, Streets 3, Dawnbreaker 4, Floodgate 5. Oh, okay. I really feel like all of these are the same difficulty. Eldani and Gambit probably still stand out. So probably these 4 are the same difficulty, and then these 2 are the same difficulty. But they're saying Hall's slightly easier, which makes me think that maybe people have found something on Halls that I'm not aware of. Yeah, we did gain some gear this week. We got a couple item level, but it doesn't feel like we're making a lot of progress. I'm waiting for the next crafting item. I guess that's going to be a big deal. But still have no 4 set. $723 is the highest item level you can be. Probably more like 721 because we'll have a couple crafted items on, I think. So we still got 15 item level pretty much. More than that, really. Yeah, more like almost. I mean, yeah, we got a lot. Hey, Harry, what's up, man? May have a summon. Welcome. How's it going, Harry? What have you been up to? Long time no see. I've been playing AUG with 1 button and doing really quite well. Oh yeah, AUG with 1 button. That sounds like your speed. How's it working out? When I tried it, it seemed like it was like clipping the charges or whatever those things are called. We have to hold the button. Hey Max, welcome. You have to do the charges right, but Jesus, I'm doing like 3 million damage. Yeah, it's actually like decent damage now, right? Is that right? It's actually a lot. I assume you're under geared, right? So 3 million overall as an AUG, that's like competing with tanks. That's interesting. I'm sure that's probably beating tanks at that level. You're 662 only. Oh yeah, so you're definitely... Wow, yeah, so if you were like fully geared, I might actually have to see some AUGs. I just renewed my ID and now it's time to key and listen to Metro's DK streams. Nice. Well, welcome back. Any other class you're gonna play this season? Nope. No plans. I mean, obviously Legion Remix. We're gonna be playing that a lot. I don't know, maybe I'll try something. I guess it depends on how good the world content is there or whatever. I don't even know what the content loop's gonna look like. If it came out exactly like Mop Remix, I would expect to do nothing but Blood Death Knight, but if the group content and the endgame loop is not fun, then I may play like a rogue or something to do like a leveling challenge on. Been playing a prop pally, taking a break from Death Knight before farming resilience. Nice. This one button thing gets boring, but I'm learning still, and I'm still a holy main. I'm just one buttoning the AUG to gather some gear. Sweet. Is it fun to play as a DPS again? Take the responsibility off. Has there been many rogues in the runs? We can take a look at the sheet if you want. Rogue has been 5.4% of all classes in DPS slots, 19 total. So not real. That's like below average, I think. I should have an averages tab there. I'm not really sure if there's an easy way to do it, but I think you can just do it. Yeah, you can just do it here. Yeah, so the average is 7.6. Look at these. That actually shows it right there. That's cool. Average is 7.69, so that's well below average. And then what about for the specs? The average is 3.85%, so assassination is just on average and everything else is terrible below average. Is it hard to play assassination, really? What makes it hard? Rogue is good for single target DPS. I've seen them do really good overall as well. We saw Outlaw and Subtlety. That one Subtlety rogue, I think it was the first one we saw. Let's take a look at that. Since we're waiting anyway. There was a time when we had 2 sub-rogues back to back. It was this key. Yeah, this guy absolutely carries this group. This was the Aldani, right? There's lots of buttons for assassination. Oh yeah. Hey Showtax, welcome. Yeah, look at this overall chart right now. 8.34 million. The other guys are in the 6s. One guy's 6.2. So that guy basically did, I mean, he did 32% of the group's damage on his own. That's insane. So if that's sub in any way normal, then I would pick sub. There's not even a lot of keys listed. I guess starting the stream so early is starting to become impractical for finding keys, but I just need to take my mind off stuff, so I might have to start that. I might start that second series early on the second channel. We'll see. I'm not really ready to start it, but I wouldn't really make a lot of adjustments to the very early game of stuff, so we might do the initial leveling and get things started over there just so I have something to keep my mind going. That Warlock from your first Air Carrot in the last stream was weird. It was particularly weird because he was
Our miners
I don't
had
know.
to leave their tools behind.
He was like
in the
a
new
lot
Wizards
higher than
Club.
everybody else in the group.
Please retrieve them.
Did like 16s where people are in the group are doing 14s. And then he just sucked. Like it was really, and like constantly, like he's trying to fucking like shot call shit, but he's like, I don't know, it's really weird. And then made excuses for it at the end. It's like, what? I don't really get that. People just, I tell you, like, it's always a bad idea to invite somebody who's too high for, that guy did need the key, so it's a little bit of a line blurred there. Just because of how hard Eric Harry is, I guess, but it's always a bad idea to invite people that are way over. Because they always end up, not always, but like, substantially higher percentage to end up like that, where they're gonna start doing shit that they think it's like, I'm carrying you guys, you get in line, I'll teach you guys what you need to know kind of thing, and it's just disruptive. The first boss as well, it was like a really interesting thing. Like he's sitting there pinging constantly and telling people what to do, and it's like, it was still a 3.5 minute fight. I don't think it's that important, to be honest. I like the good try though, like missing the timer was your fault. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I have no idea. There's definitely some things we can do better in there, but honestly, I have no idea what you do to upgrade that key at this point. It feels like you have to have insane DPS. I think, you know, he was partially onto something with the whole, like, he was criticizing me for waiting for the poison ads to die. Whoa, what's going on here?
I am ready to serve.
What the hell?
Remember your obligations.
Missed some stuff here, I guess. But anyway. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I don't know. It just seems like in the past those poison mobs were the most dangerous ones in that area, but I guess they're not anymore or something. Yeah, I just need to do some keys. So let's just sign up to anything. He sat here all day otherwise. How about Aldani? That's a fun one. We got by the streets. Maybe we'll get like a leech trinket or something. I really like shamans in that dungeon with poison dispel. Yeah, with the totem. I don't think it's up a lot though, so you're gonna end up with a lot of poison on people still. Bad Peon, the guy's name is, huh? Grabbing a mage. You can mitigate that if you use Totemic Recall, but otherwise you're right. Totemic Recall, what does that do? Does anybody play Earthen? Like, is there an Earthen main out there? I don't think I've seen a single Earthen. But I don't really look at every single person, but it's like, I don't think I've ever seen a single Earthen. I guess they're kind of hard to differentiate from regular Dwarf. It resets the totem. Oh, interesting. So you can use it twice back to back, but still got a long cooldown. I had a key yesterday where someone let us know in the party chat before the key that they didn't have time to stay if we went over timer. We depleted and people abandoned. It was nice to get noticed beforehand. Oh yeah. That kind of stuff makes me think like these people are just lying about it, but I guess it definitely is good to communicate. No reason to not communicate. On something like that, at least. I just recorded and set up Monday's video, and there's going to be some communication in there that I definitely think should not happen. Stay tuned for the videos this weekend. They're going to be pretty solid. Wow, kid, what's up? First key is going to be Streets 14 we're going to do. Just for some fun, just to get my mind going here, because having a rough day, but hopefully we'll have a good stream and we'll have some maybe score still. Hard to get into keys we want right now, and there's not a lot listed this morning at least, but as we get later in the afternoon, maybe it'll be good. Will there be a Metro Saturday stream? No. Although yeah, I don't know, maybe, but no. No. I got videos ready for this weekend, so I'll let those go live. They said they had the exact amount of time remaining until an hour cutoff, so probably raid time. Yeah, but that's like, why the fuck would you do a key at that point? That's pretty rude. I don't buy that. Don't buy it. Like, imagine if like somebody's just AFK before the key starts, right? And the key doesn't start on time.
Our miners had
Like,
to leave
alright,
their
well, we need
tools
5
behind
minutes before the
when
key starts,
Nerubians
sorry.
attacked.
Now what, you're just not
Please
gonna do the key?
retrieve them.
They're just lying about it. Trying to tell you I'm only here for an upgrade. Trying to not sound like a scumbag. Okay, on our way to streets here. See how it plays out. Hey Neo, what's up? Welcome. Why is that rude if they let us know beforehand? I didn't say it was rude, I just said they were lying about it. You can't sell items to that merchant, huh?
The Shadow Guard continue their assault on Tazavesh. We need your help.
Have you played with any Holy Pallies? Yeah, you take a look at the sheet, they're all there. All the runs are there, you can sort by class and spec and all that, so. We played with the Holy Pally yesterday, I think, right? Was that the guy who was... This guy was being kind of weird. Yeah, it was in the streets, right? Left side or right side in Priory? I'm going left side still. Is it like actually 50-50 kind of thing, or is like everybody doing one? Can't make up my mind on them. What to play them? If to play them, I would recommend it heavily because they're very easy healer to make mistakes on and recover from, which is a big issue in the Pug world. It doesn't seem like they're tuned to be the best right now, unfortunately, but the utility kit is actually insanely good now too. It used to be one of the worst healing utility kits, and now it's probably one of the, I think it's probably second best. Oh, you mean having them in the group? Oh, yeah. Probably not the best, like, yeah. Unless you know the person, might be better to take it something else, but... Went right side in Priory yesterday. I still don't like it. Oh, yeah. Hey, Jay, welcome. Both sides are viable. I just go right because I went left all last season and I need a change. Hendrik says, any prop pals in chat? I struggle to keep alive at first boss with the dot in Priory. I don't have enough defense. One tip I can give you is that the second guy, well, if you're going left, that is, the mini boss guy does a magic dot, so you can actually, or magic debuff or whatever, so you can actually spell wording that. I've had some really good Holy Pallies, but they're not memorable. Oh, yeah. Seems like people are favoring going right now. I personally hate going right, but I do what the tank does. Yeah. Well, hopefully it won't ever get to the point where people are saying, like, oh, see ya, I'm leaving if you don't go right. But, because I'm not going right. Alright, let's see what we got. My guild asked me to start going left. Oh, why? They were not happy with the right side. Apologize if you answered this before, but would you ever do a 0 to 3K challenge with a viewer as a coach?
5, 4.
A viewer as a coach? Oh, you mean like me to help somebody else? I've done something similar to that, yeah. I just don't really have time right now.
Entry is restricted.
It's a lot. You'd have to do that very frequently, right? To get to 3K, you take many sessions.
There will be no agreement. Lethal force.
Yeah, I did that with Cop though. He had like an insane tank anxiety. There's a series on the channel, playlist on the channel with me and him doing it. So Maybe you watching me do it with him would help you. But in terms of like me doing it with somebody else, I don't think I would ever have time for that again. At least not. I mean, maybe like at the end of a season, but then it's gonna languish. Like the videos are probably gonna languish. I just saw a video on some dungeon tips. One for streets was to start the RP for the second boss when killing off the dire horn. Yep. Yeah, that's a lot easier now than it used to be as well. I did a +2 on Priory last night. We had 3 deaths. We obliterated that key. Yeah, Priory seems quite straightforward this season, which is strange.
Beware.
Did that not get hit?
Beware.
Itchy start there.
Beware.
Thanks for sub, Jamin. Well, if you ever decide to try again, hopefully I'm the person you can get to help. Yeah, I mean, it would have to just be like somebody that I actually know, you know, because it's such a commitment to just say, all right, I'm not going to stream for however long it would take and just do that instead, you know? Yeah, if you have any footage or things that you think are like representative of your struggles, I will happily help by doing reviews and like videos and stuff. I can do that on whenever, you know? But like actually getting together and sitting down and doing something like that together, it's just such an insane time commitment for both of us.
You have been randomly selected for death. Beware.
It would be good stream content to do a cop again. Yeah, I don't think he would. I don't think he's even considered tanking since that, really. He tanked a few raid bosses, I remember, but other than that, I don't think he truly enjoyed it. I think it was just like a personal thing to say, like, all right, I beat it. I beat that fear, you know what I mean? I don't think he actually likes tanking. Yeah, if you end up getting videos of stuff that you feel like you need help with, I'll definitely take a look at it. I would love to help you. It's not that I don't want to help you. It's just I just don't know how I would currently. Hey Jambo, what's up? Long time no see. Got a little bit of time before work today. Sweet man. Yeah, what the fuck? How you been? It's been a while. I haven't seen you playing the season at all, or what are you up to? Playing Mop maybe? I don't even know what you're up to. I haven't talked to you since any of that stuff. Mop Classic. I think the last time we spoke was as Season of Discovery was being like they announced that they weren't going to do any more stuff. Or did we even talk since then? I don't even know. I found the best way to get over tank anxiety is to find someone who plays your class and just watch a VOD a day and following along with the route on MDT. Oh yeah. Hey Kyle, welcome. I'm sure there's a ton of different strategies to get over it. I don't know that there's one great one, but all I know is Cops like was deep rooted and we were able to beat it. And he upgraded a 20, which at the time was, I think that was like a high key at the time, or that was like a fault key at the time, and he was worried about it, you know? It's been a long time. I've been playing this season a bit, ultra casually. I'm just starting 10s this week. I'm not even 2,500. Oh, wow. Project Epoch. Oh, okay. I've been having a friend. Yeah, having a friend or more in your group can ease up the anxiety. Definitely. Yeah, that'll make it simpler. I mean, obviously, you don't have to pug, you know what I mean? Like, you can find, like, WoW Made Easy groups or something like that, and then things will be really low anxiety, but...
Intruders in my city, not for long.
In terms of pugging, yeah, there's a lot to tackle.
You should never have come to Tazavesh, stranger.
And having a real bear of time on Halls 12. It's the last 12 I need for Resilient. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that dungeon's just hard. Or it's just hard to time, really, is the big thing. WoW Made Easy have been great for pushing past 10s. Sweet. I'm sure there's plenty of people doing it, too, this season, especially with how easy the keys have been. SOD was so much fun, and when it went away, I tried Classic Anniversary, and it just didn't feel that great to play. Then I thought about Mop, but figured it's almost retail light. Might as well play full retail. Mops, I wish I had time for Mop because I really like the content. There's one important thing about Mop that I wanted and they actually delivered on is that they added the Golden Lotus dailies. So I wish I had time to play it because I would love to do the Golden Lotus content in that zone, but the way to get over tank anxiety is to play with other tanks and see what they do. Yeah, honestly, one of the best ways to get over tank anxiety is to just play healer, I think. You'll learn a lot about what a tank does well and bad in the healer role. That's kind of why I got into tanking in the first place, because as a healer, I was a healer main from Classic until Legion, and I was just sick of seeing bad tanks the whole time. But I felt like I learned a lot from the good tanks, you know? There was this one guy that I'll still never forget. I don't even remember his actual name, but he had a 3-letter name, and he was an undead warrior. And he just had a certain finesse about the way he pulled dungeons, and it was just like, I wanted to be that guy. That was in like early on. Not even like Mythic Plus or nothing like that, but it was just like the pacing that he demonstrated, and he had a full understanding of, you know, when and where you pull and how you pull and the best way to like line of sight enemies and all that. It was like, that really was a formative moment for me wanting to tank. What's so funny is I started healing a couple of years ago, and it's wild how different the same dungeon is for each role. Oh yeah, the mechanics aren't even close, they're the same, so. Since Sada's gone, I wanted something close to that and saw Turtle WoW and Project Epoch and dipped my toes in those servers, and it's been pretty good. You have to, are you using the new client or are you using the old client? Also, I mean, SOD's not really gone, right? Do people just not play it anymore? That's kind of sad. Like, the newest content's not been out that long, right? Like, I'm shocked that people just gave up on it. There's also the Pug factor. SOD is a ghost town. That is crazy. That is so crazy that people just give up on it because Blizzard said they're not gonna make any new content. That really tells you about the mentality of Classic players, unfortunately.
Beware.
They always demand fresh servers. Like, it can never just be like, just play the game and enjoy it long term. It always has to be something new. Okay, so we got no lockdown combo there. Finding out like exactly when you want to pull that is really hard. Okay, good. What was the Golden Lotus part of Mop about? There's like a, it's like kind of like the Suramar of the expansion, and all the story and content was told through dailies, and like the characters become raid bosses, and they become like extremely important characters for mob lore. And then Blizzard just removes the zone basically when the final patch comes out, so all the content from there goes away as well. That was kind of close. But yeah, so all that content's gone, and it's not like, I don't know how good it actually is because I never did it. It's just one of those things that like, I was protesting world content at the start of Mob because I hated like playing world content as a DPS healer kind of thing, you know what I mean? Like, I played a healer main, but I didn't want to play Rat, and I didn't want to actually, like, I don't know, I didn't want to switch specs, but I still had to do world content, so I just kind of protested it and just refused to do the Golden Lotus dailies, or really any of the content. Then years later I went back. What's going on? Is he evading? Oh, I think so. No, he's fine. Anyway, years later I went back to it, and what's going on right now? Yeah, the mob's evading, I think. But years later I went back and did all the other mob content and was really impressed with how good it was, even though it was mostly told through dailies. Switching topic back to that 3-letter warrior you mentioned, that kind of tanking and level of learning how to play your chosen spec is 6 to hear about. I tried warrior at the start of patch, but did one prop pally key, and now I move and how one prop pally key, and the mob control I have and how I move in the dungeon is literally second nature for me. Yeah, that's important for sure to have fun, I think.
What I need is a distraction. The kind with sharp teeth. This beast will do nicely.
Wait, how did that beast escape from its cage?
Cartel's eye is not responsible
Uh,
for any loss of
Yeah, we
limb
might have had a little
that occurs
buffering there.
during
We
this
had some frame
demonstration.
drops for a second. Morning, Mario. Welcome. I don't know at what point will Classic even be Classic. If they get to Legion, nah, they're not going to do Legion, I don't think. Let's hope not. That would be ridiculous. But it is possible, I guess, because you know they did just do Mop Remix and then Mop Classic, so who knows. Spec Mastery is underrated, hence a good Resto Druid versus a Reroller. Yeah, I wouldn't even say it's underrated. I think it's just a lost art. Like, everybody should master their spec after playing as much as some people do, but they just keep switching over and over again, so they never end up mastering it. Yeah, I definitely think the Classic Plus thing is a high chance. I just don't know how they would handle it. I think it's going to be another season of whatever, and it's just going to go away again afterwards, but I like to change characters each season. Yeah, so that's what I was, like, you don't feel like you're losing something by doing that? I hate that purple shield the cloak gives your character, which you can turn the visual off. Yeah, it's pretty aggressive visual, actually. Kind of messes up, like, transmog and stuff. I like the fresh gear. Oh, yeah. What is Classic Plus supposed to be? Honestly, I'm not even really sure. I mean, Season of Discovery was basically what I thought Classic Plus would be, outside of, like, full new content constantly. But a lot of these, like, servers are doing, like, new zones and new, like, whole new experiences, even for leveling. Brand new dungeons all the way through and stuff, so... Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think Blizzard's going to do that, honestly. I think they would just kind of go one step further from Season of Discovery, which would be, like, more dungeons, you know, more custom content, but it's still going to just be, like, regular Classic, but with that, too, I think. It's like, I don't know what those zones, like, do for the game, but, like, I assume there's still, like, Molten Core and shit on those servers, right? Classic Plus is everything and nothing at all. Yeah, that's kind of what it feels like. I think people literally just say the word and they have no actual goal for what it means in their head. Classic Plus is intentionally vague to satisfy as wide of an audience as possible. That's what, yeah. But the people made it up, so it's like, you can't even say it's satisfying anybody because it's something people are asking for. So if you're asking for something, you better know what you're asking for, otherwise you won't be satisfied. New dungeons, new raids. Basically, imagine if TBC never came out and they just kept adding more to Classic. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's probably the way to put it. Like, no expansion, wow. Everything's still level 60. But all new stuff constantly added. You don't get how Season of Discovery isn't Classic Plus. It's definitely Classic Plus. It's just not, like, Classic Plus Plus, you know what I mean? It could be stronger of a Classic Plus. Probably the right way to think about it. This fight's not going well, honestly. People just gatekeep SOD because they didn't like it. Gatekeep it? What do you mean? It's like anybody who didn't like it but still asked for what their like Classic Plus asked for. It's like, well, it's gonna be just SOD with a little bit more, right? They already did like half of what people asked for, so I think probably the big distinguishing feature of SOD that's different from other ideas is that it stops, like they had level caps for a while. I don't think anybody else has ever done that. I'll gatekeep it from being called. I see what you mean. The Scarlet Raid is an example of what Classic Plus crowd wanted, yep. And I think it was done well, right? I never did it, but I heard good things about it. I've been dragging the robot, second boss, over to the far corner. I was trying to drag him to that edge there right on the wall, but he didn't die fast enough, so he had to be moved. Metro League is adding movement with WAS and AD. Yeah, I think that would be worse. I heard about that. I imagine that would be worse. Like, can you manipulate the camera in the game? Because without camera manipulation, I don't know why anybody would bother with WASD. That's the only reason it works in WoW is because you can turn the camera any direction you want.
Finds you.
It's OP on the test server at the minute. OP? What does that mean?
Well, what is left of it?
Scarlet Enclave was peak WoW for me. Up there with retail, yeah. It looked really good.
We ask only for Katel Zai's signature.
Our signature is a fair trade, especially if it.
I liked a lot of the models and shit of the enemies in there. I wish I could steal them.
Beware.
OP meaning it's very strong because it lets you attack and move without moving your cursor back and forth. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Which hero talent do you recommend as a Blood Death Knight? Whichever one you like the most. Like the simplicity of class design and rotation and simplicity of boss design, but reaching the higher end of classic boss design was a perfect balance for me. It was hard, but for classic class design. Yeah, that's pretty cool. It sounds really fun, man. I wish I had time for it. I was actually kind of shocked at how, like, now I've been doing the private server, making my own, like, best solo version of WoW. And I was really shocked at how little mechanics these raids actually have. I remember them having very little mechanics when you actually did them on your own, but I thought, like, the actual, you know, doing every single mechanic on Zul'Gurub alone would be challenging, but 90% of the mechanics just had to be removed from the game because they were just CCs that I couldn't do anything about, and they would make the mobs reset. Once I removed all the CCs from Zul'Gurub, it was like actually 0 mechanics on most fights. The fights just were hard. They just hit hard. That was it. Like, I'm trying to think, like, was there even a single mechanic that was challenging? I don't think so. I don't think there was a single mechanic in Zul'Gurub. It was always just CCs. And that's, like, I look at that as my favorite raid from especially the early game, but honestly ever. Yeah, Hakari, you didn't, like, it's just a numerical thing. When you're alone, it doesn't matter. He's not going to heal or take enough damage from just one person being siphoned, you know? But I guess, yeah, I guess you're right. I mean, like, actually harder with more than one person. I kind of wish we had modern class design, but classic leveling experience. Me too. I really wish they would add the classic stuff that they removed back into the game. I don't know why they haven't at this point. It seems crazy. I've been asking for that since BFA, and I guess I'm just not getting it. Do you miss the dungeons from last season? No, not really. I mean, 2 of them are here. And now they're rebooting the retail leveling experience, but to Dragonflight instead of the classic world. Well, no, it's still there. It's just it's how it's been for a while, actually. They're just trying to make it more, like, streamlined for brand new players so they're not confused. It's actually not really changing at all. They're just saying it's changing. The only thing that they're changing is they're adding story mode for the Dragonflight and War Within content, which is actually really cool. So you're gonna actually do raids while leveling up, which sounds fucking cool as shit. But outside of that, this is how you level anyway right now. If you're a brand new player, you go. The Isles, what's that place called? The Broken Shore or something? Or no, what's the name of it? Whatever that starter zone is, they're also revamping that, I guess, a bit, but you go from that to the to Dragonflight. You do all of Dragonflight, and then you go to war with him. Would you say 3 million DPS overall is low for 10? It depends on which dungeon, but yeah, it's very low. Right now, 3 million was low last season, right? That's that's not good for last season. But yeah, I guess in reality, a 10 is you'd probably be fine with. I don't know. All 3 people doing that though. It just depends too much on the dungeon. There's some really inflated numbers, right? Oh, it was Priory? Alright, well that's... I would do more than... Like, here, let's look at our Priory 14 upgrade. I'm pretty sure I did more than that. I think I definitely did more than that. Yeah, I did 3.54 million. Can barely see that. That's what our 14 Priory looked like. And it was pretty comfortable. So that's ridiculously low. So 3 million is definitely low in a 10 then. Thank you for checking that. Oh, it's way low, yeah. Hey Metro, good morning. John, welcome. Any plans for this holiday weekend? No. My life's fucking garbage right now, so try to not be depressed. In a higher level Priory, you want to be hitting at least 6.5 as DPS. Yeah, I would imagine. On 10, it's not as big of a deal, but yeah, definitely gotta be. 3 definitely is not the number. I'm looking forward to the add-on removal, stuff happening at midnight, and hopefully the decreased mechanical difficulty of dungeons and raids. Just interested to see what the game will look like. Oh yeah. I'm definitely eager to see what it looks like too. That set actually looks a lot better than I thought it was going to in person. I think that's Zandalari though. They look pretty good with it. I bet Night Elf looks good too. Maybe Orc would look bad. Too wide. It's wild how Priory feels easier than Arakara and Halls. Yeah, Priory was... I mean, I think Priory was middle of the pack last season too, but... Definitely seems like it's gotten easier. Hey Kamari, welcome. How do you break down your stream into individual videos per dungeon? I record them all separately. Make it easier. Alright, on our way to Halls, right? I know this, what, Priory 15, is that what this is? Yeah, Priory 15. Button still doesn't work. Let's just port. You probably answered, but what do you think is the toughest dungeon at high levels this season? Aircare is harder than Halls, but not by a lot. They're both seemingly impossible. Halls I feel like we have a shot at, but Aircare at times feels undoable. In Halls, does Mark of Obliteration do damage to the tank? Mark of Obliteration? What is that? It's a red circle around players. Oh. Like, if it hit me, would it do damage to me, you mean? Or can it go on me and be dispelled on me? It can't go on me from what I can see. I'll send you $1,000 in Bitcoin if you just give me a wallet address. No thanks, brother. Sup, Metro? Hope the keys have been going well so far. Yeah, not really, but we'll see. Just getting started. I keep waiting for a class tuner, and it seems way quieter than normal. You mean like class tuning, yeah. Does it do damage to you? I guess. I don't know. I'm not sure. You can go look at the VODs. Maybe you can see some overlaps of me standing in it, but obviously most people try to spread it out, I think, right? Or is the question, does it hit anybody else but the person it's on? Because I'm not sure what the question is. If it hits anybody else, then obviously it hits me too.
3, 2, 1.
Just not significant damage, I guess. You just dispel it, right?
The expedition built the Priory as a place to contemplate the mysteries of Beladar.
Ugh, that last hit sucks. We got the shield though. It's kind of nice. We gotta use everything to get on our way here, unfortunately.
Captain Dale Cry is protecting something. Each of his lieutenants bolsters his tactics. Draw them away and defeat them.
Finally hit 3K last night. Nice. Yeah, it's actually a lot more keys required than last time, right? Because you need to do some 14s as well. Gone are the days of like, you really have like improbable 3K. I saw somebody with 15s who was 3K, meaning that they probably only had like 12s for some dungeons. There's just a lot of wild variance in keys again, unfortunately. It was really good for a few seasons and it's back to being really bad now. Well, this is somehow like easy, but no, like we're just not doing a lot of damage, taking really long. It's mostly 13s done. Yeah, well, it used to be 4 13s and 4 12s or whatever. Now you need every 13 to get it. Streets and Gambit are so easy that you can easily find yourself with 14 Gambit or Streets while having 12s. Yep. Halls feels quite absurd right now. I had 13 last night that we didn't time with 1 death and got instantly battle res. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely the most taxing timer so far this season. Eric Harris timer is not as tight as Halls is, but its content is much harder, so it's a lot harder to maximize it.
Shaymail, your training grounds fall to the intruders!
Halls also requires somewhat prio damage, and most people are just pure Ooga Booga AoE build. What makes you say that? I mean, you're talking about probably the church elementals, right? Because otherwise, the timer being tight really does not, like, yeah. You really need good overall in that dungeon to actually upgrade it. It's just so tight, everything just, there's such high volume pulls. And Inquisitors are good, but I think it's mostly a routing thing. Like, if you just pull 2 Inquisitors in every pack that you do and you just kick them, then that's... You can pull everything else in the dungeon outside of them and be fine. Not really a priority thing, it's just gotta kick them. They don't actually do that much, they just need to be stopped. We had a Frost Mage that obliterated every priority mob, oh yeah. The nice thing about Eric Harry is the boss comes early enough that you know if the key is bricked early. I don't know, I feel like it's the opposite, because Eric Harry usually is tight, like no matter what. You could have, like, yeah, I don't think that's the case, honestly. For me, Halls, you fail the first pull. 95% of the time it's failed, I feel like. Something goes wrong on the first pull. It might not even be a wipe, you know what I mean? It might just be 3 or 4 deaths, and it's like, that might be it right there. Whereas Eric Carey, you don't really have that. Like, it's not like a pull that often fails. I guess unless you're doing like an incredibly aggressive first pull, but... Can you really brick Halls on the first boss? I mean, not, probably not, but we have seen it. Every boss can have trash on it. The shards of Halkias require prio, etc. They definitely, yeah, the shards definitely, I would say, but that's only a few mobs in the dungeon. Oh, that's the wrong mob.
Beware.
Didn't matter at the end of the day.
Beware.
I think Archway has the most back in the day, but can't remember. Halls is probably the worst dungeon I've ever seen with percent to mob ratio. Oh yeah, Archway was very long, I remember that.
Beware.
The main benefit of prio is how fast you can kill Halkias himself though, oh yeah.
Beware.
Now what are you guys doing? Taking lots of trash onto him or something?
Beware.
Groundskeepers? Oh really?
Beware.
We haven't done this dungeon since we discovered that we don't actually need the extra pack on the boss, so I have to remember to not do it by accident. I've seen a lot of groups grab the groundskeepers and a slasher into them. Yeah, I need to start dragging the slasher into them. Is that the name of the mob, the gargoyle guy? That was a great Spirit Link. Could be a coincidence, but that guy recognized that I was going to struggle here for a second and he used Spirit Link
Beware.
for just me. I think the Gargoyle is a bit annoying to play because of the knock on most tanks. Yeah, Death Knight's pretty fun. It's definitely not great. I think it will knock me back eventually, but...
Beware.
So this is the only thing that makes me worried about this side. You see how long it's taking to die. Yeah, you could get knocked into the wall, but that would be the time when I have both Death's Advance charges. So I think I'm just gonna kite him to the side so I can get knocked against the gate there or whatever. To make sure we don't get knocked out in the open. Monk is okay, can Transcendence transfer if you predict it incoming? Oh yeah. Monk can not cancel with lighter than air though. Oh really?
Beware.
Eliminate these vermin.
Beware. Beware. Beware.
Finish them off. We're all at full health. This guy's at 10% health, brother. He's not going to be doing that. The biggest complaint with Halls is the pats. Pats never feel good amid the quest setting. Oh, really? I love pats. Pats are like my favorite part of tanking because you have to really pay attention to where they are and you have to potentially line them up for good pulls. That's why I like this dungeon so much because there's so many interesting patrols, honestly.
Beware. Beware.
Mark of Obliteration. The casters apply a mark that deals shadow damage to all players within 8 yards of the target after 12 seconds. Yep. So it hits the tank, yep. You're a shitty tank? Is that why you don't like him? I mean, it's, you could say you don't like him and not say you're shitty. It's just, I like them because of Death Knight. You know, there's a lot of things like, oh, I can combine this pat now. You know what I mean? Like, it's just an interesting concept. It does damage to the tank, but it has to not be dispelled to do damage, right? Which obviously, I think the goal is to dispel it, but I don't know exactly. No pally for the buff. I don't know when the last time we did this dungeon with somebody getting the buff was. It seems very unlikely now. What do you think about going right? I don't like it. I tried it a bunch on the PTR and I don't like it at all. Especially considering what we were just talking about, like how good it is to combine trash as a Death Knight on this side. It feels absolutely like, I don't know, I can't imagine going right. It's a lot harder and less like, there's less slam dunk combinations over there. I guess if I saw a good Death Knight do it, it might be interesting, but it seems like very few people are playing Death Knight too. So it's hard to see what other people are doing with grip and stuff.
Beware.
I was just wondering if I should move away from players who had it. Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't even worry about it. It doesn't do anywhere near enough.
Beware.
Right is not pug friendly. Oh yeah. I went right once on 13 by request and never again. Oh yeah, you definitely can't just wing it. It's like a totally different route. Going right is definitely easier in a group context, but with Pugs, 2-kick is going to be really easy to bonk up. Hey, Denoise, welcome.
Beware. Beware. Beware.
I have only seen Paladins going right, which fits their interrupt toolkit, I guess. Oh yeah.
Beware.
How are you, man? No, I'm not great, but I'm not sick anymore, if that was your question, but having a rough day, so just trying to enjoy some keys. Maybe get some score. We'll see. This one's going pretty well right now. Hey David, welcome. Really need to sit on CDs here to make sure. This combo's gonna hurt. Oh, oh god, I almost lost Purgatory there. Come on, please die. Okay. Use the Hellstone here to top up.
Dalcry was a Marathian hero. How could the Priory force him
Need
to
more
turn
pizza.
against
I don't know what I'll eat tonight, yeah. I honestly want to go back to that place I went because I feel like I need to give it another shot and just try the pizza only. But I don't know. I got held hostage in a key last night. Do you have a recording of it? Man, pull the front two and then a side pack? Oh, you don't do that? Most people, I think a lot of people are pulling all four. Yeah, we gotta record them. I got held hostage at the bank last night. I tried to cash a check and the teller made me wait 2 minutes while she verified the check. Oh my god, seriously? I'm so sorry to hear about that. I hope you can recover from that. Typically pull the front two by themselves, then I pull the side pack and the pack behind the stairs. Oh yeah. Yeah, I like doing that in less than there.
Beware.
If you guys are running into something you would call a hostage situation, please make sure you record it and send it in. We'll take a look at it. Otherwise, I honestly just don't. I don't like this verbiage, and yeah. I'm sorry, but there's a lot of people lying about these situations, so it's just kind of an immediate turn off when somebody says that right now. But I will absolutely handle any footage sent to me with as little bias as I can to try to see what's going on.
Her youthfulness to the Empire has passed. Soon, the true faithful will arise, and the Arathi will be mighty.
I got held hostage by traffic lights all the time. Hey, Gustav, what's up? Welcome. I'm recording all my runs now. I have 3 levers that were completely bonkers. Oh, yeah. Well, send them in. That one's rough. What Big Zo said about people putting fake keys in, or fake keys up and then putting a different key in. That one definitely. That's a weird one because I did not predict that as being an issue, but apparently it's happening a good amount. I don't know why anybody would even think it's a good idea though. Like, you're not gonna fucking upgrade a key like that. Like, even if you somehow trap people in that key, they're not gonna try. Hey Roger, welcome back. I held myself hostage yesterday at Costco until I got pizza. Oh wait, until I got glizzies. That's hot dogs, right? That's funny. If you have big wigs, it tells you what keys the people in your groups have. I think it's details that does that. I think the hope is that they don't realize it's a 7. Yeah, but that's like such an unlikely thing, right? There's no way people aren't gonna realize it.
Will fall at our feet. Find the Empress well.
Hey Chris, welcome.
Beware.
What bothers me about this is I understand when tanks are scarce and you want to boost a key. If you queued to 10 and then told me it was actually 7 beforehand and asked, I probably would have done it. Yeah, it's just like the deception of it doesn't make any sense. Like, nobody's going to stay in that key. It's going to be like 1 in 10 groups are actually going to do that key, I think. You can also gaslight your teammates into thinking they listed a 7 and they misread it. I guess that's another option. You can be even more duplicitous. It can go the other way around too, right? If you list a 10 but it's really an 11, more pumpers will apply. Yeah, I guess. Maybe they need to make it so you can't actually put anything in the title. It can only be what the key is. That would be still probably not going to work the way you might think it would, but... It's a deception and then placing me in a dilemma where I have to do a key I never agreed to. Yeah, that's definitely... Yeah, that one's not okay. I'm shocked that that's happening enough that people are telling stories about it. But again, if you run into it, please make sure you record it and send it in because I would love to make a video on that. Not saying I don't believe it because I actually saw that myself. That's in season 1 of Dragonflight that happened. But it was just like an obvious, like, okay, we're not doing this key. Like, I don't know what the fuck you thought was going to happen here. I'm obviously not doing a key that I didn't sign up for. I still don't know if that guy was being malicious or just stupid, but it was really weird. Actually, it was the other way around. That one was a different situation. I put my group up, and then he put his key in, and it wasn't the key I listed. Or maybe it even was, but it's still like, no, we're doing my key. I'm not doing your key. Like, he stole my group, basically, and expected nobody to notice. Yeah, I was a monk in a Temple of Jade Serpent. I think when the key holder puts the key in, it should automatically throw up a raid check. Yeah, something like that. I don't know how you handle it, but you definitely shouldn't be able to lie about that. Most people leave keys within the first 5 minutes. Do they? That's not my experience. I don't know why you'd say that. Maybe the penalty free. Maybe the penalty free should be at 15 minutes in. No, definitely not. I think there shouldn't ever be, like, you should always have to vote to finish, to end the key. Oh, wow. I think you should always have to vote. But right now they have it set as once the timer's over, you can leave without penalty, and that's a very, very, very fair compromise. I don't think that should be in the game, frankly, but I guess it should be. Blizzard thinks it should be, so that's fine. We don't even set this. I conned people into 14 before, and nobody called me out in the whole key too. Listed 12 and forgot to drop it down. Going above what you listed is like a lot more understandable. Like, if I signed up to a 14 and it was a 15, I'd be very happy. Because that, you know, might indicate we get even more score than we expected. But if I sign up to a 14 and it was a 13, we're done. I'm not doing the key. Under no circumstances am I doing that key. And whatever has to happen for that to, I mean, whatever. Take a penalty for that. That's fine. I'm not doing that key. It seems so fucking stupid to even think that. I mean, who the fuck is going to be stupid enough to actually just do that? That seems so risky, man. Just list your regular key. Like, I don't understand. You have a much, much, much higher likelihood to upgrade a 7 by listing it as a 7 than as a 10. The only time I feel people would be okay with a higher key is if they're afraid to go to that level. I mean, like, for me, it would be like, I just didn't think to sign up to. That'd be a plus, you know? So I'd actually be happy that that happened. Like, I signed up to a 14 and it's a 15 and we do it. That's like, that's good. That's really good, actually.
Veladar is the crucible. It burns away weakness. Its blinding light reveals the strength we Arathi lacked. With an army of the risen.
My guess is that they're doing it to get tanks and healers more quickly since 10s are needed for Vol. Yeah, and those are the roles that, you know, like, they're not going to stick around because they have so many options at that level. I'm sure that They're gonna find a new one in seconds, and
They are no
you're just gonna be here sitting with a lower key than you could have had. At least if you do it legitimately, you'll have somebody who wanted to come to the dungeon and will likely finish it. This seems like it's tight, doesn't it? I don't know. With one death, I thought we were going to destroy it, but... Weird follow-up, but how do you feel about the same key level? It happened to me, and I didn't know how to feel about it. What do you mean? Somebody else put their key in? Because if so, that's definitely no-go. Like, that's way more of a no-go. Queued for a 10, got in, and it was like 30 seconds after I left the key. Yeah, that's... Yeah. Cannot blame you whatsoever for that. I'm definitely not doing that under those circumstances. Yeah, this key's not in time, huh? Kind of crazy with only 2 deaths. The damage must not be very good. Seem laggy? Yeah, it looks like a little frame drop there. Not consistent like yesterday, at least. Hopefully that's behind us, but I have no idea what's going on. Running my own keys. I had someone put in their slightly higher key. Oh, really? I guess is this Warrior's damage really bad? He's only 2790, which is really crazy. I think it's still timeable. Yeah, possible, but I think it's not going to end up being. If we're this slow in this split without deaths, then it probably means we just don't have the damage for what we need here. I had someone put in their 2 in my 2 pug, then once we reset, he turned out to be obnoxious during the key. Yeah, that would have been a good one to record and send in. No. We gotta keep going. Warrior's damage must be really bad, honestly. Timer's not looking great even with 3 deaths. That's what we were just saying, yeah. Not gonna be in time, it looks like. Is he playing Slayer? I have no idea. I thought it was going to be slow after your first pull at 0 deaths but lasted forever. Yeah, that's what I noticed that right out of the gate. It seemed weird. I had not seen that before where there was actually no deaths but it lasted that long. Yeah, this warrior's just fucking hard carried, it looks like. DPS warriors bring nothing to the group other than making me do 5% more damage, right? I think if we drag these out, maybe we have a shot, but this guy's like almost ruined. It's usually 330 for the fight. Doesn't look like we can even do it. The guy's totally on.
Foolish outsiders. Belladar's sacred flame will simply raise him back to duty.
I think we have no shot. We have no choice but to do it.
Sacred flame will cleanse your transgression. Take
Not sure how hard this fight is to heal, but we're gonna find out.
3, 2, 1.
I know that healer. He's a buddy of mine. Oh, really? Well, if we pull this off with him doing with that low mana, then I'll say you should tell him I said hey. Because that would be very impressive. Maybe it'll bug out and not do that phase again. You remember that happened that one time? He just didn't do the ad phase. She just went up there and just like was attackable the whole time. No shield. I bring my overwhelming charm and charisma faxi. Yeah, but that's not needed in the key. We need to upgrade it, not talk to you the whole time, right? If you're too charismatic, everybody would be like doting over you. And that would actually be detrimental, I think, to the timer. Low DPS brick this key, I guess. I mean, 3 deaths, but yeah, that's really it. It's gotta be DPS. It's like, I don't know, the route could be better, but unless right is like way faster. This is the same route we ran all last season. It was like easy mode, so. This fucking guy dies too on top of it. Oh wait, he's got 5 deaths now. 4 deaths now. Okay, this guy blows. Fuck this guy. Is this the key holder? It's gotta be the key holder. That really sucks. I can't, I really, like, it sucks because the guy put the key up, but I really can't stand when people put keys up that they're the reason that, like, you're not even ready for your own key. Like, it's really shitty, man.
2, 1.
Healing Priory sucks. So much group damage, oh yeah. How much you charge for a carry? How those get by in D&D? Oh shit. Yeah, okay, so they did really well there. I guess we did again.
Beware.
sacred flame. You little thing, my place be purified.
Beware. Beware. 3, 2, 1. Beware.
The only part I hate about healing Prior is the Paladins back-to-back. Sacred Tolls. They deal 75% of damage to the entire group, and 2 of them hit within 4 seconds. Yeah. Yeah, we just used 3 battle reses on 1 player. Yeah, bricked his own key, yeah. It's like weird to even, like, how do you even describe that? Like, he just didn't invite people who could carry him enough, right? Like, that's the only thing I can think of to say about that.
Beware.
The fact that he ran down there to attack the boss when we still had the ads coming up, I get it. It's probably something very few people have seen a tank do, let alone do it and then also have the boss die that fast that she starts running down to me. But it's like, brother, you know they melee you, right? Like, why the fuck are you going down there? You're gonna die. If I posted a route, it would have been timed, do you think? why he would have died less. Let's see the overall. Oh my fucking god.
See you burn.
It is done. These zealots no longer steer our faith towards destruction.
The real wild thing is, if he played Prot, he wouldn't have done much less. Is it that good? Wonder if he has 4-piece. Who knows? Probably doesn't have any piece. Yeah, I don't like. I feel like that's rude. I don't know. I don't like that. I mean, Warriors just fucking suck, I guess, in general, so I don't know, but that really bothers me because that was such a clean key. That's like going to be one of our best 15s right there, and we didn't upgrade it. 2 DPS doing 9 million and him at 6 is the biggest gap ever. I think it's the biggest high to low, yeah. Like, in terms of percentage, it's not that big of a change, but, like, yeah, 3 million overall, it's like, what the fuck? He pretty much did 5.55 billion less damage. Rude to be bad in your own key. Yeah, honestly, I think at this level it is, yeah. Like, that's... I don't know. 5 of 6 deaths, 3 million less overall, yeah. The others both did 5 billion more than him. That's 2 to 3 bosses each. Yeah. Why is that rude? Because we had no chance to upgrade the key, right? Do you disagree with that? I wouldn't say anybody's flaming him, first of all, but yeah, we're just talking about him because he was the key holder and he was the worst player in the group by like double. And nobody's flaming him. Faxy's flaming him. Yeah, I have to agree. I think it's very rude. I mean, it could be that he just simply didn't know, whatever, but still, that's... I don't know. Like, everybody else played great. That was as good of a key as you're going to get. We did have 3 deaths, and then he just falls apart in the last boss, but I think even regardless of that, we don't upgrade it. So that means we had no chance up. He basically just started a key. We had no chance to upgrade. Yeah, plus the lack of utility and stuff from Warrior is not great, but... Also, even if you don't have a chance of time, he's still trying. I don't think that negates it, unfortunately, does it? I love the Locke's attitude. That's good attitude to have, for sure. I could play better, too. I mean, you did 9 million overall on the dot, so I'm not sure how much you could do better, but... Yeah, that guy wasn't even 2,800, yeah. Like, that. Maybe that's another factor you guys didn't know about. Let's take a look at this fella. Okay, now he's 2,800. I think he must have just got that today, because when I looked at him, he was in 27 still. So his highest, he has 114 and an 11 still. 10s. Wait. What? Are you fucking serious? Okay, come on now. You don't, nobody says that this isn't rude, right? You see this now? Is he supposed to drop his key to from a 15 to a 12? No, he's supposed to do all the 10s and 11s and 12s and 13s and 14s like everybody else on the planet does before they go try to do a 15. What am I seeing that's relevant? He has a fucking 10 as his highest key. Are you fucking serious right now? Do you go from a 10 to a 15 on one character? You guys play the game this way? The warrior DPS thing going in chat right now is funny because while it's true most pug DPS warriors suck, there's a list of people who get title every season on one class and warriors the most represented. Oh really? Is it as tank though, or? I put 15 in queue with 10 as the highest time. Okay, well you're a fucking asshole, honestly. Like I'm done with you, honestly. After that nonsense you said yesterday and you saying that, openly admitting that, you're gone. I can't be in. That's not. You can't defend this. Like, this is totally indefensible. Unless this guy is, like, somehow doesn't even understand how Mythic Plus works. It's just not defensible. Like, it's insane that anybody's even here trying to defend this shit. The tank is SNSE and the DPS warriors are the de facto pros, so yeah. He was hoping for a carry, plain and simple. And that's the thing, like, he couldn't be carried any harder than he was, and we still didn't upgrade it. Weird mentality to have when it's his key. No, it's not at all. It's not in any way a weird mentality. The jump from a 10 to a 15 is not, I mean, brother, it's not even the same affixes. Like, come on, man. This is not, like, how the fuck is anybody even saying this right now? Even the jump from a 12 to a 15 is astronomical. He timed 114, yes. One key. He's got on Priory a 10. Are you serious? Who else is doing 10s and 15s in the same on the same character? Raise your hand if you're in this boat. And he 100% got carried in that 14. I didn't even see what key it was, but I'm sure it was like Aldani or something easy. When I had more time to play, when I saw high IO DPS warriors, they were generally better than the high IO flavor of the month classes. DPS warriors, in my experience, is if they have high IO, they earned it and aren't bad. Yeah, no doubt. I agree. I mean, in general, I agree with that statement. People really do view others as stepping stones to their own success. Yes, it's his key, but there are still 4 other people taking time out of their day to do the key with them. Right, doing a key that, like, you in good faith assume we can upgrade, but the guy literally, it's like we couldn't upgrade the key with him. Like, who should he have invited? Fucking Gingy or like, I don't even know who we could invite. Why be in his key if you only see a time 10? Because I assume he's good enough to do it. Why else would you list the fucking key? Right? If people do this all the time, don't even get it twisted. People do this all the time. And it's usually fine because there's some like super skilled player or something like that, and I wouldn't even be bothered with it. But this guy is not that. He's got utterly carried. Like, I mean, it was ridiculous. How do I submit stuff for review? I just had a key where we 8 minutes left on last boss at Dawn 11, and the tank decided to throw a fit and refused to pull the boss. Screenshots, I won't be able to do anything with, unfortunately, but I appreciate you thinking about it. If you end up recording stuff like that, you can send it into onelegiontv@gmail.com. Yeah, but do you understand? It was 1 minute and 9 seconds over, and we had 3 deaths. Like, it wasn't timeable. I don't know what we were supposed to do differently there, you know what I mean? It's like the guy basically just did nothing but a carry. It was... We had 5 deaths at the end, but it wasn't going to be an upgrade regardless. Yeah, that should have been, like... That should have been blasted with that group. These guys, like, were dominant as fuck. And the healer was very, very good. He wasn't, like, crazy good, but, like, yes, the group was excellent. Outside of one player who basically just tricked us all into thinking we had a shot at that key. I don't know. It's not like he should be banned or something, but, like, for you guys to say, like, no, that's totally fine to do that, it really makes me question your guys' objectivity on this. Well, what do you... If you're not saying he's good, then what are you saying? Like, I don't know what you're saying at this point. No, I'm going to join his key because people do this all the time, and like I said, 99% of the time, it's fine. That guy was not fine. He did it knowing he wasn't fine, right? It doesn't matter that it's his key. Does that? Why do you keep saying that? I don't understand that. So if he bought a 20, if you paid somebody to upgrade a 19 for him, you'd be like, oh, it's his key. That's the same situation. He got carried in all the other keys, don't you think? Or do you think he maybe he just had one really bad key? I mean, maybe. I'll put in terms the chat can understand. The warrior called up a pizza place 10 minutes too close and ordered 5 large pizzas. It is fine, sure, but it is an asshole behavior, yes. Yeah, I'm just saying it's rude. Like, I don't think he should be banned or something, but it's just like, I don't know how you do that. It's so insanely, like, tone deaf, I feel like, just to do that. To go from a 10 to a 15 on one character is just, you better be a fucking baller, man. That's just crazy. I don't, that's really rude, honestly. I couldn't even imagine doing that. I couldn't even fucking imagine doing that. Even if it was the last week of the season, I would not feel comfortable doing that. I would feel like I was being carried. Alright, Jambo, good to see you, man. Have a good day. Hey Ryan, what's up? Welcome. What's funny is an Og swapped in and that key would be timed. I honestly, yeah, if he played Og, we probably would have upgraded it because he would have. These guys would have did like 11 million overall. Well, playing devil's advocate here, I don't think anyone would downgrade their key from a 15 to an 11 just because they only timed a 10. They don't need to downgrade it. I don't know why you guys keep saying that. Just do the 11 in somebody else's key like everybody else. Who the fuck only does their own key? You guys actually do that where you 100% of the season do only your own key? It's not even like a fair argument. The guy's got a 14. If he signs up to an 11, he's going to get invited. No, 100%, bro. If you sign up to an 11 with 2,800 score and a 14 on your sheet, you get invited. Like, come on, man. This is not, like, stop. It's getting ridiculous now. There's people signing up to 11s probably with 7s as their highest key. Like, come on. I don't believe it. I don't believe anybody out there that you, as a like competitive damage dealer, you can't get invited to an 11 when you have a 14 on your character. Come on. Oh, anyway, we're gonna go right from that into this. We got our call with Wet Tomato coming up right now, actually, it seems. Alright, I'm calling him. He's ready to go. I'll be eager to hear his thoughts on it, too, actually. Let's start with that. Hello?
Hey, can you hear me all good?
Yeah, can you hear me? Because sometimes my mic's wrong on Discord.
I can hear you all good. So how's it going?
Not too bad. You probably haven't been watching the stream, have you?
I've been tuning in and out. Work has been hectic today, so I've seen a few bits, but I can't remember much.
No worries. I was just wondering if you just saw what just unfolded on stream in the Priory 15 we just did.
No, what happened?
All right, well, let's start with that. I think this would be a good opportunity. So we had a guy who was 2,800. He listed his key 15 Priory. I didn't realize it at the time, but his highest Priory was only a 10. We did the key almost flawlessly until the last boss. He died 3 times on it, and we missed the key by only a minute, despite 2 other players doing 9 million overall and him doing 6 million overall. And so then I was talking about whether or not that behavior is like rude or predatory in the group finder, and there's some debate on that, so I'm eager to hear maybe your thoughts on what you think about that.
So my thought on it, especially with the new system, I'm personally on the opinion that it's okay to kind of list it if you've got the key, because normally before the key would brick very quickly and then you'd fall back down to a 14. However, the new system, people are more obliged to sticking into a key. And I know back in Dragonflight, when I was first getting into Mythic Plus, I remember I had like, I think it was like the first half of the Mega Dungeon back then. I can't remember the name of it for me. But But I remember I got that, plus that into like say 28 or something back in the day. And I gave the 28 an attempt just to see what it was like, just to see how it was. And I think for someone who's doing it, I think it's healthy for them to go into it. However, with the like context of their damage being low, you could have done an abandon vote at any point during the dungeon to get rid of it. And if you are joining a run, I do think that you do have the duty to check what people have got before you actually start the run.
Yeah, the counter I have to that is that I see people do this all the time and they're usually fine. Like they're just alts that aren't linked or something like that. But this guy's like seemingly just got carried through all of his keys. The thing that is like having the 10 instead of trying to do a 15, like that's just crazy to me, but all good. Yeah, it's all good. If you want to keep talking about that, we can, but otherwise I know there was other stuff you wanted to talk about, so.
Yeah, one thing I want to ask in the context of that, like, was he like dead on the floor a lot? Was he using CCs, interrupts, and generally like that? Because I do know with like say, I timed Celia's Gambit 14 yesterday. The route was a little bit sus. However, we did time it at ease because we didn't have any deaths and the damage was going into the correct places with CCs.
Like your question was like, did he do well outside of DPS?
Yeah, outside of DPS, was he doing stuff? Was he
I didn't really notice him doing anything too bad, so I guess I would probably say yes to that. But he did die 3 times on the last boss. That was what we were remarking at just before.
I'll probably have to watch back later, but in my opinion, I think if you've got the key and you're listening, it's down to the people who are joining the group for that. And it is a thing in WoW, like there is a lot of people who have been carried, but at the same time, as someone who has been called carried in the past because I've had an off key, it could have just been a bad key in the sense. And what you're seeing of someone, I think it's kind of similar to like say a job interview. Like you're only seeing a very brief glimpse of that player in a key and you're never going to play with him again. So it could have been an off key for him where the nerves was getting to him and just generally stuff like that.
How do you feel about like in general, like do you like to do like say all 10s, all 11s, all 12s, all 13s, all 14s, or would you just go from 10 to 15 in 1 hour and be fine with that?
If I had the key, I'd be like, oh, let's give it a shot for Bants. Like, what's going to be the worst that happens? The worst that happens is the key bricks. I've learned a few things. I'm like, okay, I can do this better. I've got this to work on. I've got that to do. And if I've done bad in the key, for myself, I'd usually apologise at them and be like, okay, sorry, I played pretty bad then, just out of respect for the rest of the people. But I think it's a thing that is just person to person. In my own experience, I'm like, let's just give it a shot. Let's see what happens.
Cool. Yeah. Well balanced opinion on that. I appreciate that.
Yeah. So I know the original thing. I came into your stream and was like saying about say the fact that you list in like +2 videos is kind of like, in my opinion, it is like, as the word that you said, kind of like predatory behaviour. It isn't, and the one that kind of popped into mind was the video with that Demon Hunter tank.
Yeah, the mother load, right?
Yeah. So I rewatched the video just before this, just to refresh my mind on a few things, just to like make sure that my opinion is a little bit more rounded, because I know when I was in your stream, I've already admitted it, and I know a lot of people in your chat when I was commenting, I was kind of rage baiting, so I do apologise for that.
Yeah, I appreciate you apologizing. That's actually, yeah, it's all good. I get it. People fuck around all the time, so it's not really that big of a deal to me.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting to be invited for a chat, and then when I was watching like the first few days, I thought to myself, poor dude, you get a lot of shit. So, one of the things I want to raise in regards to that is, I was looking at it and I was curious, because it was a key done at the start of the season. The dude only stuck around for like say 1 month after, and the best thing that he did was a depleted 9, which was 32 minutes, and I think it was a DFC. And it's kind of one of those things where I was thinking to myself, a lot of these players in these +2s that you're reviewing, they're not really sticking around in the system for long, and they're the kind of player who you're not really going to expect the best from. I think a great antidote to look at this in is like, let's say you're like Ronaldo, you go to an under 11s football game, you're then saying, oh yeah, these under 11s are not kicking the ball properly. That's effectively what you're getting in a +2, because the players in a +2 are not going to be knowing the tactics. Like Mythic 0, you can zerg that stuff. Nothing happens in an M0. Mythic +2, nothing even happens in a +2. It's not until you get to about, say, a +7, +8 range. Even then, this season, I'd say until, like, say, a 12 or 13, that stuff really does start to matter. And I think for that player base, it's kind of like punching down in the sense, because you're going into that expecting them to be bad already.
Yeah. Yeah, I think like what I've said a lot in like defense of this quote unquote is like it's just me reacting to something that somebody sent me. So I'm not like going in there trying to fuck with these people or make their lives miserable or something like that. But you know, we've kind of gotten this content niche here where people are submitting me stuff, they want my reaction to it, and I'm not gonna just not do it. And honestly, a lot of this stuff's just hilarious. So that's kind of how it started. But you know, I think in that specific situation, I get what you mean about like people expecting bad play, and that should be normal and that should be okay. But yeah, again, that tank is not like, I'm not going to change my opinion on that. That tank was simply not ready to tank. I don't know what he was even doing. I'm not even convinced he was playing it seriously. Because like some of the comments that get made and the way he's moving about the dungeon, I would not be surprised if that was him fucking around the whole time. I don't know. It's so baffling to me. It's one of the strangest videos I've ever reviewed. And for me, a hallmark of tanking is pace. And if you don't have any concept of pace and you're standing there in between every pack, then you're just not ready for Mythic Plus. Like, it's a time dungeon, you know? So
yeah, this is what I'd like to kind of ask is, like, Mythic 0 doesn't really teach you that pace as such. And there's nothing in between Mythic 0 and a Mythic 2 that really does introduce it. Like, what kind of suggestions would you have to like actually have the player base learn stuff better? Because we have got a tank shortage in the game, which as a primarily DPS player, I know this is one of those things where I am often like taking a tank who might be underqualified into my keys, and then they're performing like kind of subpar. And then at that point there, what do we do to get more people tanking?
yeah, I have a lot of trouble having an opinion on this topic because when I'm playing, I'm constantly not being invited to keys, and I constantly, when I do get invited, see like 10 or 11 tanks already signed up to the key. So it's like clear to me that there's not an actual like numerical shortage of tanks. It's just simply that I think tanks rise through progression quicker. So like if somebody's doing a 2 as a tank, you're gonna get instantly invited, but if you're doing a 20 as a tank, you're definitely in a sea of tanks. And I don't know how you actually fix that, because I think that just indicates that tanking is just the easiest role to climb on, and it's not actually an issue with like the population of tanks. But in general, teaching people how to tank better, I have no real solution for, because for me, I learned to tank in like normal dungeons in Classic, you know what I mean? Like there was no timer there, but pace still mattered. Nobody wants to waste their time while they're doing a leveling dungeon. So like these intrinsic values of Mythic Plus Pugging are just an extension of what the game has always been about, and that's, you know, efficiency and quality of play and maximizing each global and each pack to pack. It's obvious, like as a tank, that's your job, no matter if the time matters or not. Like you still are supposed to be doing that and not making people wait around for you every couple seconds. Like if everybody else is ready to go, you should be going. So I don't know how you teach a tank that, because it seems obvious to me. And I've never been very good at like talking about super obvious stuff. So nah, I don't have any great solutions to that, unfortunately.
Yeah. Like I think looking back to the tanking question with that, where you're saying about the pace, when I was watching back the video and some of the pulls that he was waiting for like his cooldowns to come up. And as someone who has tanked, like say in the past, I do know that when you are going into like a pull, especially if you're undergeared or you're inexperienced, that pull is going to be pretty hard. And I guess he was probably waiting just to like get that to then have to like safety net. And it's kind of like a catch-22. Like you either go in, die, then you get flamed, or you wait until you're comfortable enough, because the keys timer is not really that like demanding that you can take the step back, and then you just get flamed because you're standing around. Like,
wait,
it's a lose-lose
you're saying
situation.
in that mother load you think that guy was doing that?
Possibly. I looked because I'm gonna see if I posted it. Wait, where is it? No, that's a different thing. I've lost the image, but I did have a screenshot. I'll see if I can find a screenshot for you quickly. So this was from the first time that he started waiting. If you look here on the actual cooldown thing, you see that his meta is up in 9 seconds. As soon as his meta's at 2 seconds, he's then running in. And this is a thing that, if you are like kind of like nervous, I would say it's better to wait and get that cooldown up if you know it's going to be more sustained.
That's a good counterpoint, to be fair. If that is actually what happened, I could see that. And you were right about that at times. But he does it so often that there's no way. I can't imagine that every single time he does it, it's the case, right? It's probably just a coincidence, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the point I'm trying to make there is not as like a gotcha. It's the fact that it's a little bit more like, say, nuanced than like just waiting around. And that was one of the things I was looking back at this time. Sadly, I didn't get much more, but I saw that. I think I saw it one more time in. I think with the actual routing as well, especially with the fact there's a percentage. I don't really know how many players have, like, say, Mythic Dungeon tools installed. And I can imagine it's not many, so they don't really know what the percentage is. And the actual information readily online is kind of terrible when it comes to Mythic Plus.
You would say that?
Yeah, I'd say the information online is very lackluster.
What? Why? What would you say is lackluster about it?
I'd say the fact that a lot of the tools that I've gathered to make my gameplay easier has all been via word of mouth. I've not found it via Reddit, I've not found it via YouTube videos. It's just been playing with people who've told me, oh yeah, have you thought about this? Have you used this? Simple things such as using a focus interrupt macro with a focus kick like WeakAura that shows you when your kick is off cooldown when the focus target is casting. Mouse over macro, stuff like that is not really like readily available, like certain WeakAura packs, timers, just stuff like that is not really readily available for a new player. And I found that if I weren't playing with others, talking to others, the progress that I've made in game would have not happened.
Yeah, I see what you mean on that front. There's a lot of like minutia that you can delve into that is definitely not put forward when you're first starting. So yeah, that I can definitely agree with for sure.
Yeah, and to go back to the point of that tank, like I looked through his like actual like background a little bit. The gear that he had was like all LFR gear, delve gear, modes that you are taught pretty much to just take your time and wait for stuff. And in normal dungeons, like I know this is the thing that my girlfriend told me because she played with like one of her friends and they had never done a Mythic Plus dungeon, but they'd done Mythic, you know, as in like normal dungeons, and they just run along and they just pull stuff, and they started pulling stuff as DPS without ever knowing it. So if you look at the lower modes like heroic dungeons, normal dungeons, they don't really like teach players the stuff because there's not really much like room for failure.
Yeah, definitely true.
And if there's no like consequence, because Blizzard themselves have said they want to see a high success chance. If you look at like Torghast back in Shadowlands, it was nerfed because they wanted like say success rate. If you look at Island Expeditions, high success rate. Just so many modes of the game they give high success rates if there's like certain modes in. And for something like normal and heroic dungeons, it's not really going to have much of a disband rate because that's aimed towards the casual player. So when someone does go into a +2, if that's all they're known, that timer is going to technically be like a little bit of a hamstring if it's your first time in there. Everyone all starts somewhere. Like I know with like say at the end of Dragonflight Season 4, there's a player that I played with and he wasn't pressing defensives, wasn't like healing in the correct points. I was getting annoyed with him, like bumped into him LFG the other day and he's improved a ton. And it's one of those ones that has taught me like you shouldn't really judge a book by its cover because you don't know how much someone's going to improve over the years. And we all start somewhere. Like you started back in Classic, so you've got a whole wealth of experience. Someone might just been in it for about a month and that player might gravitate towards it, they might not, and you never know. I know someone in the chat is saying they can't stand hypothetical and arguments, so I'd like to say, sorry, it's just one of those things that I think to myself, there's always like so much like grey area in between. It's never like black and white. There's just so many things, especially with this game.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I agree with all that. Is there something that you think, like, after saying that you would want to see me change or do after that?
I generally think the fact is just like try to look a little bit more into like say what the experience level of the player is, because if it's someone who has never entered the system before, because I know from talking to people who don't play Mythic Plus or they've been new to Mythic Plus, it's a massive performance anxiety where people get flamed. It then makes them not want to do so. For example, if that tank was still playing, he saw that video, he hadn't improved much, that might be a negative knock-on effect to him and make him not want to engage because of the fact that you, an experienced tank, is getting frustrated at him.
Yeah, I have a probably not a very friendly perspective on that. Like, if anybody does something that's supposed to be challenging and competitive, and when other people are frustrated at them, they don't look inward and try to improve, then I'm just like, that's like, I'm sorry, but you have to do that. So, you know, I don't really, if that guy quit the game, like, I would actually be fine with that, because if he has not improved to such a degree that it's like totally behind him and he's still worried about it, then he's just not trying, and that's really unfair to the people that are playing with him who are trying, you know what I mean?
Could you tell me how a +2 is competitive and challenging? Because it's one
There's
of those
a
modes
leaderboard.
that if you look... But at the same time, does anyone look at the leaderboard for +2?
It's just like a colloquial phrase. I'm not saying that there's like an MDI for +2s, but it's part of the same system of all keys, and that's a competitive system. Like, it's there to be challenging. You can fail it, right? Like you were saying, there's people who go into normal and never even see failure once, but you fail 2s, and that's, you know, the system is meant to be difficult. It was designed, in fact, to be a lot, like, this is the higher end of a 2, because in the old days, 2s used to be even more difficult, or more easy, right? And so they cut those 10 difficulties off to try to get people into keys that were harder quicker, and people are not coming in prepared for that. So it's like, to me, that this is like an unforgivable sin if you are not actually going to take the failure and learn from it. I don't necessarily know that the guy did or didn't. I don't know anything about that guy, but, you know, that was just my genuine reaction to his play. And, you know, if he was here today and he felt upset by what I said to him, I would apologize to him, and I would remind him that there's 4 other people in that group that you are responsible for as a tank, and they deserve your best effort. And if that's your best effort and you're not willing to learn from it, then you should probably stop tanking. You don't have to quit the video game. There's plenty of fucking other shit to do in the game, you know? But instead of pugging Mythic Plus as a tank who has no concept of pacing or idea about what the dungeon does, you can maybe DPS for a bit and maybe learn that way, or, I don't know, go do something else. Like, there's plenty of things to do, you know?
I think one thing to raise about the go DPS for a bit, if you're trying to get into the Mythic Plus system as a DPS, you are getting longer queue times. The person probably wanted to dive into the system as a tank because at the end of the day you get the queue boost, and players will usually go for, like, say, the path of least resistance. And I see in your chat, MKS did make a good point there. Like, he was probably trying to decide if it's even fun or worth the time to try and get better. And from when I was looking at his Radar.io page, he kind of checked out at like a 9 level, so he didn't actually enjoy the game. And yeah, I just don't think it's really worth completely like crapping on someone who's obviously new and a rookie. Like me, for example, I wouldn't go and like dunk on someone who's obviously new at something that I'm passionate about. I'd be thinking to myself, okay, I really hope they get better. I really hope they engage with this and do it, because if you look at it, World of Warcraft is a dying game. Like, not many people are getting back into it, and the few people, if we cannibalize them, it's just going to become a dead mode. Like, already, like, in certain brackets, you have long queue times, and if the people who are trying to get into it end up getting cannibalized by the player base, we're just going to have a very small, like, pool of people.
I think I see why you would say that, but I think that's a really gross like, so the person, first of all, I was not like, I can defend all that, but I think the real big takeaway here is that a player like that in the player pool is actually going to make more people unhappy than just him, and it's something that needs to be understood. Like, you cannot come in that ill prepared and not learn from it. So I stand by that, and I do not think I was overly harsh to the guy. Like I said, I think I just reacted to what I was shown, and if that guy was upset, I would happily apologize to him and explain why I reacted the way I did, and hopefully he would learn from that. And I don't know if he continued to play or, you know, whatever the other person said. He said, you're missing is a new tank doing it too is probably still deciding if it's even fun and worth the time to get better, and that's fine. He can do that, and as long as he learns from that mistake, then that's fine. But, you know, if he continued to play at that level for years and years and years, like, there's a big issue. I don't want that guy in the queue. I don't care. Like, if he's paying the bills to Blizzard, that's their job. I don't care. As a player, I should not want to play with somebody like that. I should not be expected to play with somebody like that. And the metrics that we have in the game are not sufficient for telling me if the player is like that. And that's why, to me, it's it's just not fair. And that's what I just said about that warrior. Same thing. Like, the metrics do not tell me that this guy is going to be a total carry and that we can't do this key with him. So there's a big problem in the game when you're willingly doing that. And ignorance is an excuse to some degree, especially if we're talking about it too. Obviously, we can say that. But, you know, as long as you actually learn from it, then I'm fine with it. But yeah, I just seen way too many examples of these people going into these keys, and it's like they haven't even understood the basics of the video game, let alone the dungeon they're in. Yeah, there's just, like, I can't defend that. That's not something I can defend personally as somebody who plays the game for the reasons I play it.
This is why I go back to my, like, argument of, like, the game doesn't really telegraph stuff as well. Like, I know they're trying to add, like, more things in, like, certain deadly cast has an animation against it, boss frames will, like, do stuff. I know they're working on it, and the stuff they've added is a lot better, but it's still very far. Unless you've got, like, a base knowledge of, like, say, what a lot of stuff is. There's so many things that I take for granted. There's so many things that you probably take for granted just from, like, say, your years and years of experience. And I think for a new player going into the system, as I said, there's really nothing in the game that really shows that person, and unless you go looking for that information, go talking to people, you're never going to get it. And I think a lot of players don't even get past that first hurdle.
I agree with you 100% on that. Yeah, I mean, the game definitely can do a lot better here. I think it's just an unfortunate circumstance how the system is developed, because, like I was saying before, there used to be, the keys used to be even easier, right? And to me, that was actually worse, because then you would potentially do hours and hours of keys where you would actually be failing mechanics, but they would still tell you you succeeded. So to me, that's worse. But in this case, it would have helped that guy, because then he would have been able to learn how to tank without the dungeon interfering with that. But, you know, they did that because of what I just said about, like, having players not learn mechanics. Like, we watched famously a guy get eaten on purpose on Neralex in Neltharian's Lair and try to convince the group that that was how the tank's role was supposed to be done on that fight. And that is and that was on a 13 or something like that. So it's like a clear indication that Blizzard was letting this guy down because he was failing that for hours, but he never died to it. So he thought he was doing it right. And I would rather avoid that than, you know, allow a player like the Demon Hunter in this question that we're talking about here to come in and take their time learning in Mythic 0 or 2s or whatever we want to say. Because those things really, I have to say, like, it should be intrinsic. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's just me being out of touch, but I really feel like when there's a fucking timer and the packs are organized in certain ways, you should be thinking about going as fast as possible. And I get there's no timer in Zeros or any other content, but the second you walk in there and you're like, wait, this is timed? It should not, like, the response should immediately happen unless you are, like, new to real life or something. Like, I've never done anything with a timer before and not felt like you were in somewhat of a rush. So that's why I react the way I do, because it just seems obvious to me. Like, if you're on a speed track, you go fast. You know what I mean? You don't slow everybody else down.
I get where you're coming from. I think this is going to be one of those ones where we agree to disagree. Most likely, because I think, like, a 2 to me is such a nothing key. Like, keys to me just don't matter until you get to, like, say, the 12 range. And everything there to me is just, like, you're going to just get, like, the most interesting people in those keys, even above 12s. Like, as I said, I timed a 14 with a tank who was doing a very sus route. We still timed it, would I say to that tank, no, you shouldn't be doing 14s? No, because at the end of the day, there's many different ways. Like, I know in the past, you've been flamed for, like, your routing and stuff, and, like, certain things that you do, and there might be people who believe you don't belong in Mythic Plus as a tank, and I wouldn't say that you don't belong in Mythic Plus. I'd say, yeah, you have the right to play, you have the right to enjoy, and I think the main thing is, it is a game. And a lot of people do forget that at times. I forget it at times because I get a little bit too passionate. You probably forget it, whereas this here, it is technically your career because you do this as like a full-time streamer job. And there's people who have like full-time jobs, they get home, they don't really have much time to actually do it. They might have wife and kids, they get about say 2-3 hours a night to play. And if they have to spend about say 1 hour of that time researching up, they're not really going to want to go in. And it's why one of my like little suggestions for like the actual like fix would be to improve follower dungeons, because I think follower dungeons are really tame, and if they had like say increased difficulty modes, or they had like say M0 but it's got a timer, and if you get through the timer you then get like bonus loot from the M0, just something that the failure rate is not really overly punishing, but there is an incentive to go faster. Like, I think back in the day, Zolomon, like TBC, you had that little timer where if you killed all the bosses fast, you got a chance at getting them out. Something like that in, like, say, the M0s or something that incentivizes a timer for, like, the casual player base so they learn to get the pace in. And if you tie behind, like, a mount, cosmetic, or even an extra chance at something, it will psychologically make people do it. Whereas with a +2, going through the timer, all that happens is your key gets plussed. To the average player, they probably don't care. They just want to play because they're like, I have a classic brain knowing that you can take as long as possible. And there's just nothing really before that +2 environment that is really incentivizing you to go fast.
Yeah, I agree with that. And like I said, Blizzard could definitely do better. I really like the idea of follower dungeons. And I also like that idea. That's the first time I heard of that idea. Really cool idea you had there with making zeros have a timer, but the timer have nothing to do with it. It's just there, or gives you some maybe extra gear or something like that. That's kind of a cool idea. Actually, a pretty good idea. I like that a lot. But yeah, in general, I just stick by it. It's like if there's a timer in the dungeon and you're just taking your time in between each pack, you're just doing it wrong. And that should not be something that anybody would need to teach you outside of maybe like first grade. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, this is not a video game problem. This is a you not understanding the content you're in problem, and nobody has to teach you that. The game is like, it's set the rules up and you're just not paying attention to the rules.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You just need to slowly trickle stuff to players, because the average person isn't going to go out their way to research stuff. Like, already, like, we're such a minute percentage of the player base who's actively doing these keys to begin with. But again, my main point is, like, to me, a +2 is an entry point. You go into a +2, you expect stuff to be bad. Like, earlier, I was tanking, like, a +2 on my tank just to see what it was like. We had, like, 2 players on the last boss pretty much die because they weren't doing the clones. We still timed the key. Are they going to get to a point where they get hardwalled? Yes. And to me, that's okay, because they might learn, they might not. I'm never going to see them again. And they will get to a point where I will generally out-progress them. And I think that's the main thing, is you just need to tell yourself that you're probably not going to run into that player again, because they're constantly going to always be hard-walled. And if you do run into that player, they've probably improved.
Yeah, I don't disagree with any of that.
That's good. And now the next point, because watching your warrior like video, I know that you've got, like, say, some like thoughts on, like, say, the slash abandon system and the word hostage.
Oh yeah, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I actively held a group hostage the other day. Like, I know that you don't agree with the word hostage, but I was doing a key with my girlfriend. Someone at the start of the run started flaming her DPS. Like, she was like 690 item level, doing like 3.5 million. I was doing like something like 7. The DK was doing about 6, and we wiped because we had, like, say, the actual Shrieker pull, but the tank didn't notice that it was pulled. Unfortunately, I've not got this recorded, so you have to just believe me on face value. We wiped, the tank and the DK started AFK in, the DK started flaming, and at that point now I thought to myself, okay, if I wanted to just do an abandon, I would have been like, okay, let's abandon this because that's there. But because they started being like toxic and stuff, I thought to myself, let's keep these people in. Like, that's it, because at that there, and they ended up AFKing for about, say, 10 minutes. That there, we ended up being about, say, 15 minutes over the timer or something. And it's at that point where if they didn't like AFK, they would have timed with the time back key. Like, I timed the keys like day one of the season on 10s with similar DPS, and it's one of those things that I think the hostage situation does happen because out of pettiness I held people hostage because they was being toxic.
And how do you feel about that now that you did that?
I think the system's great. I love it.
No, but I mean, like, are you proud that you did that, or are you like reprehensible?
I'm pretty indifferent, to be honest. Like, I think it's funny. I think it shows that the system is good because it ends up protecting the people who's got the key, and it then exposes the players who are toxic.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and I just was like, no, we're going to finish this one. You can't leave, otherwise you get a leaver badge. And that's the thing, like, in that point there, if the run looks like it's still going to be done, I will pretty much vote to stay. And I was the key holder. It's there with 2 people in the run, you do it. And I think it's great to protect the player base so they can actually carry on and practice. At that point there, no one knew that you could leave once the timer is done, which I think is a good trade-off. You get to stay for the duration so people get to play. I know when I've played in the past on a new class that I'm trying to learn, the keys like kind of just bricked. At that point there, I've not been able to practice, or I've not been able to get to a certain boss. I think the best example of this is Arakawa last boss. A lot of runs would brick around about, say, the second trash section, and then you'd get to the last boss. Nobody's learnt how to do that last boss.
Yeah, that's a big issue for sure.
So with this new system in, I found that people are sticking out runs a lot more, and it's having a positive effect. And when I see someone with a leaver badge, I'm not inviting them. But I do think the fact that I've had a situation where I've held someone hostage, and I was referring to it as a hostage situation, that it is a thing that's going to happen, and I think players are going to take great joy in doing so.
Why do you think that?
Because a lot of people are petty, and as someone who can be petty in moments and can relate to that, I know people will actively be petty and keep people hostage.
How do you feel about the word hostage? You like that word?
So I think with it, like, the meaning of hostage is being kept somewhere against your own will. So in that sense, even though you've joined that run, it is similar to like walking into a bank. Whilst there's no danger to your life, you are still being held at a point. Maybe the word hostage is a little bit too extreme, but it is a similar like experience, but not to the extremes of actually being held hostage in real life.
It could be that I don't fully understand it. Like, I only have experience with the word through like movies or media or something like that. But like, to me, a hostage is a prop for something to happen, right? And it seems like at least in all movies and media, I see that this is always the case. Like, there's some kind of demand. Like, all right, I'm holding these people so you don't kill me, or I'm demanding ransom from them, and once I get it, they'll be free. But this is like not the case. These people are just in a situation that they don't like being in. That happens all day, every day in my life. Like, I don't know why people use the word to say it like that.
Okay, I'm going to be pedantic now. Like, the demand is to finish the key.
Yeah, but they agreed to do that in the first place, right? That was
yeah,
why
but
they
at the same time, let's say you go to the bank, your money's not in that you thought you had. At that point, you go to leave the bank, you're actively going to leave. in the sense of the keys actually not going to be done. At that point, a bank robber runs in, you was just about to leave. Just because you was a few seconds late, or you should have went to the bank on a different day, you're then being held in that situation.
I'm not seeing it, but yeah, it's all good. I just think it's like way too extreme of a word and has like serious connotations. It's funny to me how people like overreact to certain language, like things that are used to be common and now aren't. But then it's the opposite. Like we've turned things that were serious the whole time into things that are common, like using cancer to describe shit. Like I don't know. I just don't. I guess I'm just stupid about it, but yeah, that's just a pet peeve of mine.
I just think it comes down to like how people perceive stuff. And it's just the gamer culture. Like over the years, I've noticed that certain things that gamers used to say a lot more, like certain gamer words, have become a lot less common, and new things are coming, and people always like to adapt some sort of slang. If you look at the 90s, where people would say gnarly, rad, stuff like that, there's always going to be some sort of like slang towards the actual culture. Like as a fan of music, there's like certain words like that's so heavy, even though the thing's technically not heavy, it's a word of a descriptive, and people will gravitate towards those things just as a quick way that everyone knows. I think a very good umbrella term is like for like say, I don't know if you know much about the Podyssey with like say Max and stuff, like I know Growl on it like said mole people as a form of casual player, and it's a term that a few people have like gravitated towards it in circles that I'm in as a way to explain a certain type of player. Sure, it doesn't mean that, but it's a thing that then becomes synonymous in communities to explain what's happened, and it's a quick slang to say that rather than explain it in about 2-3 sentences, it just becomes one word.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's very different. Like, okay, so Mario brought it up. A lot of people have brought it up recently about using the R word or whatever you want to say. And so, like, to me, that's a great example of what I was just talking about. Like, when I grew up, literally everybody used that to just say idiot. Like, it was extremely common. It wasn't even like, I don't even know people got offended by it. Like, other than you just calling them stupid, that was the end of the offense. And now that word has become like, it's like a slur to some degree that you should never say it publicly. And I don't know that you'll get deplatformed for saying it with some people, but like it sounds like that's what people threaten you with. And then meanwhile, we have a word like cancer, which it has clear connotations of death, clear connotations of unhealth, ruins families. People are literally like, you know, it changes lives. Things like hostage, like one of probably the most traumatic things that could ever possibly happen in your entire life. You're wondering if like you're even going to live in the moment. And then we just normalize those words, but the words that used to be normalized, we unnormalize. And I think you're right about like people wanting slang and wanting desired like easy speech. But it's just, to me, like the words that have been chosen are just really careless. And like mole people, that is not in any way careless. Like it's just a funny way to describe people. I don't even know what it means by that, but yeah, that's very different than saying something that is already got heavy connotation to it and trying to adapt it into something that now has like light, very callous meaning. And that's just the only reason that bothers me. It's not like I really don't like whatever. It just bothers me. I don't expect other people to care about it or even change it, but I will advocate for it to change regardless.
I think another one is like, I know that people have gotten annoyed at being called like civilians, like people that are not like tryhard and stuff. And that's one that I know as like an American, that's got like say more meaning because of like your army and stuff. So calling someone a civilian is pretty much saying they're just a normal person. I don't really understand like say why like civilian offends people, but it's kind of similar to that where the elitist player does that, and that's jargon that some of my NA friends who play the game does use.
Yeah, I've never heard that before, but that's an interesting one.
Yeah, like I do know some people use that. And with like say cancer versus hostage, I've had a lot of people be like, don't use the cancer because of that, but I've not heard anyone apart from you say about the hostage thing. And I think it's because more people are affected by like say cancer than hostage. Like I know more people who've been affected by cancer, so I wouldn't use that connotation, whereas I don't know anyone who has been affected by like say being in a hostage situation. And I think people who have like been affected by it, or they've seen like scenarios like that due to their own anecdotal experience, they're gonna take offense to that. Like, and that's my general stance on that.
Yeah, it's definitely less common, thankfully. Obviously, like that would be insanely bad if it was.
Thankfully.
If there was more people held hostage than die from cancer each year, this world would be really crazy. But
Yeah, that's not the point I was trying to get. I was just trying to make a comparison that more people are offended by cancer, even though both are used. It's the same with like say, in the UK we have the S word. It's also with like say, calling people the F word as well. Stuff that has been synonymous in gaming has been then cancelled and done. It's just how speech evolves over time.
yeah, I just think it's a step backwards, and I think it's confusing people, and it's making communication harder, especially I'd imagine in a game where there's like a lot of different languages converging. I think it's way too hard to do this and let people expect it to be done, because when you have these words that are describing like very basic situations and the original English meaning has much heavier connotation, it causes people all over the world to start saying things that they don't even fully understand. And I just don't like it. I guess at the end of the day, I just don't like it. So it's whatever. I'm not going to stop people from saying it, but it's just how I feel about it.
Yeah, I think the main point was the fact that you said that you don't see like someone actually holding like say a hostage situation actually happening in game, but it's one of those things that I do know has happened. But what would you call that yourself? If
Mythic plus
it's
pugging.
People...
Just normal.
So
it's very
you-
normal. This is all very normal. This is shit I've been dealing with for years, and this is why I've been advocating for systems to change, you know? It's like the reason that people call it hostage now is because they're trying to use language that sounds inflammatory or like heavier in general to get their point to sound stronger. And this is why I think ultimately I have such a disdain for it, because these people are basically like doing low grade lying by calling it that. You know what I mean? You can call it that if you want, but people are using it to say like, oh, Blizzard is allowing people to hold each other hostage. That's really how it started. And that's just fucking nonsense. Like, it's absolute bullshit. You signed up to a Mythic Plus dungeon. You're willingly in it. This shit has already happened. It's going to continue to happen no matter what system exists. So try to, like, saying it like that and get Blizzard to care about it just because you're using very strong language for it is like, if somebody said that, I would just ban them from the forums. You know, like, that should not be allowed. They're basically lying about the situation to make it sound more dire.
At the same time, people are going to express their feelings, and for me exactly with the actual like hostage situation, it's been kind of like more like comedic in that sense of like, oh yeah, this group is being held hostage, this here is that, and I don't really see it as like say a harmful thing when saying it, because I see like the funny aspect of it. It's just like a funny way to like describe it. It could be because I'm a Brit and we do have like say such thing over here as like gallows humor, where the worst thing will be happening but then you'll make a really grim joke about it, which is just like you shouldn't joke about, but it's a way to cope with the situation. But at the same time, that doesn't really account for other cultures. But for me, I know in certain situations I'll joke about a grim situation in a way that I probably shouldn't, as a way of like coping with it. And it could be with some people using it as a hostage situation. They don't want to be in that key at the end of the day. Yeah, should they leave that key? No, they shouldn't. But they're still there against their own will.
Yeah, and it's like we said at the beginning though, like the against your own will thing that was because you didn't plan ahead of time, right? Like if I'm supposed to be expected to worry about this guy having a 10 and he's signing up to a 15, then these people should actually 100% be expected to be communicating with their group ahead of time and make sure that everybody wants the same thing from the key they signed up to, and not just assuming that what they want is the only thing anybody wants and matters. And that's, I think, ultimately what the big issue is for me. Like when you sign up to a group and you do not communicate the expectations that you have versus the expectations of the group, and then get so mad that you're willing to say that they are holding you hostage despite you willingly signing up to that group and them just simply wanting to finish it. I mean, I don't have anything nice to say about anybody who would say that, so I'll stop there, I guess.
I do agree with you in the sense that if someone's signing into a group, they should expect to stay there. And with me, with the actual abandon vote, when I've voted to leave a key that I'm doing and it's being stayed, I've not thought that myself. I've just thought to myself, oh cool, this is democracy. I'm going to be pretty much staying in this run until either the timer's over or someone else leaves.
Yeah, no, I agree with the concept in general, and I really like it. And yeah, I just think like the people who don't like it are just trying to like flail wildly and trying to do any tactic they can to try to make it sound more dire and more unacceptable than it is. And in reality, they're just wrong. Like they're just trying to cheat their way out of a system that needed to exist the whole time. I think probably the biggest problem here is that it didn't exist for this long, and it gave them this false sense of security that this was actually always okay, and that now suddenly it's not okay. But in reality, I think Blizzard would have always said that this was not okay, and they just kind of didn't, maybe because they were hoping it was going to sort itself out, or they were lazy with their systems, or they just didn't have the tech that they needed for it. I don't know which, but yeah, that's probably the biggest unfortunate thing, because I know for years people would be like, no, you're just wrong, this is how keys should be played. And it's obvious to me that in pugging, like, basic human decency should come above score, but because Blizzard set the game up differently, that people were able to think that and got away with that thinking for a very long time.
I think the problem with it and why this took so long to come in is because the game was never designed with this in mind. Like, when this was introduced in Legion, it came as, like, say, some little passion project that spawned out of, like, challenge modes. And then players then decided to tie a score to it because of the Legion charity items that people were getting, and people were starting to, like, foul keys. So the player base then put in, like, a little score to go and try and vet players to go in. And then over the years, Blizzard has had to, like, accommodate for a bunch of player problems that they never really accounted for in the first place, because they never really had the foresight to look in to think to themselves, oh wait, a score system is going to be in, like, any other competitive game has got, like, say, a score system in from the start. It took them, like, until, like, say, the middle Shadowlands to introduce the score, and loads of other games, like, have got, like, an abandoned, like, the actual game thing, and then has penalties towards leaving. Blizzard waited, like, years. Like, we're almost 10 years into this system, and it's taken that long to get something that a lot of places have from the start. And I think a lot of this behaviour has been pretty much cultivated by Blizzard indirectly, because they didn't have these things in place.
Yeah, they moved very, very slowly here. I give them a lot of slack for that, for sure. Like, I don't like that. I don't like how slowly they moved. I also don't like how the communities that were leading it in the first place were also reckless. But ultimately, I agree that it is Blizzard's job to, finalize the game's systems and the way people are interacting with each other. So that's why I think, like, the biggest issue is that it just took this long to get to this point. But now that we're here, you're seeing a lot of people trying to squirm their way out of it.
Yeah, it took ages. It's only natural that someone's going to have it. Like, I think one of two things are going to end up happening. Like, people are going to all have the lever badge at some point, and it's going to be normalised as being okay. Or people are going to just accept that they just wait until the time is over and then just go out. And my hope is that it's the one where people just stay in the dungeon, because I hate it when I sign up for a key for about, say, 30 minutes, get into the run, tank does something wrong, player does something wrong, and then we're just back to the queue. And yeah, it's just not the most enjoyable, and I'd have at least liked to have seen a little bit more. And I like the fact that the vote system has got, like, a 5-minute period. I do think that the cooldown to initiate another vote afterwards does need to be reduced, because at that point then there might be something else that happens and everyone's just standing around groaning. It then lets out the toxicity a little bit, and it's one of my worries is the game is going to become a little bit more toxic in the chat due to this system being in, but at the same time it will expose what players you don't really want to play with.
Yeah, I think that's I have a video coming tomorrow on this exact sentiment, and I'll wait to give my full thoughts in that video, but I will agree in general and say that I think even though there will be more visible arguments and potentially hateful things being said, that is in our long-term best interest, because it will expose those people, and because it's always been against the rules they hopefully, hopefully, cross our fingers here, they will actually be punished for it, and now we can get those people out of the game and not have to worry about them, sneaking their way through 10 years of playing the game, but also being this hateful towards people.
Yeah. Do you think, like, silences and, like, say, the leave a badge is gonna have a positive effect on people?
I think it will have a positive effect on the overarching community, but it will have a negative effect on many people, and hopefully those people will be pushed out of the system one way or the other. And I would say that because the psychology that we've already demonstrated, like, we've already seen it great. Like, all these people who are saying that they're hostages are actually demonstrating the psychology of the badge is working very strongly, because they do not want the badge. Like, they're willing to make fools out of themselves, act like idiots, children, whatever you want to say, start insulting people over it. They're willing to do that for some fucking fake badge in a video game. Like, who cares? You know what I mean? Like, does anybody really care? I think it's really illusory. And the fact that people are so defined psychologically by it tells you that it is definitely helping people become better people. And I hope that the goal is rehabilitation. Like, if you care about the system so much that the badge is something that is going to change the way you behave, then I hope over time that will grind you down, and you will eventually be able to say, like, fuck, all right, this just isn't working. I just can't keep getting into fights with people over this. I'll just let the group vote, and if we continue, we continue, and if we don't, we don't. I just hope that rehabilitation comes. And if it doesn't, I guess then those people will probably get pushed out one way or the other. So it's long-term gain for us.
As someone who, like, actually did have a silence against me about a year ago because I used to flame back to people in pugs, I know as soon as I had that silence, it made me reflect onto, like, what I was saying in pugs. And nowadays, I take the method of just be silent, let other people, like, do the thing. And then if I'm giving, like, say, advice, I try to be more, like, constructive. So I do think from my own personal experience of flaming people in the past, these things will lead to rehabilitation, because that silence where I wasn't able to play for a week did make me think, oh fuck, I do really miss playing Mythic Plus right now. And I didn't like the fact that I had to, like, go around it by saying to friends, hey, can you invite me as the last person in this group so I can get my weeklies done or go for this IO key? So I think systems like that, where even if there was a little bit of a lockout on it, where you're excluded from playing, it would promote better behaviour.
Yeah, I agree. Yep, I think the rehabilitation is, the psychology is clear and it's pointing to it. So hopefully it will come to it.
Yeah, and that's the thing, and I know that, and I've found from it, and it's something that I'll say to a lot of people who might watch your videos, who might relate to some of the people in the runs who are flaming people and being toxic. I found for myself, it makes you play better in the long run, and it keeps you calmer just by, like, saying to yourself, I'm not going to comment to this, I'm not going to react to this, because you're just going to tilt yourself, and then you're just going to crash out way before you should. And I've found from doing that, I've been a lot more successful in the actual keystones since.
Yeah, it helps become a better person too, outside of the game too. I mean, that was a lesson I learned early on in this game, that all those hard emotions I was feeling that I was having trouble controlling, like, those are the same experiences I was having in real life, and they have dire consequences in real life at times. So yeah, it's definitely helped me become a better person in and out of the game.
One thing I do want to mention, because I've been seeing it in your, like, general chat, is there's people taking, like, say, small pot shots at me because they're disagreeing with what I'm saying, assuming, like, progress and stuff. I just want to say that that kind of behaviour is kind of harmful, and it's something that I said earlier, don't judge a book by its cover, because I would never go by, like, say, your comments or what you're saying as a way of, like, disrespecting you. So if you're one of those people, just take a look in the mirror, think to yourself, why are you saying that? Why are you assuming someone who's saying something that disagrees with you, they must be bad? Because there's many better players than me who have opinions that I disagree with, but I wouldn't say they're bad for that.
I think this is a little bit more nuanced than you might realize if you've never done, like, internet stuff, like culture like this. I think, unfortunately, what a lot of the people are reacting to is that they think that me and you are in a hostile situation, and because they really like me, they don't want to see me, like, harmed by this hostile situation, so they're lashing out at you by default. And I just want to make that very clear. Like, I am having this conversation with him. It's been totally respectful. I am enjoying it every second of it. In no way is it hostile, and in no way should anybody treat you with hostility simply because of that. Now, other things obviously occur, like you were saying, like, people are just lashing out at you because they're assuming things about you that aren't true. But I mean, I can't stop them from doing that. But like in general, if you're trying to defend me right now when we're having these conversations, it's not productive. Just because if somebody sees that, they might then become hostile. But I appreciate everybody who cares about me enough for that. It's just not productive when we're having these conversations. So thank you, but yeah, no need.
Sorry for bringing it up. I just saw it and I thought to myself, like, especially after seeing some of the shit that you've dealt with, like, at first I admitted that in the chat last week I was rage baited a little bit, because yeah, I just thought it'd be funny, and I've apologised for that. I thought to myself after the actual shit show that you had with that warrior, I thought to myself, let's actually come in, have a mature conversation with you, because I might learn some things from you, you might learn some things from me, and it'll be overall productive.
Yeah, and it has been.
Yeah, I'd like to say thank you very much for your time. Like, really, really appreciated.
Oh, no problem. I love talking about the game, and I love having these conversations. And this is actually something that started a guy that I had an argument with. He basically said, I won't communicate with you anymore unless you get in Discord. And that was the first time I ever dealt with that. That was in Legion. And we got in Discord, and I was ready to just have a terrible, hateful conversation with the guy, and we ended up becoming very good friends. So I always look at this as like a great equalizer in a conversation. I think there's a lot of things that text don't convey. I think there's a lot of things that are also easy to say in text that you wouldn't say to people when you're in Discord with them. And once you get those out of the way, it's easier to understand the actual points and have an actual conversation. And I think we did. I mean, this is probably one of the best examples of it. Even though there wasn't as much hostility going into it like some of the other ones I've done, I think we have a really good explanation of our thoughts and a really good understanding of each other's points. And, you know, it was a great conversation for sure.
In all fairness, I did call you one toxic TV, and you did use the R word slur, so we could say that a little bit. So
yeah, so that might sound like it, but brother, I'm telling you, some of these conversations that start are the way worse than that. So
okay, so at least we were able to laugh at it. But yeah, it's been very productive. Like, going into this, it's forced me to like kind of think about like my views on this a little bit more, and even throughout this conversation, I'm thinking to myself, oh, wicked, I can still evolve on my view.
And help eliminate the pest.
yeah,
And I'm looking forward to it.
One question I have that's maybe too personal, but I just want to know what your accent is, like what region of England you're from.
Oh, this is fucking cursed as fuck. So I'm originally from Southeast London, but I moved to Wales. Then I now live in Northern Ireland. So it's pretty much like a condensed bastardization of a lot of stuff.
Okay. Yeah, because I keep hearing, everybody keeps talking about it in the chat. My friend Harry's from, I think he's from Shoreditch. I don't know if you know where that is in London. But yeah, he's from that area, and he has a lot of words that you say sound very similar to his, but then other words, so nothing sounds similar at all. So I was just wondering if there was some weird divergence there, and it sounds like there was.
Yeah, it's just a massive fuck up. Like, I even studied down in Kent, so I've got a little bit of that, like, Kent fake posh accent in there as well. It confuses the fuck out of people, but it's a very unique voice, so I don't really care at the end of the day.
Yeah, no, I love it. All right, cool. Well, I'm going to get back to keys, unless there's anything else you wanted to chat about.
There's nothing else I can think of straight away, but I want to say thank you for your time. I'm glad that we had this conversation, because I feel it's helped me grow my views, as I said. I'm hoping that there's a few things that you might learn from it and stuff. And overall, I hope the chat has enjoyed this.
Yeah, thanks a lot for coming on. It was a great chat.
All right, thank you very much. Peace out.
Have a good day. Painbow method undefeated, guys. Every time undefeated. The only people it doesn't work on are the people who refuse to try. I'll tell you that. But yeah, great. I mean, he was basically just fucking with us. I guess he said that, and he actually apologized to that before we even got in the chat. So that was always going to go well. But yeah, good to see that got resolved, and I'm happy to hear his thoughts on it. I mean, obviously we are going to agree to disagree on the. I think if anybody didn't know what we were talking about, there's a video from, I think it was like the third to last day. I was submitting videos from, or reviewing videos from last season of a Motherload. The video is something about frustration, the title. And there's a tank in that video that if you guys had any strong opinions during that conversation on, you should definitely watch that. And if you haven't watched it, definitely watch it and maybe comment on it about your thoughts on it. Because it's like, I don't know, To me, I was very offended by it. I was just frustrated by it. And I guess he took offense to it, and you know, I see the points, but it's just, to me, it's like, yeah, you just can't drive a car if you're blind. You know what I mean? Like that's all there is. It's just sometimes you got to know that you're not cut out for it. And if a player like that quits over it, I'm sorry. I know Blizzard probably doesn't want that, but at the end of the day, there's so much more than Mythic plus pugging to do in the game. I mean, you could even just not fucking pug, right? So that's just how I feel about it. Anyway, let's try to get back to some keys. We did have a rough ending to that last one, so I'm ready to go back. That was the guy who said that he had Resilient 14 already, but doesn't push from like weeks ago, right? Probably. I know he said I know at one point he had said that he was like higher score than we were or something. I don't remember. Came in the Discord and posted a picture of it or something. I don't really like, progression just doesn't matter to me. I mean, you could have a strong opinion about this game and not even play it. So I'm happy to hear anybody. I don't think like the idea of like, you know, kind of bashing him or basing your thoughts on his credibility because of score or not, or like, that's not helpful. It doesn't make it easier to communicate, and it certainly doesn't always end up true. Now, if somebody is saying the game's too easy and they're doing a 2, or the game's too hard and they're doing a 40, okay, then you have a clear example of where that might work. But yeah, I mean, I think in general, having regular discussions about Mythic Plus, like not any individual difficulty. Anyway. Strong opinions and not playing, that's called the forums. Yeah, I've dealt with it so many times, and at once, in the early days, I did try to dismiss it. Like, okay, if you don't know what you're talking about, you shouldn't talk about it. And there will be some situations, like, I would still say that about, like, if you're saying the game needs to be nerfed, but you don't actually do, like, you know, you're not putting forth good effort, then I would still say that about you. But in general, you can have ideas about the social fabric of the game without actually playing it. You don't need to play it to know that. You can just watch it unfold, and that'd be enough. Happy Friday, saying welcome. You can have a strong opinion about the game without playing it, but then the only right place for you is the forums. That's, yeah, literally you and Faxi both said that at the same time. That's funny. Quick question: is the email for submitting videos the same as the one on the YouTube channel page? Yes. onelegion.tv, onelegiontv@gmail.com. Grocery bags, welcome back. Was just watching some of your VODs to catch up on content after a long business trip. Yeah, we're streaming Tuesday through Friday, 10 to, well, I'm not going to say 10, but sometime between 10 and noon is when I'll start, and we'll usually finish around 4:30. So that did take up about an hour and a half, or maybe about an hour of the stream. But it's not like we're missing much anyway. We can't really get any keys this week, so I felt like it was productive. I saw some people having arguments during that conversation. I don't know if there was anything else that was like expected to be brought up afterwards. I couldn't really read them because I didn't want to not listen to what he was saying. If I read something in chat, I won't be able to hear what he's saying. Like, it's just how my brain works. But if there's anything else that you guys thought needed to be brought up, let me know. But I think it was a relatively general conversation, so I didn't think there was really going to be much controversy, especially since he apologized for, you know, the trolley behavior or whatever. Sharply 10, 52 weeks a year. You heard it. Oh, sharply 10. I get it. You mean always start at 10. Yeah, right now, just starting early. I don't really. My life's kind of in shambles, so I'm just trying to stay active. But yeah, I'm just trying to have fun, and sometimes we'll start early, but unfortunately there's not really a lot of reason to it, so I'm probably gonna have to start going back to making videos on the second channel, so I have some WoW activities to do in the morning that feel productive. How can you do this on your mount? Oh, it's a mining like perk or whatever. It's part of the skill tree. Oh, are you surprised to learn that, Tom? I doubt it. I was watching the video with Rusty's mic going crazy on Hungering Destroyer. Oh yeah, why? Did somebody tell you about that, or did that get recommended or something? That's one of my favorite things that have ever happened to me in my whole life. Not even just in WoW. the funny, crazy shit that happens in this game. And all of it's Rusty. I mean, Rusty's just so funny, man. I miss that dude so much. I gotta message him and tell him we were talking about it again. I hope your IRL situation will get sorted smoothly. Yeah, it's not gonna, but it's all good. Hopefully we can just move on and continue to enjoy WoW. WoW's always here for me. That's the best thing about it. It always kind of, even in this situation, like we just had kind of a pretty negative key experience. We just had a conversation that could have been argumentative. I still feel I had so much more peace just by being on World of Warcraft and streaming it than I do doing really anything else right now. I know one of the arguments was about the introduction of the Keystone system. Oh yeah, that's just like, I don't know, I can't really get behind that because, like I said during the conversation, like I would rather people like that get pushed out than people like we saw before just get accidental feedback that they're doing fine when they're not. That's really, really, really unhealthy. So I'd rather this than that for sure. And I think Blizzard would too, and that's why they did it. Remember PTRs? About what? I'm sorry, I'm a little scatterbrained right now. How goes the keys today? Well, we only got 2 in so far because of that conversation. But we did have a very frustrating one right before that conversation. What's the add-on that shows score next to the group name? I think it's a WeCore or something that I'm using for a long time now. It's called Dungeon, Rio, and Spec or something like that. I've been using it since Shadowlands, and I guess it still works. I just went and found it. Oh, okay. What prompted you to find it? Like, what prompted you to go out and get it, I guess? It wasn't the Warrior. No. If it was the Warrior, we'd still be having it, 100%. What conversation did you have? Yeah. So we just talked with the guy. He went by Wet Tomato. Last week he was coming in the stream and kind of trying to be like an agitant, and his topic of agitation was that I'm doing the game a disservice by making Mythic Plus 2 reviews, and I guess we didn't even really talk about that much, but I still don't really know what he would want me to do instead. Does he want me to not make those videos? I should have asked him that, but I just kind of forgot. But I'm sorry, they're just too funny. They're just too funny, and like I said in the past, like, it might look like I'm going out of my way to pick on these people, but I'm just reacting to shit. Like, people send me a video, I react to it. That's YouTube 101 right now, unfortunately. There's videos way worse than those on the internet, and if you guys haven't seen them, yeah. You probably don't want to because it's really weird. It's Spurgy content nowadays, but hey, Cobb, welcome. You won't be able to link it on the chat. That's not my rule, but if you send it to me in Discord, I will link it, or I can show it on the screen or something like that if you really want me to. If you have, yeah, you're just not able to because YouTube doesn't allow links to outside websites no matter what. I'm very good at exactly remember what was being said, and in that conversation, he got his girlfriend involved in a hostage situation. Yeah, that's what happened, yeah. They went to Turkey, like I said in the Taken films. What was the add-on again? I honestly don't even know that this is what it is, but I'm pretty sure it's a WeCore called Dungeon, Rio, and Spec, like Raider.io. And I'm pretty sure it's in my UI video, but I'm not sure that's what it even is because I haven't updated it in years. Okay, I'll show it on the screen. Here, let's go to the other browser. Here is his character. So, yeah, 30... Wait. Oh, season 2. Yeah, there we go. Wait, is that's... Wait, no, that's this season. Yeah, okay. 3100. Oh, and it's an alt. Are you playing that character or no? No. Okay, so this is his new main. 3k score. Done a 14 in time. All but the 12. Still needs to be 13. So I think at the time he linked the 12 resilient. I remember that being linked or something being talked about, but cool. Like I said, I don't give a fuck. I mean, you could be 10 score, and as long as you're not actually talking about the difficulty of the game, I don't even consider that when we have conversations. Any key drama so far? Yeah, I guess I would say that. I don't know if I would call that drama. To me, it turned into drama because people in the chat were being really weird about it. But yeah, basically there's a warrior who his highest key for Priory was a 10. Literally just did his own key up, probably got carried in every key he did. We did Priory 15 and it was a near flawless run. He died 3 times on the last boss, and we failed to upgrade the key with him doing 3 million less overall than the other 2 players. And I just said, like, almost flippantly, like, all right, well, that's not acceptable. And people were actually trying to debate it with me, saying I'm wrong. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? I mean, I just don't know how you do it. Even though it might be acceptable, literally, like, Blizzard's not going to punish you for it. People do it all the time, probably. I just can't imagine being that fucking, like... it seems very predatory to me, honestly. Like, if you know you fucking suck... Like, that guy didn't do... I mean, I don't know. He could have had, like, somehow a very bad dungeon, but there's no way that guy was a top DPS in the 14 he was in. You know what I mean? You gotta know you're the weak link. And if you know that you're such a weak link that you're gonna walk into a key and it's gonna go, like, almost perfectly and you're not gonna upgrade it just because of what you did... You gotta... I don't... That's just fucked up, man. I don't like that at all. It would be like me joining a key and just, like, dying 5 times and nobody else had a single mistake made. It would just feel terrible. I would never be able to do that. As for what I would want you to do in the vids instead, it's just be more considerate to the fact people might be totally new. Yeah, it's just like, I think I am already, you know? Like, I have not actually, like, I could say some things about the people, and like I said, even in that video, I edited some stuff out, and I stopped myself from saying things that I knew would be going too far. So I think it was mostly in jest, like, mostly just humorous and kind of laughing at something that's crazy, and yeah, I stand by the idea that there's no excuse for being that new, regardless, and although Blizzard could do better, it should be something that hopefully that player learns from, and I don't know if they did or didn't, but that one key was really a big outlier in my eyes. And it's just like, I think about the sheer volume, like, comparatively, like, if we have hundreds of keys reviewed a season and there's only one key where the tank is standing AFK for 5 to 10 seconds 7 or 8 times in a dungeon and telling DPS, you tell me what to pull, I don't know where to go, you ping it, all this shit, if that happens once in the whole season, then the reaction is going to be commensurate with that percentage. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to react strongly to it. So, alright, what key is this? Alright, Priory. Wait. What key is this? Did I sign up to the wrong key? No, it's the Demon Hunter's key. Ah. Yeah. I thought for some reason the Druid was the party leader. People had an issue with calling him rude, and yeah, I mean, it's just true. Like, I don't know how you could say it's not rude. It doesn't make any sense. If you're okay with doing that with 4 other people, losing, like, their time and progression because of that, I just don't. I mean, you are rude, I think, honestly, so I don't know. I need to progress my 2 Floodgate, but work has been busy again, so hopefully this long weekend gives me some time to do it. Oh yeah, it probably will, right? You got extra time. I was in Halls 5 with my Hunter testing a hybrid cleave build. I did double the damage of the next closest DPS and we still didn't time it. Tank kept pulling 3 to 4 packs at a time and dying. Oh, in a 5, wow. That would have been a good one to submit. Record them. Alright, Gambit 15, huh? Yeah, there you go, you're welcome. Come on in.
The Shadow Guard continue their assault on Tazavesh. We need your help to repel the invaders and re-establish...
What else? Maybe he doesn't know he sucks, though. I definitely didn't know I was playing my class wrong until someone told me. the like stars would have to align to not know you sucked, right? It's possible like you could have a lot of things going against you in real life too that would obfuscate that fact, but for you to not know that you're 5 levels ahead of the key you're currently doing, and that you're being carried after you die 3 times on one boss, and you're the lowest group damage by 3 million overall, like what are you, just not using any add-ons, or you're like completely unaware of how the game works or something? It would be extremely unlikely that that person wouldn't know he's being carried. It's possible, but very, very unlikely. I always wondered if people know every mechanic in the dungeon, but they're playing an alt that they're not used to, so they tunnel in their gameplay and miss the mechanic. Yeah. This guy was obviously a DPS. He was a warrior DPS who did sub 6 million overall, where the top damage dealer was 9 million overall, and we missed the key, a very, very clean key, because he had 3 deaths at the very end of the dungeon on one boss, and his damage was very low on almost every pack. I got 11 streets for review. Do you have a submitting link? No, you can just email it to me. onelegiontv@gmail.com is the place you'd want to go.
Beware. Beware.
I know if I'm new to a class, I often go full DPS, and suddenly sometimes mechanics can be invisible. Yeah, the guy actually, I don't know, we could look back at it, but I don't really think he was like, at no point was it outstanding. Like, he wasn't like, oh my god, this guy, he just didn't do enough. Like, you know what I mean? It was just not enough done.
Beware. Beware.
We had no actual issues, not a single issue in the entire key, and we didn't upgrade it, and it was pretty much all just because that guy just didn't do enough as the key holder. You probably, well, you definitely won't be able to send the video file through email. I don't think it's too large. But yeah, whatever. A YouTube link's fine, whatever's easiest for you. I used to ask people to send me the raw footage through like Google Drive or something like that, but it's just got, nobody ever did it, so I just stopped bothering. Is that priority discussion good content for a video? I don't think so. I think it's cut and dry. Like, that's what I mean. Like, if you think it's okay to skip 5 key levels on a key and be in there and be absolutely getting carried on every single pack and die 3 times on the last boss and not even apologize or whatever, like, you show no remorse for that, like, and then anybody else wants to defend that, then I think you're just rude. Like, that's just very selfish. And I'm not surprised that people exhibit this behavior, because the world is like that now. Everybody's only gives a shit about themselves. You know, that player and other people who are defending him seem to think like, well, he had the key, right? So what's stopping him from doing it, right? Like, a basic human decency would be my answer, but nobody ever seems to think like that anymore. It's like, I don't give a shit about what you want. I just care about what I want, and I'm going to do this key, even though it's very obvious throughout the key that I'm not going to be here ready to go and not succeed at this key level that I just invited people to. Like, I don't know, to me it seems like, you know, if you truly do know, and again, there's some suggestion that maybe he doesn't know, but if you truly do know and you do that anyway, then that's like as trolling as it could get, because you're basically just saying like, alright, well, there's no way we're upgrading this key with 3 people like me, so you guys gotta fucking carry me, and I'll just let that happen, and we'll see what happens, you know? We should talk about it in Discord. I mean, I don't know what there's to talk about, like. But yeah, if you want to talk about it, we can. We can do it today if you want. I don't care. I think like anybody disagreeing with it is just rude. Like, that's all there is to it. Or selfish. I don't know. Rude maybe is the wrong word. Maybe that's the qualm, but definitely selfish. 100%. The key system and the way score works and the way IO works and the way people invite people, it's like, it's pretty fucking clear that that is not how the key system is supposed to work. You're not supposed to skip 5 levels. You know what I mean? And you should not expect to do that. And I think, especially if you are not somebody who can skip 5 levels, then it's just insanely rude. You're basically just saying like, all right, you guys are going to carry me, and I'm going to trick you into doing it. And you're probably going to think that it's going to work out, because it does work out at times. And I'm not going to give you any indication that you'd be wrong about that until the key's over. So I'm not happy with that performance, and I expect anybody who cares about their time and key to not be happy with that performance. And anybody who does that and defends that is rude.
Beware. Beware.
I don't think I'm rude or selfish. I would just walk us through his keys and see his long actual performance compared to one key. You're going to be able to see his, what, they're all logged or something? Is that what you looked at? Take back what I said earlier. I thought this guy was a tank and he just messed up on the last boss. Oh yeah, no, that's a damage dealer. I heard Metro's up for Death Knight of the Year award. Oh yeah, me and the other 40 people who play it. I think it's okay for him to try since it's his key if everyone is aware of the situation. And nobody was. That was what I was saying. Like, I get it that you say like, okay, well I should be aware that he has a 10 only for Priory, and I frankly wasn't. But that's not enough. Like, when people do that, which they do it all the time, you expect them to be able to do the key they're signing up to, or that they're listing, right? So you expect that confidence to mean something, and in this case, it was the opposite. It meant nothing.
Power eludes your grasp, Aldalin.
Would it have been time with 0 deaths? It would have been, yeah. But we actually only had... I guess people keep saying 5. I could have swore it was 6, because he died 3 times in the last boss. Did he not?
See how wisdom
Again, checking IO would not have told me that story. That's what I'm saying. My qualm was not that he didn't have the 10. It's the fact that that should indicate to him that he's not ready for that key, and it didn't. I'm not saying like, oh my god, I can't believe I did a key with a guy who only has a 10. I'm saying like, oh my god, I can't believe this guy only has a 10 and he doesn't realize that he's going to be the weak link in this group he just listed. And to me that's, yeah, like I said, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt that maybe there's something more than I'm considering, but... Beware. 6 deaths total. Warrior was 5 of them, yep. My IO would tell me their best time key for the dungeon you are in. So if I was in the 15, I would see at a 10. Did you not listen to what I just said? I'll grab the one to show.
Run away, little girl. Run away. Run away, little girl.
Beware. Beware. Beware.
Temple gods, come to my aid.
Beware.
Whoops. I definitely felt like I was out of that. Might be Oceanic, right? Are we Oceanic? 226 MS, there you go. First time MS actually mattered in a long time. Demon Hunter damage is kind of low here, yep.
Beware.
Temple gods, come to my aid. The temple must be
How could I bug you for your DBM profile? It's nothing special, but if you wanted to, it's just the only thing that would be special about it is the way it's laid out. Everything else is just like default. So if you want it, I'm pretty sure it's in my UI video, but otherwise I don't have it. I don't have it anywhere. It's the Radar IO thing that shows the best key overall and the best key for that dungeon. The add-on, yeah, the add-on, yeah. Do you think it would be rude to sign up for 15 if you're a 14 timed, but you know you aren't ready for it because you barely timed the 14 after playing really badly? Signing up for somebody else's key? I mean, you could do it, but it's totally different than listing your own key. I mean, I think it's rude to do a dungeon you know you can't succeed at, and I think probably the best argument that anybody could have right now is that you cannot, like, guarantee that that guy didn't know he can do it. So that's really the only argument I would imagine hearing and actually like feeling like was accurate. But if this guy did not top the damage chart in the 14 he just did, like it's going to be impossible to convince me otherwise, because there's no way you do that little damage compared to other players in a dungeon like that and not know that you're doing that little damage. I just don't see how that would be possible. I missed the email for submitting runs. onelegiontv@gmail.com. It's in the channel's like email thing if you need that. I think it'd be one thing if the guy did end up dying 5 times total in the dungeon, which is a ton. But if the whole dungeon was sloppy and we had a lot of issues and it wasn't clearly everything else perfect but that guy, then it would probably be a whole different conversation. But the fact that it was, I mean, it was basically a perfect run. We got to the end with plenty of time and we simply just didn't have the damage for it. It was just like we just couldn't upgrade the key with the damage that we had. I don't think I've seen that. I really don't know that I've seen that anywhere. It's very rare. So to me, that tells me you have to know it. Like, you can't possibly say, like, oh, I didn't know that my damage was that bad. I don't know. Even the first pack of the dungeon was really slow. That was the thing that we noticed first. His own death stopped the carry. Take those 3 deaths out in the last boss and you upgrade it. I think, I don't know. I think still, without it, it's not upgraded, because we pulled the boss with like 2.5 minutes only, so. But yeah, it would have been a lot fucking closer. So that's what I mean, like, oh no. So that's what I mean, like, it's actually, oh no, I'm fucking stuck. That's what I mean, like, it's actually detrimental. Like, he did himself a disservice and everybody else. And I don't expect an apology or something like that, but if he's just gonna keep on going doing that. The key was missed by 1 minute and 9 seconds.
This was found among the ruins.
What's that? Is that meant to say that you agree with Faxi or disagree with Faxi?
Have an eye for treasure, but not enough smarts to stay away from it.
Boss was killed with 3:14 left. You kill boss in 3:03. Okay, so factually it was the case. Is that what you're saying?
You love meddling with the wrong fucking move.
Beware.
So yeah, even worse for the guy then. Even less defensible. Unless the last boss is meant to be difficult, I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen anybody die 3 times on that boss. Now, to be fair, I think the first death was extrapolated upon by, or whatever, like, it was kind of the reason that it happened was because we had pulled so aggressively there, but that only happened because the damage was low enough that caused the key to be that tight in the first place. I don't know, there's a lot of factors there, but...
Beware.
Along with what Mario wrote, I think a reasonable excuse would be if you play Fury, you are top damage on every boss, but you're always 3rd overall. I can see why you might not know in that case. Yeah, I think like there's definitely reasons that it could be the class, but I think for the most part, you're gonna know that there's some up.
Beware.
The guy shouldn't have been in that key yet. Agreed. And he gave it his try, you know, whatever, like was said. But
Beware.
as long as he learns from it, I guess. I'm not sure how you could say he shouldn't be in a 15, and that you don't agree it's rude. Like what? I don't like what else. What do you think he listed it by accident or something? Like what other emotions could be tied to that statement? If he shouldn't be in a 15, but he lists his own 15 and tries to dupe people into doing it with him, assuming that we can upgrade the key, then what can be said about that?
Beware.
95% of keys go like this though. You have a red that does great AoE and really pumps and other specs that are better at single target, but the red still tops the bosses. Yeah, but the red would never, you're not going to see it. Like, I think the sheer volume of the difference, that was like the first thing that got asked too. I think it was probably Faxi who asked it. Was that our highest differential? And I think it was, yeah. It was more than 3 million. The guy did 6 billion less damage. 6.5 or 5.55, I think it was. 5.55 billion less damage than the other players. It's like that's absurd. Like, that's not a number that should exist. That's whole bosses of HP, like Vexy said. I don't think Fury has like a prio target thing, do they? I just go in every key expecting to deplete it. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Expectations are not my, like, that's not really in my head. It was 2 players at 9. Yes, that's right. That's what I want to make very clear as well. Like, everybody else in that group was stellar. To the point where if they weren't, it wouldn't even been close with that guy. So that's really what the thing is. Like, if that guy invited 2 more of him, it would have been like a triple downgrade. Like, we would have been 10 minutes over, you know what I mean? Fury has a 5 target cap. They should cleave out the prio target like everyone else, but they don't funnel. Get it? But not a factor here. Oh, that did not get hit. I'm on my way to Resilient 14. Nice. Good luck. We had a lot of trouble getting a couple done, but should be sent. All right, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Are people doing 20s yet? I guess not. Yeah, triple downgrade if you're too slow. That'd be crazy, right? $18 is the highest in the world right now, yeah. Well, we're definitely not doing as well this time as we did last time. Yeah, I think there's some 19s. People were saying 19s. No, what the hell was that? I tried to grip it. One was done with 4 minutes left. Wow. That was Vortex, damn. This one's just on me, so that's like easy. The 19 and 100 in the group too. Yeah, there you go. Rexar is proud. What do you guys think about 12 or more like 11 and a half coming out of this split? Is that good? Is Rexar still alive? You mean like the voice actor? Rexar is definitely still alive, right? He was just in BFA. I think he's just still hanging out in Borealis or something like that.
I have many lucky dudes for you, like.
He's still walking in Deathless? Definitely not doing that. What's happening? Oh, I'm lagging. Gonna be tight? Yeah, no doubt.
Beware. Beware. Beware.
BFA was 3 expansions ago, I know.
Beware.
I don't know, did he die in the expansion? Rexstar was also in the War Within cinematic. Wait, really?
Beware. Beware.
There's another guy in your group with an 11 gamut as the highest, doing a 15. Which guy? Oh yeah, but this is an alt. But like stuff like that you take into account.
Must you hound my every step?
That's what I was saying about the other guy. Like, there's a lot of times when there's unlinked alts, so you expect these guys to actually be good.
Only the withered and dead belong in museums. Like your cartel. Your cartel
Like, I
has
certainly would
dissolved into
never
dust.
even think about signing up for a 15 on a character that I knew I couldn't do. Like, I think it's just about proof for me. Like, I have a lot of trouble proving that I know I can succeed in keys, and if I can't prove it to myself, then I definitely am not going to try to prove it to others. So going into a 15 when you haven't even done the dungeon on 14, let alone on 11, it's like, what? What are we talking about? Oh, I'm dead. What the hell's going on? Just could not catch up there. Oh no. Of all things. Now we're really in trouble. Alright, we're good now. The number one thing I look at when looking to queue for a group, does the leader belong here?
Beware.
If your list of 16 streets and your best streets is 11, I'm just not signing up. I probably should be that way too, but we've seen so many examples over the years where it's like these people are actually just like I said, like alts or somebody who's, I don't know, like I'm gonna trust their confidence. Let them, you know, let them prove me wrong, I guess. If they're confident enough to list the key, I'm going to assume that they are doing it for a reason, and this time we got burned. What do you mean by proof? How do you prove you can do it? Yeah, by doing it, yeah. Like, by doing a 14, I can say, like, alright, I can definitely do a 15 then, right? But by doing a 15 when my best key in the dungeon is a 10, that's like, oh, I don't even know. You know what I mean? Like, I can't be sure of that. So I would never even think about it because there's, like, no proof to me that I'm good enough for this key, and as such, if people questioned it, I wouldn't know how to defend myself. But if somebody said, like, in a 15, and I don't have a 15 timed, you're not good enough, they're like, brother, I have a 14 time, that's close enough, you know what I mean? It's easy to defend that in my head. But if I have a 10 timed, it's like, wait, maybe they're right. What if he got carried in the 14 Priory? Like we were claiming he got carried in his other 14s. What do you mean? Well, it's not just about the one key either. We were just reacting to that one key because that was the biggest jump. But he had no, like, he had 114, 113, and 112. That was it. His key went from 10 to 15, and he just keeps doing it, you know?
I will unmake you. Guards, remove these pests.
Beware.
Oh, the stars.
People can 100% get carried in 14s? Oh, obviously, yeah. I think most people would rather play the game, even that means joining a 5% enchant time key. I still enjoyed my time in there, and we learned a lot about it, so. Like, now we know that that key is actually quite easy, right? That's probably the biggest takeaway. If we can have that be that close, with one guy basically being like half of the other guys, then we can definitely upgrade that key. Like, we don't even need to think about changing anything. So it was very productive for us to learn that.
Beware. Beware.
Yeah, I mean, the deaths aside, I don't even know how much you would say he lost this, but yeah, I could tell on that first pack. That first pack lasted like extra CDs. I was like, wait, rune weapons up again? Wait, what? Because usually that only happens if you have deaths, and we didn't even have a death. So it seems to me that I guess I noticed it the first pull of the dungeon, and it's just obviously too late at that point.
This power is vast. Bow before cartel's soul.
I think it was mathematically impossible to time the key even with 0 deaths with that guy's DPS. Well, I think we just looked at it like factually, and that it's not true. But yeah, like it's very. You pretty much had to have. Yeah, you would need 0 deaths, I think, for it to be comfortable.
Beware.
I'm trying to think, like, was there any other... No, that we didn't even have bad patrols or anything. Like, we never hesitated. The dungeon was perfect. It really was perfect. Even in the final room, it went perfect. I think we had 1 death on trash in that room, and that was it. That's usually where you're going to slow down, because people are going to die, and... Oh, yeah, okay, I forgot about that. So somebody died and released, and the guy was like, don't fucking release because of how long it is. So that, yeah, alright. So that's like one small imperfection there. That's the only thing that maybe was not great. It definitely would have been upgradable. It sounds like it would have been upgradable even if you just didn't die at all on the boss. But I think that was inevitable because of the way we aggroed stuff on the boss there. Somebody was going to die there. I just didn't know it was going to be him 3 times. Yeah, it was clean. The fucking dungeon was so clean. That's why it bothers me so much, because it's like, fuck, man, we did everything we needed to there. It's like a tease almost. You're taught in keys that, like, if you have 0 deaths, you upgrade keys almost always. And if you don't, it's usually like a routing thing or something other that needs to be considered. But that, in that case, it wasn't.
The realms. I can feel them, all the tools of creation. At my command.
Is this an upgrade? 2 minutes and 20, I think we're good, right? Speaking about routing, I've not timed a single prior where the tank goes right. Oh, really? What do you think caused, like, what is the failure points? Because I've not gone right since the PTR, and it was not, I just didn't enjoy doing it as a tank, but, oh, we just let those 2 stacks go. Wow. Good link there, man. That was really good. I probably should have went over there. He's going to miss that. Oh, no, he's not.
How dare you hinder me?
Mini boss on the right has super high burst damage. So you guys died to the actual mini boss?
The power of the first ones. Mine to control.
It does feel slower going right? Oh, really? Okay, well, that's good. At least I know. I thought it would definitely feel slower going left. Right, isn't that bad? Main failure point is the lynxes. Oh, yeah.
The realms. I can feel them, all the tools of
That was the warrior that died in release. Oh, and that situation was him, too. Of course it was, because there was only 1 other death. Who was the other death? Was it... What was the other death in the key? It was 6 deaths, and 5 of them were him. Alright, well, that was actually pretty easy. We had some troubles along the way, but 2 15s in the book.
hate these artifacts for good reason.
Again, a pretty big disparity in damage, but
I am grateful
nowhere near that
our
much.
paths crossed, More Walker. These troublesome pieces will reside where they can do no more harm and be studied by Cartel Al until our fortunes meet again.
Nobody's confused by? All good, yep. Look at that string of resto shamans. That's good to see that, man. So what all this boils down to is that the warrior on an earlier key did not get a star at the end of the run.
Nelly deals for a
Oh, we had so much mining down there. We got some stuff to put up, that's for sure.
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
That was Totemic Resto Shaman. I'm getting hooked on farce here. Nice not being bound to a certain spot. Oh, yeah. Well, 500k overall. We know that's becoming a bit of a benchmark, so he did pretty well. I guess the highest overall dungeon right now is Priory. I thought Gambit would be it, but I guess the pulls get really small towards the end. It's only the very beginning where it's really high. You think Floodgate's the number one? Okay. The bosses are too long in Gambit as well. That's a good point. All right. Really could use. I really wish we can get Halls, man. If we get Halls and Air Care, then we'd be able to do our own key. It's gonna be Halls once they nerf it. I have a feeling it's gonna end up being Void Weaver disc season soon. Why? Gambit is the only dungeon I consider swapping specs partway through. Oh, what, to like a single target build? That's an interesting idea, and I bet it wouldn't be that hard to do. You have to have your port up, that's the big thing. Then you port to the entrance, switch specs, and walk back in the entrance, and you probably are back to where the group just was. I assume. I don't know how stuff like that works now, but... Swap from Mountain Thane to Slayer after first boss is Fury. Oh, yeah. Gambit also has forced AFK RP during bosses. Is that going to lower the overall damage? Maybe, yeah. That's true, actually. First and last boss have 30-second periods where you can't attack. Oh, yeah. You're right. Both bosses actually good call. But that, no, I see what you mean now. I thought you meant like RP, like you're waiting for the boss to spawn, but you're saying like in the middle of the fight, basically. How's the cloak feel? Yeah, it just procs on CD. It's pretty nice. Quite a nice barrier there. 267 million healing in that dungeon. I think maybe that's partially why it's feeling so comfortable to tank these keys right now. The cloak is a big power spike for us. I gotta start, man, I gotta reroll my key, dude. I never remember. Fuck, man.
Leave their tools behind when
So annoying. I gotta remember to do that. Did you get boots? What, the ones from the raid now? I feel like to make the most of it, you actually need to use the cloak as a defensive when it's up, because it's not, if not, it just gets procced randomly. Wait, you can use it on wait, what? I don't know what you mean by that. Highest overall key is a gambit where you spend 15 minutes hitting 20 murlocs and 7 fish sticks, then quickly clean up the rest of the dungeon. Oh yeah. Saying intentionally drop below 40% to proc the big shield. I definitely do not have control over my HP in that way. What is this? We've seen this twice now. Death Dort come home. What does that mean? Okay, I guess what he's saying is like just don't use any other CDs and let that proc first. Yeah, I mean I'm not doing that and it's still substantially powerful for me, so I think it proccing whenever is fine, honestly. Yeah, I see what you mean. Overlapping defenses as blood is very normal though, so I don't look at that as a problem at all. Different as vengeance, gotcha. Yeah, being below 40 is basically your natural state on each pack. You're gonna have that probably almost every time. And a lot of times it procs without even, you almost don't even notice that you're below 40. It's just so easy to have happen that you don't even notice it. Off topic, but anyone here use the Delve tank trinkets? People have asked me about that a few times this season, but I don't even know what they are, let alone have them. So personally, no, but... Stamina one's great, nice. Is it easy to get on Hero Track, though? Everybody here uses a mythic version of the cheat death raid trinket. Wait, really? Not easy to get on Hero Track, unfortunately. Yeah. Is it even easy to get, period, though? Because there's like, a lot of items from Delves, right? How do you even get gear from Delves? It has to be a bountiful key, is that correct? If they just took Mythic Plus and raiding out, Delves actually would be an incredibly interesting gearing process. But it just seems so pointless when you actually just, even if you just, like, I mean, especially when you know how easy a 10 is, right? It just makes it I did no interest. Has to be through a bounty or on the ball, yeah. I think if they increased the bounty thing or made it a little bit more dynamic, it could be probably one of the most interesting gearing schemas in the game. But it's just such shit gear compared to what we have and want that it's just like not even considered. They made it harder this season. You can't even use a map until you're full and fill your bar to rank 2. Fill your bar? What does that mean? I used the Orb Delve Trinket in Mythic Plus as a healer. I've gotten that thing to do 350k overall DPS. On its own? What the fuck? That's one of the strongest trinkets in the game. Hit H and go to Delve tab. Oh. So this. How do you get that up? What do you have to do? Oh, you have to do Bountiful Delve. So that's just time gated, quote unquote. But it's not just any delves. It has to be Bountiful Delves, which means you can only do so many a week, right? Brand is so crazy OP for trinkets. It does like 8% of my overall damage, huh? Yeah, it's time gated in the fact that it takes like what, 3 days? I don't know how many Bountiful Delves you can do a week, but off topic, but can winter get here soon? No. I don't know. Fuck it, man. Might as well just I'm done, man. This summer and year has not been good. So I'm ready for, I don't even know what I'm ready for, just not that. Winter's not going to make it any better, but who knows? Blizzard made it easier at the start of the season. It was stupid. Oh, really? What group finder add-on do you use? I don't use one. Ready for ice cream, oh yeah. What do we even get invited to? Eric Cara? I do have ice cream. BRB. Dolce de leche ice cream for the win. What is that? Okay, so that's 15, I think, right? If so, I don't even know why I signed up to it, but yeah, we know it's very, very hard to time. But maybe we'll have a crazy group. Oh yeah, there was like Taco Bell stuff like that, right? I remember hearing that phrase before now. It's a caramel thing, right?
5, 4, 3.
Do you think the Midnight Cinematic is as good as the War Within Cinematic? You're talking about the World Soul Saga Cinematic, right? Because the War Within Cinematic was actually like not very good, frankly. It's probably the worst one ever. But yeah, I do think the Midnight Cinematic is one of the best ones ever. It's so fucking cool. Like hearing her like desperately prayer and then having those prayers answered is so fucking cool, dude. The only thing I hate about it is the fact that she looks like totally different than she normally looks. I don't know what that was about. I don't like that at all. But past that, I definitely liked it. Yeah, it is 15. Dragonflight 1 was good too. They're all usually fine, but oh, what is this? How did that aggro? Yeah, we said GG. Well, yeah, unfortunately he's right at this level, but I don't know how that aggroed.
Only the strongest survive.
Could have been me, maybe. I have a feeling somebody aggravated on purpose based on these comments. Guess you can't vote yet? No. You have to wait 5 minutes, which is a couple minutes away still, but... Group wipes and he's upset you didn't pull more? Yeah, it's kind of weird. I mean, it's like, do these guys understand the question I'm asking? Can't, it's too far away. Have you considered playing in Season 1? This guy's an idiot. At 15 and above, overcoming a full wipe probably isn't doable right now. On this key and Hall's definitely not. The other ones, it definitely is. But on this one, definitely not. What did the guy say? Are you tired of knowing that if you get close to the spider with the mob, you take AoE damage? I mean, how do we not? I don't know how we don't discuss that, but. Sounds like a bad auto-translate. Yeah, it's weird. They just don't care. They're just gonna hop from key to key and hope that somebody else does it better. Before I do Eric Hera, I always ask big pull or safe pull. Yeah, we kind of went in between. Are you tired of knowing the human head weighs 8 pounds? Does it really? Huh. So no matter what, you'll always weigh like a certain amount, huh? Because your bones and skull and everything, they just can't weigh less. Okay, well, it's gotta have been 5 minutes. Yeah, they just didn't vote immediately, but... Anyone else do the lab where you try to balance a gallon jug of water using rubber bands? No. Tailoring buff is great for first pull Eric Hera. Tailors can collect stun. Yeah, but it's just not needed anymore. We talked about that a lot in Season 1 when that mob was actually dangerous, but it doesn't... The mobs are very easy now. Chop off a leg and an arm. That's a lot of bones you can live without. That's you can live with, yeah, without all limbs, right? Technically. Let's try to figure out if we can figure out what aggro's it. Bones provide white blood cells though? Oh, really? Best to go one at a time. But if you want immediate results, you can try it, yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be a long recording. So I guess first thing is to identify when it aggroes, because I don't even know when it aggroed. All of a sudden people were just getting killed by it. It hasn't aggroed yet. Okay, somebody pulls it on purpose, right? It hasn't aggroed yet. So it's not from us running up here. So it's somebody aggroes it on purpose. Okay, it just aggroed now. But how? There's like some spell effects on it, but I don't know what that would be. Looks like the caster is going off there. The caster. Is that like a druid spell? What could that be? Something aggroes it. It looks like intentionally, right? I don't know what we're talking about, but like here, oh no, it's got that. That's just like a poison thing. I guess it's always got that. I have no idea. Everybody's standing here. I don't think you can body pull it. It's just, I don't know. Somebody must hit it with something that we can't see. I have no idea how this aggroes. Never seen that before. We used to fight here all the time. Like, I mean, it's not. See, these three mobs are the ones I'm talking about. Very right side, caster going off. What does that mean? Are you talking about this? So it's already aggroed? Oh. Are you sure? It doesn't look like it's aggroed. You're just seeing like a spell happening or something. Is that what you're saying? Okay. Okay, so I guess, yeah, alright. It is, I guess. I don't know. It's like casting at somebody. Okay, so what? We did aggro on the way by or something? Is it because I ran too far to the right? I guess that might be possible. But we won't actually find out, unfortunately, because then we turn our back to it. I didn't think, I've never seen that happen, but I didn't think you could get too far to the right to aggro that. I guess that must be what it is. It's just weird that it's aggroed now. And then the other ones aren't, but then they become aggroed. I guess because they get too close to it or something. It's really weird. Okay, I'm not sure about that one. I don't think it was Breath of Cinder Ghost. It looks like one of us got too close to it, and it could have definitely have been me, so I'm not really sure. I guess that was the case. We just went too far to the right. I've never seen that actually happen. Pally comes strolling behind you closer to the edge where that mob is. I bet you he aggroed it. It looks like the mobs are pathing towards his direction as you pick up the aggression. Yeah, I think it could have been me, but could have been multiple people, I guess. I guess it depends on like how far to the right you actually... should we just go in and look? Yeah, we can just go in and look real quick. Hold on. Switch it to like normal or something. This is actually something we should definitely do, because if it was me, I need to find out. Let's quickly just kill all these packs on the down here, and then we'll try to run some experiments on it. Because if we're gonna start dragging these up, we need to be a lot more cautious here. Usually we just cross that bridge without any enemies attacking us, but now I'm having to be a little bit more cautious, and I'm maybe running the wrong direction or something. Okay, let's try to match it up like frame for frame. Okay, so I run over it facing, like, I'm kind of facing the edge of this, but I'm coming from kind of like maybe 10 yards to the right of those eggs. I actually kind of take maybe a little bit more of a right path, and okay, so I'm like kind of one body. So let's see what happens. So I think I'm coming from this direction. Is it aggro? See, I don't think that's it aggroing, man. I don't know that that's correct. It's casting on shit that isn't in combat anyway. But let's see like how close you actually have to get. Okay, so here. You have to be like here. Okay, so you have to be to the right of this dark circle. So as long as we're to the left of the dark circle, we're good. So that one wasn't me, but yeah, it's something we need to learn from either way, I guess. I'm glad that we were able to test that so easily. That would have bothered me. Guys, still, what the fuck is even going on? Alright, anyway, I think we'll just sign up to Floodgate 14, because we're not getting into keys that we need score for, but we do need that trinket. Yeah, good to know for everybody, yeah. Okay. The engorged crawlers, I think, aggroed the caster. They won't aggro the other way around. Okay, so you think it was the enemies and not a player? That could very well be the case. Because this is the first time I've started doing this, where I'm dragging those all the way up. In fact, that was the first time I did it like that at all. I took my time dragging them. Which means someone probably pulled them on purpose. Oh. Well, who knows? Hopefully we just won't see it again. It looked like it was the flying pat that aggroed. Oh, yeah. They aren't social, even in that pack. Yeah, that's true. We just saw that, right? Because the caster aggroed, but the other ones didn't. I think what actually happened was the caster aggroed, and then the other guys kind of roam around a little bit, and they got too close to each other, and that's why they social aggroed. But yeah, unfortunately, without like an actual, I think we would need to see nothing but that like you just need like a camera floating over that bridge to see exactly what happened.
Someone didn't get the message. These are earthen resources. We need you to mount a defense.
Can you look at the mini map where people cross on the bridge? Nah, not really. I don't think it'd be precise enough. Like, you saw how precise it had to be for me to aggro it just then, right? It would have to really be precise. Oh, we fucking destroy world content now. It's pretty nuts. Poor guy barely even got to aggro it. He was sitting there waiting for somebody else to pull it for some reason. Or maybe he was herbing something I didn't see. Alright, hopefully we can finish this. You need more practice with this one anyway, though. Warrior round 2, oh god. That's the key holder as well. Well, this guy's best floodgate is a 13 at least. I swear, spam reporting these boost groups when searching 15. I have had to report real groups by mistake a few times. Yeah, it's really annoying. Hey Metro, hope the keys have been good. I still listen to every stream in full while I'm at work. Oh, cool. That's awesome. That means a lot. Even while you're busy, you should probably focus on that, but it's all good if you want to do it. I'm not going to stop you. No, remember, no matter how tempting it is, it might be to walk off to the left and aggro mobs no one knows is a bad idea. Cobb, I cannot wait until you see Monday's video. Make sure you watch that one, even if you don't watch the other ones this weekend. There's a funny monk moment that I just got to see your reaction on. Put minimum mythic score to level 1 in the filters. You won't see it yet, but I think he's trying to report them and help out. I used to do that all the time. I just got sick of it. Just boring. I got kicked from 13 Dawnbreaker because I have one ring not enchanted and gemmed as it's only champion tracked. So according to the leader, it means I won't use pots in the run. Bit of a stretch on his part, but I can honestly see that. Champion ring is real bad though at this point. Definitely replace that as soon as possible.
2, 1.
Oh, is it really hot there? Is that what you were saying about heat? Oh, because it's like shitty and chilly here, so. Not looking forward to be even worse. I intentionally use many champ track pieces because there's no point in having hero. What?
Beware. Beware.
Champ track goes to 704. And what? You're saying it's like very, very easy to upgrade it or something? Is that what you're saying?
Beware.
Oh, so champ goes up to the same level as hero track without gilded, really? I didn't know that. So why would that guy? Well, so if that's the case, then why aren't you enchanting it? Then it makes no sense. I thought it was just like a very low item level item, and that's why you weren't enchanting it. I don't see any reason not to spend Gilded Crest on Hero Gear right now, though. Every week you get enough to either craft the item or upgrade your full vault item. Champion Gear is basically the same as Hero Gear because of that. Yeah, you would definitely want to enchant it at that point. I thought the comment was that the gear is like super low and you're going to replace it shortly. Where do you even get champion gear? So you're saying from delves and stuff, I guess. 'Cause otherwise we're talking about what, like 5s or something? I'm rooted, I can't grip this thing. What the fuck? How much better is Mythic Raid Gear than Mythic Track Gear? This is not. It's the same. Track just means like the upgrade track. It's the same thing. The source of Mythic Track Gear is Mythic Raid. Oh, that's the assistant. Or the architect, whatever it's called. Don't let it get on the thing again. Good. The scaffolding. Raid Gear does come higher, upgraded from Vault though. It's 2 or 3 out of 6 depending on your progress. Oh, that's cool. Didn't know about that. 2 or 3, that's cool. You quickly run out of Gilded Crest too if you do hard mode Tazavesh on top of everything. Oh yeah, you can only use so many a week, but it definitely seems like it's worth it. Yeah, that's actually a big deal to save Gilded Crest early. The crest system is solid. I just really wish there was a way to have a gear piece go all the way up like it was in Mop Remix. That would make it a lot more interesting. Pretty cool that you ruined when you cap out Gilded. Oh yeah, you get them. Yeah. That's. Was it not always that way? It's a really nice system if that's not always the case. 2800 warrior listing 15 halls. Had to back and look to see if it was the same warrior. Was it? What's up with warriors, man? You guys are trying to sell me on the idea that there's no way you can get invited unless it's your Kia. The only thing I want to see with Crest is if you downgrade them from Gilded to Ruined, it should reduce your Gilded cap to reflect that. That I don't know if I agree with. I haven't thought about it, but it doesn't sound like I would agree with it. Oh, wait, what? The fuck? I never saw that before. Did you see that? The scaffolding spawned after the mob was dead.
Beware.
Strange.
Beware. Beware. Beware.
Did you see they removed the 2 lowest levels of crafted gear? I saw them. I saw WoW had made an article about it. I don't know where that info came from. I guess it was in one of the interviews or something.
Beware.
But yeah, I don't know. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Beware.
It's like if they start an alt midway through the season, I either have to go do rune keys that I don't want to, or wait until my gilded cap to get runed.
Beware.
Yeah, it's actually a good point. I didn't even think about it that way.
Beware.
Obviously, you don't want to downgrade the, I don't know, yeah. Just go do the rune stuff. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, I don't think so. Fury Warrior needs a rework, focusing on AoE and removing the whirlwind mechanic. Oh, yeah. Hard to disagree with you, honestly, because I've seen it be really strangely bad. But arms is good. I guess that's a good solution. This guy's doing well as arms. Then I'm stuck at getting drops from low keys where I have to spend more crests where I'm capable of getting gear from 10s. No, I think you can get hero gear from keys that give rune, no? Or is that not possible?
Welcome to the firing range.
It's playtime. Playtime.
I mean, all that you're describing there is reasons why I don't play alts. It's just not. I'm just not interested in going through all the hoops. 6s are ruined and hero gear. There you go. Oh, I see. It's lower item level, so you have to spend more currency. Jesus. Well, yeah, I don't know. I personally think you're not allowed to get mad at a player whose skill does not reflect the key list listed, since you have said in the past you joined those keys on purpose at times for fun.
Beware.
I see. Bringing that back up, huh?
Stand still. I ain't done with you.
Oh wow, we got them all. Nice. That's really good. Got a little lucky there. So just have him charge through that. Yeah, we gotta get him. We gotta get these health evened out.
Beware.
Hey, Smooth, welcome. How's it going?
I'll get him, boy.
Beware.
Doing the heckin' vibe. Is that good? That was a nice play to pre-position him. Oh yeah, that's like a huge part of this fight, and tanks definitely need to do that. It makes it very easy to get all of them with just one charge or 2 charges. We've seen it actually where all get with 1 charge. It's pretty crazy. Well, 1 charge and 1 dispel, I guess. They changed how they spawn 100%. They're much closer to each other now. Oh, really?
I ain't done with you.
Beware.
Oh, okay, it's done there. Didn't think that was gonna happen, and this guy's just not. Okay, great. Can we make this hit both? No, I don't think so. I almost made it hit none. That was dangerous.
Beware.
Like you said. Boss.
I almost kicked the field goal, yeah. We need at least 1 or 2 more talent points. Well, they are doing that, right? What do you guys think? Do you think they're going to actually rearrange the trees, or it's actually just going to be the exact same way it is right now, and they're just going to give us more talent points? I honestly think it's a bit of a ruse. I think they're going to rearrange the talent tree, so you're still going to have difficulty getting certain decisions. but you will have more choices in general, and it should make your class more fun to play. They're adding new talents at the bottom. Not for the. They said they are only adding new ones for the spec tree.
Beware.
I guess the whirlwind thing must be a spec tree thing. I don't know about that, but. Are they doing a level squish? Did they say level squish this time? I don't think so. I think it's just stat. They're definitely rearranging it. They already talked about new talents. They talked about new talent. Sorry, I probably... The idea popped into my head and I was so vigorous to bring it up that I should have started somewhere else. But I'm talking about what they said about the class tree, where they said they're going to just have nothing new there and you're just going to have more talents. And they actually said in the interview or whatever, in the announcement thing, that it was like, so you'll have less friction on what you choose, which I think is probably not going to end up being the case. I have a crazy idea that the new hero talents they're adding will be derived from tier set bonuses. I think you're probably onto something there, honestly. Hey Griffin, welcome. No level squish yet, just a stat squish this time. You think they'll do a level squish in the future though? Gotcha. You never know. Oh, class tree, they should add new stuff, I guess, at least for shaman. There's nothing else I can pick with extra talents. It's basically fear totem and hex. Yeah, they said they aren't going to add new things, but I think they would probably rearrange it. I don't know, we'll see what happens. Some really cool tier bonuses this season. Some of the most inventive ones we've ever seen. Oh, really? New animation sounds interesting. That's the first I've heard of that. I don't have any new animations, I don't think. I noticed they buffed Arms Warrior. I'm doing way more damage than I remember doing. Oh yeah. Arms has been pretty solid for the last 2 seasons, I think. Boss is kind of hard. Oh yeah. The Scale Commander one, you get a Dragon Squad to fly around with you. Oh, that's neat. Wow. What the hell? I don't get anything like that. I know it's not a big deal, just curious. Are Pally tanks meta now? A lot of people are suggesting they are, yeah. Which I'm shocked at because I've not seen that in reflected by any player stats or anything, but what's this guy doing? What'd that get, invis or something? Why did it take so long to go out? Italian Vengeance will always be meta if they can live and do damage, do average damage because of utility, yeah. I'm surprised Paladin is in the Pug meta every season. I think what it does well, other specs also do well. Like, it's not just Paladin that can do those things. And the spec seems kind of squishy. We have a review coming this weekend with somebody on a Paladin, and it was like, whoa. Guy almost gets one shot multiple times. Music's awesome. Yeah, it's really cool. I don't like it too much, frankly, but it's so, like, it hits this team so well. It's crazy how good it is. Paladin is far and away the squishiest. That's what it seems to be that way, yeah. The fact Paladins go and have to drink feels so clunky. Oh yeah. Wait, do they really? What the fuck? I just read that and didn't even like think about it until a second passed.
Beware. 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 Beware.
See, I don't know why the hate for Red Pally. This one is pumping. The hate's like over. It's, anybody who's still talking about it like that is just hasn't been paying attention.
Beware.
Ret is strong on AoE. A bit less on single target, but definitely worth bringing, yeah. Definitely not the worst spec in the game anymore. I think Pally is that well. If you play it well, it's great. If you don't, it sucks, yeah. I got the heroic boots from Raid. I wonder if they're worth keeping if I get the Mythic Track boots in Vault. Yeah, apparently they're the, like, yeah. They're really good.
Beware. Beware.
All right. Yeah, this is, I don't know. This system's definitely stopping people from leaving unwanted, but it's really frustrating how many people just give up. You took like no fall damage there. Oh yeah, I think I don't know. Not sure what happened. That's why people are spamming Reddit telling them to change this insta-leave from dungeons. What do you mean? Rats are usually a beast in Mythic Plus. Good damage, tanky. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, they have a really good kit for Mythic Plus all around. People have to spam Reddit because their post gets instantly flagged on the WoW forum, so yeah. Hey, Kira. I think there's a lot of good stuff. I don't know. People always point to the Reddit as being like a bad place for the WoW community, but I don't see it at all. I actually really like the WoW Reddit. I fucking cannot, like, I won't ever go on the WoW forums again. That's how bad that was and how bad that ended up being for me. But I go on the WoW Reddit all the time, like constantly. There's plenty of balanced, like, neutral opinions on all versions of the game there. And it's not just people lying. Like, I think the best thing about Reddit, though, to be fair, and the big difference between the forums and Reddit, is that Reddit has the up and down vote system, whereas the forums, it's literally just whoever posted last is the thing that's on top, which is really fucking annoying because these people like that warrior that we talked about the other day, that dude just spam replies to bullshit that's like the same reply over and over again, and the post keeps getting attention because of that. Whereas in Reddit, it's like has nothing to do with that. I don't feel like I don't feel like Reddit's an echo chamber at all now. I feel like I'm a huge, like, I use Reddit a lot, so I guess I'm maybe biased, but I think generally outside of politics, Reddit is extremely neutral and like it's pretty fair. Some guy on Reddit called you as the YouTuber that hates the word hostage. That's what I'm known for, huh? The Wowhead comments actually are probably the actual worst, yeah. Wait, what is that? Is there a famous post that I should look at that people are talking about me, or is it just one guy, or? I think it's just that Reddit in general has a reputation as a cesspool, not specifically the WoW Reddit. I don't know where that came from, I really don't. Because, like, the system having the up and down vote system really, like, I feel like it's really good. MMO champion forums, yeah, I wouldn't say toxic, but just, like, really confusing. Like, they just, a lot of lying gone on there. It's a good microcosm of dead internet theory as well, because most of Reddit users are bots. Oh, really? I've heard that said, and I still don't really understand it, but it's just a lot of the same shit gets posted, but in WoW Reddit, it doesn't feel that way. MMO Champion used to be the de facto news website when I was, like, probably during MOP, right? And ever since WoD, it kind of started slipping. I remember this one guy trolling the MMO Champion forums, claiming the world's fastest Jinrock kill. Oh, you remember that? The amount of bots on Twitch, Reddit, Twitter, all of those types of sites are way, way higher than the average person thinks. I think there's zero, so I guess you're probably right. I think it's easy to say people are bots. Like, I'm sure there are bots, but it's like, it just gets used as like an excuse. Like, I've had people, like, I don't even understand. Like, people will say that about me when I'm fucking streaming. It's like, what are you, like, using slang here? I don't get it. Lots of drama this season so far. You're not alone, so keep the spirits up. Oh, the drama. Yeah, I'm ready for it. Nothing in the game is going to bother me like that. Don't worry. MMO Champion used to be the only place to see raid progress, too, before WoW progress was out. Wait, how? How would you see it? I remember back in the day, people used to make forum threads, and they would just, like, the guild leader would update it. Way back in the day. Oh, like it was news, I see. No, people purchase bots to push their content up more or to push ad revenue up. Yeah, I don't doubt that people do that, but I think like your average person who's discussing Pokemon TCG on the Pokemon TCG Reddit is probably not a bot. But people do that all the time, like, oh, your opinion is wrong, you're a bot. It's like, what? If you do that, you're making it really hard to have a discussion. I can learn a thing or two from you. I'm trying to keep cool, but it's hard. Faults that aren't mine get blamed on me, etc. Oh yeah, that's... Sadly, that's WoW. If you're reacting to that last keys ending, it's just frustrating to me because we still had a chance at upgrading that. But people don't even want to bother trying. Like, they're just like, nope, forget it, let's leave. This isn't a double upgrade. Apex Legends streamers use view bots. It's bad over there. 20,000 people watching, only 2 people in their chat. People have said that about, like, my channel, too. But I don't, like, I mean, I never really understood, like, the chat to viewer ratio thing. Like, I'm not sure why that's like a conclusion that people try to make about it. There's times when the chat is like absolutely booming, and there's times when like even 40 people could make it look that like booming. And then there's times when there's hundreds of people and nobody's talking anyway. Even the regulars. I've had streams in the background. I barely chat. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's a very common thing. I think extremely common. And you can always tell when something like important happens, because then all of a sudden there's a bunch of new commenters chatting all of a sudden. Like if I said something like really crazy, or something crazy happened, or some very unique moment happened, then all of a sudden like everybody who had it on in the background is now interested. You streaming during the day when a lot of us are at work? Yeah, it's extremely common, I'd imagine. I listen while I'm at work, so I don't chat often. There you go. I think that's probably very common. Like, if I was to watch a stream, I don't think I would chat at all, unless it was a friend of mine. Do you play WoW in what resolution? 1080p. I'll say hi when I come in the stream, like now. Hey, Mr. Rager Gaming. Otherwise, I'll just put you on the second monitor and do my own thing. Yeah. Yeah, like a lot of people probably like throw like, you know, they put porn on the one monitor, stream on the other monitor, and just, you know, whatever. It's probably very common, I think. Like, I don't think it's, especially nowadays with like technology, like everybody's got multiple devices you can watch different stuff on. You're not our friend, Dementia? Why? Sometimes I have stream playing in the background while working, just for background noise. Nice. That's why I play tanks, so I can play with one hand. Oh yeah. I'm in the Stone Age. Oh really? So you're using like carved tools or whatever? I usually have your OnlyFans on the other monitor, but that's just me. Usually in my background while studying as well. Nice. You're able to focus on studying while listening to us talk about all this shit? It's crazy. I usually have Plexstorm on my other monitor. Oh, I miss that, man. I miss Plexstorm. I keep thinking that someday it's going to come back. Is it gone? Welcome to Plexstorm, a free random video chat that makes it easy to meet strangers online. It sounds like it's gone. That's sad. That really could have been something. I can't believe that didn't take off. I think the key mistake they made was they didn't expect how many ugly people play video games.
5.
I'm breaking the mold. I play WoW on the screen while watching you play WoW on the other. Oh, nice.
The way forward.
Why do people hate tanks? I often get vexed whilst routing in a different way than the tank consensus. I wouldn't say they hate tanks, they just have no ability to like think for themselves. So if you do something that makes them think, then they're just going to be unhappy about that. Zach, thanks for sub. Okay, we definitely need to stop gripping like that. That's a big mistake. Oh my god, what did we just grip there? Oh my god. What a disaster. Back of the main boss.
Beware.
Okay.
Beware.
The mage pulled it on purpose, is that what you're saying? I didn't even notice that. I honestly think we're probably going to see a lot of this, trying to do it the way we're doing it now. Before, it was obvious that we weren't intending to pull the mini boss, but now that we're kind of going up there, a lot of people probably think we're intending to pull it and they're going to aggro it. So this might actually not even work out. I don't even know. We might have to just literally just pull the mini boss every time. Yeah, it did work out. So maybe we just start pulling it. Fuck it. Makes it less easier too. I have family members. Oh, you're talking about him. If this dungeon never returns again, it'll be too soon. After this version of it, yeah, I hope it never comes back. The original version of it was passable because it was very easy and the timer didn't feel like it was something that you were supposed to be stressed about. But now that it's such a stressful key, I'm just ready to move on. It's not a very engaging key anymore. What trinkets are you running this season? Streets trinket, the codex, and then hopefully the floodgate ringing ritual mud, but I still don't have. I'm still using last season's. What Dragonflight dungeon would you like to see? Azure Vaults. Algathar, Azure Vaults. All of them are fine, honestly, but I would like to maybe see Dodie again. I really like the trinket, so that's kind of... I would like to get that trinket again. Yeah, Robot Love Pools wasn't great, but it wasn't bad either, honestly. You hated Azure Vaults? What the fuck? Sorry to hear that. It's a long way. You guys still talking to each other. The hulking damage reduction mobs after first boss might make the worst stretch of trash we've ever had. I agree, it's terrible. That mechanic should be removed. I fucking hate that mechanic. It's just not fun. And it's also very dangerous. The whole pack becomes so much harder at that point. You need to bring back Sanguine Daps, really. Yeah, not one that I'm looking for, but
beware.
I'd be down for more extra appendages. I know, I love that dungeon. It's just so relaxing, and there's like no stress in any part of it outside of the actual combat. How are these crawlers still alive? See, this is what I was worried about. These crawlers are 2 holes deep now, and they're still alive. That's why I don't think it's a good idea to try to chain pull this, but I guess the mobs are just easy now. These dungeon mobs, at the beginning of the dungeon mobs, are very easy now, so we probably need to do it just because of the timer. Can't talk about more Shadowlands or Dragonflight dungeons returning before we get mob souls, you think?
Beware.
It fixed under 12s this week doesn't get killed during these packs either. It has to reduce damage also. It's bad. People are handling it bad, is that what you mean?
Beware.
Oh, I see what you mean. It's harder to kill them. If you're doing below 12, the Blood Guards will give damage reduction to the Void Emissary. Oh my god, man. Yeah, the system that we have for fixes is such a downgrade from what we used to have. It's so crazy. No, like, just let this be a lesson for anybody who complained about fixes. I'm sure all the people who complain about them, well, most of the people who complain about them are happy because 12s and higher are so easy now. But just put yourself in the shoe of somebody who doesn't go above 10. What a terrible experience it must be with these affixes. Such a downgrade from what we had. Explosive would have gotten the same buff. Well, yeah, but you still one-shot it, right? Even if it took 20% less damage or whatever. Downgrade? Definitely, yeah. I think it's an upgrade, but they're still bad. Definitely a downgrade in my eyes. I mean, it's ridiculously bad. The fact that the older fixes didn't affect bosses is like, it's all we need to know.
Beware.
The amount of keys I get reviewed where the fixes aren't being handled on the boss and they wipe to it, it's just like, wow, okay. These keys would have been a lot easier if we just had fucking raging in the game, huh? Then people wouldn't be failing twos constantly. Awaken and BFA was one of the coolest fixes. I like the seasonal fixes for sure. Who remembers bolstering during Shadowlands? I remember it before Shadowlands.
Beware.
They should bring back seasonal fixes. Yeah, I don't think they will. Seasonal fixes now are rotating dungeons effectively.
Beware.
The Shadowlands seasonal fixes were absolutely amazing though, I agree with that. I think a new set of dungeons every week could be fun. Oh, well that would really make score confusing.
Beware.
As long as they don't bring back healer homework affixes. Homework? What does that mean? They already have affixes that healers are prioritizing, that's what I'm saying. And they're affecting bosses now where the old ones didn't.
Beware. Beware.
Where you get that sword from? This is Taishalak. It's from Agrimar in Taurus, the Burning Throne. If Afflicted or Explosive ever come back, I'll scream. Oh yeah. I loved Explosive. That was my favorite affix in the game. Afflicted, not great, but that was, again, them trying to get rid of affixes people didn't like and add new ones. There's a one-handed version coming to Remixed. Oh shit, really?
Intruders, find them.
Beware.
I like 12 keys with no affixes more than either of the other options. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think most people are going to consider it a win just because they don't have to deal with affixes on the higher keys. But the system in general is, like, if you consider every key equally, it's a massive downgrade.
Beware.
Whoa, that died fast. What the fuck? Okay, well, we're waiting on the pad anyway. Explosive made the second boss in Turner Sight so unreasonable. Oh yeah, that one was kind of rough. The worst ever explosive boss, though, was the first boss in Lower Karazhan. Last boss of, oh, it was Temple of Sothralis, similar to Mystic Turn of Scythe one there, yeah. Grimrail Depot with cracking ended up not being an issue because they made some really nice changes to the dungeon. But yeah, affixes in that dungeon were always gonna be bad. That's why I recommended not inviting or not voting for it. I enjoyed Thundering, really? Surprised to hear that. What about Explosive on last boss of Underroot? Oh yeah, that was a bad one too. Some specs were bad at handling explosive. Were they? You can just auto attack it. That's what I would just literally just auto attack it, would die. I remember never tanking any key on Sanguine weeks. Oh yeah. Necrotic was the one that I would say that about. Not gonna lie, seasonal effects has felt amazing as a player when you reach that key level. Oh really? Like they were just good psychology, you mean, or what? Necrotic on my Blood Death Knight was a no-go. Yeah, it was really brutal. And unfortunately, because I didn't play Kyrian or whatever, it was always going to be a problem because like the game was... It was just like, yeah, you can just remove it with Vile, but I didn't have that option. Your progression through the system was good? Oh, yeah. I really dislike teaming. Teaming was a great one. I really liked teaming, but I did not like how you had to change the routes for teaming. I fucking hated that part of it, but I really liked the idea of teaming, but they executed it very weakly. Legion Remix can't come soon enough. Oh, really? I thought you were saying you don't have enough time to do your 2. What's the rush? Okay, we'll have to wait for those mobs. I tried Legion Remix and it is kind of disappointing. Leveling is too long and artifacts lost their class identity. Well, they are making some changes. I don't know if you read about that. Artifacts definitely are never going to have class identity. That was not... They're basically just using the system just like they did with the cloak from Mob. It's not the same thing. It's just, hey, we know we used the cloak last time. Let's use it again.
Beware.
Regarding routing, Season 1 Shadowlands with Prideful was brutal IMO. Very rewarding when you got the % right, but if someone pulled random mob the whole yeah, well, I like that a lot because that really establishes the tank is the only one who gets any say on routing. I actually fucking loved that. That was my favorite part of all seasonal fixes. Even though it ended up... the season was actually very hard, so it didn't end up being as fun as I thought it was going to be, but that was so... Like, you have no idea how good that is in a start of a new expansion. All these DPS who have no idea what they're talking about, they just need to sit down, you know what I mean? It was so nice to be like, alright, I'll handle this part, you guys just shut up and do DPS. Without any type of backseating whatsoever. And this was huge coming off Season 4 of BFA. The Season 4 of BFA, you can pretty much pull any mobs you want in any order with that seasonal fix. And there was constantly people who were like, we need to go there now instead of here, because I have cooldowns. It's like... So it was so refreshing to be finally the only person who had a say in what got pulled. You had some funny Prideful moments. There's a couple that were really funny. I don't think there was really that many, frankly. That double Prideful thing that everybody always remembers from the Grawl video. That was probably the craziest one. And outside of that, there wasn't really that many. We had way weirder moments in Season 1 than anything related to Prideful, but... I like Prideful because you can time your cooldowns for a massive pull. Nice. The famous Fire Mage from the stream back in BFA. Which one? Are you talking about the Z guy or whatever? Yeah, that's totally different. That's not even related to the affix, but yeah. Just in general, we constantly had Fire Mages, or I guess mostly Fire Mages, but maybe other specs too that were like, take the obelisk where I want, not where you want. And then if you don't do it, then they act like you're trolling them or something. We had a lot of like, especially in Motherload. Motherload was the place where it was most notable, which is unfortunate.
Gather my prey to me.
I remember if sometimes the prideful didn't reset on the other side, it was just a clusterfuck. Reset what? When you wiped, you mean? Z, wasn't he the one who said don't go right? Yeah, but it wasn't related to the affix. That was just a choice. The affix was present, and that's why Jix was going to it, but that was not anything to do with what he wanted. He just wanted to pull like really big. My favorite was your misclip where people just pulled behind you and you pan your camera up and just go, huh? I don't even remember that. What the hell? I like BFA's version of Motherload. Didn't like it as much as this time. Yeah, it was actually a little bit less fun this time, but it was still a lot of the reasons I liked it. They were still there. Just all that bullshit with skipping really turned me off in that dungeon. It was right at the start of the dungeon. Oh, okay. Was it featured in the Grawl video? Because I don't remember that. It must be, I assume. Any season 1 of Shadowlands thing that gets brought up nowadays is because of that video. That video has like almost 500k views now. Did you guys see that recently? I gotta go back and reply to comments on it. Every couple months I always go back and reply to comments on it. I had so many route arguments over Spires of Ascension and the other side. Oh yeah. Okay, are we actually good on time for once? Certainly seems like we'd be alright.
My people thrived under the guidance of the Black Empire. Queen Nephros refused to reclaim that glory, but no more. Answer
The bath.
and the Black Blood will usher in a new age for Ashkahet.
Sleepy Metro came up on stream last night too, back in Legion, and Karazhan 2.0, where you just were going to close your eyes while you waited for the timer and fell asleep. Yeah, I still can't believe that one. That was pretty crazy. That's how many Mythic Plus keys I used to do. I used to just do keys like 10, 12 hours a day. What the hell is this dot? Gonna need that dispelling you.
Beware.
A lot of damage. Oh, it's also a healing reduction. Do you need this key for score? Yes, desperately. This is the most elusive one right now. I feel like Halls is much easier to time than this one. I can never do that for more than the first week or two of a season. Oh yeah, that long, playing that long, yeah. That was back, like, I didn't care. Like, that was before score, you know? So, I just did keys because it was fun, and that was it. There was no, like, pressure about anything. It just felt like it was something to do. So, I'd do, like, low keys. Like, sometimes we'd do, like, keys, like, 10 levels lower, and other times we'd be like, let's see how high we can do. That was the original stream, like, purpose. My purpose was to see how high we could actually do. Because there wasn't, like, score. So, ironically, like that Warrior situation before. That would have been like an ideal situation for us. Like, oh shit, we were able to do a 16. Wow. Even though we only had one 16, you know what I mean? That was like, I liked that back then.
Beware.
Halls is my most failed key. I just feel like my DPS can't survive anything. Oh, really? You mean like the players in your group, or?
Beware.
Is the Shadowlands version of Hall much better than now? The biggest difference is the gargoyles. So it was a much more interesting dungeon because you can make really interesting decisions based on those gargoyles. And now you can't. Now it's just straight up just trash farm, like just go kill 20 packs at a time. The big, obviously you didn't need as much count as before either. or you need more now. I like the percent requirement just because the trash is so fucking easy, but it definitely is weird. I remember you could cheese it by controlling 2 gargoyles. Yeah, you can get 2 to 3. Really nuts. You should focus the Blood Guard, no? I mean, other people should, yeah. I'm just getting the skull. So I can interrupt it. Mage has slow fall now. How is he not making it? I guess he just didn't even know. Yeah. Probably gonna cause some confusion, but I feel like this is the right way to do it. Ours was the easiest Shadowlands dungeon too. No, I don't think that was true, but yeah. Necrotic Wake was like joke mode, right? Necrotic Wake and Mist were looked at as the easiest for a long time, I think. Holy gem, just watched that clip. That is the funniest thing I've seen all week about the falling asleep thing. Necrotic Wake only had a couple sketchy parts. Yeah, but that key was like very lenient. We have a video on this channel with 30 deaths in it and we upgraded it. We definitely have time, you're right. Surprisingly 6 minutes on this last boss, so that's nice. Gambit was also very easy back then. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess there was a lot of seasons, so it's hard to compare all of them, but Treats and Gambit were both easy, I'd say. Kind of like they are now, but maybe not the easiest. Necrotic Wake was easily the easiest in my eyes. Oh yeah, it was like not even close. Necrotic Wake is like kind of the Aldani of the season, like just miles ahead. Let's hope it goes well with this boss. Oh, don't even say that. Can you imagine if we wiped this boss after all problems we've had in this dungeon, upgrading this dungeon? Wait, nobody's gonna... Only one person got rooted. That's interesting. My tank never pull boss to corner like that. I don't know. I just like it. I think it's easier to put the puddles exactly where you would want them, so people don't have to run too far. They come in from these. They come in from these areas, you know. So if you have it in the middle, then they just kind of walk right by you. The trouble I'm having with this dungeon is the first boss. Oh, really? It used to be pretty hard, but it feels really easy now. I don't know, this whole dungeon actually has just changed. Like, everything that was hard about it is easy, and everything that was easy about it is hard.
Beware.
Like, legitimately 100% flipped. Like, the timer, hardest part of it. The middle trash, impossible now compared to it used to be. The beginning trash, joke mode. Like, it's really weird. First boss, joke mode. Second boss, harder.
Beware.
Just don't let spiders get in the boss's hitbox. Stack and move on Onslaught, yeah.
Beware.
Alright, well, we actually comfortably upgrade that after going... Oh, that was a 15 the last time, but yeah, 14. Still pretty hard, I'd imagine. You seem to get more exterminate procs than I do. It's because I have the talent that makes it happen more. Huh, GG. What? You got surprised? Alright, so we got another 16 points. Okay, we need to change the...
Looking for someplace new to
Just in case we get hauls. Now we got Priory.
Try not to slay too many dragons, okay?
Do you have any threat indicators? Yeah, they're on the... It's on the bar. The bar glows if it has... If I don't have threat a certain way. My talent makes it proc more. I'll show you. It's called Reaper's Onslaught. Reduces the cooldown of Reaper's Mark by 15 seconds. And then obviously the tier set, yeah. Yeah, color change I don't like. I like having the marks change the colors. That's the way I have it set up. So if you mark the mob, it changes. Too many colors. Threat, I feel like there's too many colors to let threat be the only thing changing it. With a rare Mistweaver as well. Why I don't play consumption? No reason really. Too many, I guess like the main reason might be too many active abilities as it is, so I'm not taking some of them. A lot of Resto Shaman in your keys. I would say they're excellent this season. Let's see the actual stats on Shaman. So Resto Shaman is currently 53% of the player pool, which is a lot higher than I thought it was going to be. Upgrades with Resto Shaman equate for 62% of all healers, so that's really good. Then they have a 41% impact rate. The disband rate is 47%, so that's down, and they have a 32% impact rate, so that's actually pretty good. So yeah, Resto Shaman clearly our best healer by all metrics currently. The impact rate, what is the average of those? Well, you can't consider those because those aren't there. The average is 36.4%, so they're below average on disband impact. Oh, I have an average right there, yeah. But that's with the zeros. There's not supposed to be zeros. So it's 30.8% average, so they're way above average on impact for upgrades, so that's good. No, I still don't have Resilient 14. We need hauls. You upgraded the sheet? Oh, that was a while ago, yeah. That was for season 2, I think we did it. We made it so, yeah, if you haven't noticed, we made it so every spec is identified now instead of just class. Which was a lot of work, but we figured it out. Alright, well, we definitely got time for at least one more. Hopefully we can find hauls. It'd be really nice if we can go into with Resilient 14 for next week. There's hauls. Okay, we got into it. Numbers would be even better if you didn't have people trying Farseer after they get Resilient keys. Oh, yeah. Alright, well, that was fast. Good. Try this one now. If we upgrade this one, I'll be super happy. Progress has been relatively smooth, even though we can't get invited. Oh. Exclusive Nightborn and Lightforged Draenei Heritage Armor recolors and Legion Remix. Look at that. That color I don't really think even makes sense for them, but that's really nice. Oh, there's a bunch? Oh, there's only one for them though, unfortunately. I haven't been invited to a key all day. Oh, really? You've been signing up since, what, the start of the stream? I would have invited you. Should have invited you for this one so we can get fucking Mortal Strike. Okay, we have a hunter though. I'm going to ask about it. No Augvokers ever, yeah. Farseer damage is crazy on some of the boss fights. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, what are we doing? The guy's in streets, but we're doing halls, yeah. Okay, okay, good. He's BM. Since 12:30, I haven't been invited. Wow. I wish there were more sets for blood. It seems like they make way more sets with colors for Frost and Unholy. Oh yeah. I guess it's really defined, right? Because red, green, and blue like that. Okay, not encouraging. That means he doesn't know about it, but will he actually grab it? That's the question. If he pops out a Raptor or a Hydra, you're looking good. Sweet. You can Mortal Strike the mini boss? Yeah, huge. It's huge. What does Mortal Strike do? Stops him from healing. Heals like 30% of his health or something like that every time he does it. It goes from a 30% heal to a 15%, which is crazy. That's a comment from a healer right there. I'm saying that you're not going to need it, and he's saying, I might. Can you just kill the ads? Yes, but of course that's way slower than just nerfing the amount he heals. Is this guy coming or what? Roaring Highlands? What is he going to tame one? What is that? What? He's going to tame one. I love World of Warcraft, guys. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Is there a raptor in this zone? He said, let me grab. I guess that's what he meant, yeah. I thought he meant in his stable. You don't see this very often. He's looking for bees. Oh, really? It's cool that he's doing it, I guess. It's kind of scary that he didn't know about this, though, at this point in the season. But yeah, it's good that he's doing it. I'm going to say not ready because our hunter's looking for bees. I specifically brought an Arms Warrior to my last haul as the last mini boss absolutely melted. Yeah, I don't know if you can keep it up 100% of the time as Arms Warrior. I doubt it. But as Hunter, you can, from what I've been told, so. Hunter and Rogue can keep it up 100% of the time, but I think Rogue's is weaker. Alright, he got it. He's gone now. Where is he now? I don't even... Where's his character? Oh, he got summoned. Wait, what the fuck? He ported here, I guess. So what does he have out? He's got a bee. Is that the right pet? He's got a wasp, actually. It says wasp. That's not a bee, but it's close.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Not too far.
1.
Alright, so that's good. We're set up. If we can actually get there. That's the first time I think we've seen it happen. Wasps make the best honey, really.
A worthy subject. Let us begin.
Wasps have the mortal strike, sweet. Do you think he looked that up? He Googled that probably? That's why he went there. It's really cool that punter pets are still that unique and distinct. In all the years of like kind of homogenization or whatever you want to say about it. They should make the healing reduction useful in more encounters. Well, that would indicate adding more healing mobs to Mythic Plus, which is not something we should be advocating for.
Beware.
Wait, we talked about this the other day. We said that the Thrash was nature damage, but based on what we just did, it seems like it's not, right? I didn't take nature damage there. Probably forgot to use AoE spells. Oh, yeah. Probably died. Yeah, he did. The spell says sonic damage. Oh, really? Wowpedia is such a good site. Any pet info you need is there. Shame the lady who made it passed away a few months ago. Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Beware.
I wish you could just pick your ability like you can with specs. Well, I like it as it is. I think it's really healthy for the MMO RPG to have stuff like that in it. But yeah, it's sad that most people advocate against it, sounds like. There's a mob, I think, in Grizzly Hills named after her. Oh, wow.
Beware.
So it's like old school popularity there. That's cool.
Beware.
I feel like it doesn't show up. Because I'm parrying it or something? I'm not taking any damage of any type there. I can understand why some people don't like it, but I wish pets worked how they used to with each one having different stats and such. That was really another cool part, yeah. Hunter pets in Classic were actually very interesting. Each pet type had its own ability, yeah. I think that's still the case, to be fair. They just are all homogenized now to the degree that you can't tell them apart. Like, they have different names and maybe visuals, but they all do something similar. Like, the Mortal Strike is not the same name for the bee as the other specs or the other things, but it's still a Mortal Strike, so that's all anybody cares about. I more meant like some had slower attack speed. Yep, no, I know all about it. Yeah, like the rake guy was like just stronger than any other pet. The pets had flavor, and that's something that I would like to mess with on my server. Like, actually, I don't even know if it's still true anymore in Wrath, but if I could customize the strength of pets, I think it'd be a really fun thing to maybe try to challenge. Like, maybe you could tame a raid boss or something like that, and it's just really overpowered to have it or something. They used to use different attack speeds, yep. And different ranks of different spells that were like crucial. What was that cat in the Baron that had 1.0 attack speed? I can't remember the names of them, but that was that black cat that chicks camped for, right? Classic. He like went out of his way in the launch of Classic. He just sat there for like weeks. I don't know about weeks, but he was sat there for a long time trying to get that pet.
I will enjoy humbling you.
Broken Tooth, yeah, that's it, yeah. One of the most challenging pets to tame was during Legion. I got the wolf from Halls of Valor. Yeah, I like that idea. I assume that's no longer difficult to get, but it's a really cool idea. Well, was there like a trick to it? Like, how did you do it? You had to do it on like 0, right? Mythic 0? I missed Cat a Hunter. I felt like a utility belt that could fill any random niche. Nice. You had to solo the 0, yeah. Like, actually solo it? That was the only way? Damn, that's cool. I followed Siler's guide to get a load of cool pets. Oh yeah, he was really big into hunter stuff at one point. But then he got flamed by the Petopia people, or they like, I don't know about flamed, but they accused him of stealing their information without crediting them or something. And after that, he was really turned off by it. Because he claims he didn't do it, which obviously I don't, you know. Even if he did, I don't know what the fuck that matters. It's in a video game, it's public knowledge. But yeah, regardless, he claims that he figured out how to do it on his own. Oh god, what was that? Anyway, he's like, I'm not gonna put effort into this if they end up saying I'm just stealing their information, even if I'm not. Death Grip is actually hacking. You know how hard it is to group hacks here as a warrior? Yep, that's why I play Death Knight. That's like one of the main reasons. That was close. There was a whole hunter taming system introduced a mob that I didn't even know existed. You have to track their footstep. Oh wow, really? Like it's still in the game or no?
Beware.
On Warrior, I have to just route around so we can stack the damn hunters. Oh yeah. Yeah, that was a big issue for me whenever I'd play alts. Like, as soon as I'd switch out Blood Death, then I always realized just how good I had it.
Beware.
You track them and flare them and hope they're in the flare. That's cool.
Impudent mortal.
Beware.
Because I remember there was those mobs that if you killed them, they gave a crystalline tier of loyalty. That was always like, I always liked doing that. Well, the gargoyle just despawned on us, so I guess we're gonna get. Well, actually, we just have to wait. I think it's not very long. But the fact that less isn't that means we're way behind right now, so we need to get moving.
Beware. Beware.
Okay, the last time we tried this, the big issue we had was I did not pay enough attention to the actual boss mechanics.
Beware.
So the second crumbling thing is here. Good, now we have to move the boss.
Beware.
And don't get knocked out, we use Death's Advance. Good, alright, perfect. At least with Monk I can move mobs a couple feet with a couple spells, yeah. Alex, what's up? Long time no see, man. How you been? We're gonna get knocked back? No, alright. They even introduced a new tameable pat like in a mirror show that they're still using that technology with. Oh shit. Nice, that's cool. It didn't actually cause any issues even though I got knocked out there. Kill the mob, please. Okay. I saw this week a very small playtest happen for Ghostcrawler's new MMO. Oh, really? Wait, is he still working for Riot, you mean?
Run away, little girl.
I'm good, brother. Up early for work, so I was able to catch some of the stream. Nice. Well, I hope that everything's good for you being up early, but is the season treating you well? Yeah, it's actually been interesting. I don't know. There's some up and down, but he isn't on the right MMO, I don't think. Oh, no. He left Riot and started his own studio. Oh, wow. I'm surprised they allowed him to do that. Right? MMO will come after GTA 7? When is that coming out? Oh, that's like a joke. It's not going to be ever, right? That Riot game is not coming out. And I don't think it should, honestly. MMOs really, I don't know why people are still trying to make MMOs, man. Even the player base of WoW doesn't want to play an MMO. Like, it's really crazy, right? We just talked about this with Hunter Pets. There's like core MMO RPG like features that just don't exist in this game anymore. Because people ask for them to be removed. People basically just want a competitive game with like different classes in it, and it's online. That's really all this game is anymore. Nice thing is the studio is doing no crowdfunding, which is a big change from what most studios do. Oh yeah, why is that? Is that a good thing? Where are they getting their money? I've been having a decent time. Switch back to tanking again for a change as Brew. It's been fun. Been getting super unlucky with gear though. Oh yeah. Well, I guess I don't know. We haven't done a lot of floodgates, but I still need floodgate trinket. Outside of that, everything's hero track finally. What's the hardest dungeon for Blood this season? I don't know that there's one that stands out, frankly. Dawnbreaker, maybe? I don't know. That mob is about to ruin his key. Fuck, man! I fucking hate these mobs. Oh my god, man. I really wish people would help with goddamn runners in this season. Is there anything we can skip now? I don't even know how much we just pulled. If we didn't get those guys somehow. Oh, I guess that's alright. I guess we'll just carry on like it didn't happen. It was just one pack of those guys. I thought the big guys were going to aggro. Now, that scared me too. It's really frustrating when people do not help with runners. Especially when we're in that position. We can't risk it. We can't risk it. We'll just carry on and be overcount. The Murlocs are the bigger offender, but this dungeon's actually really bad because there's a lot of enemies near you that could aggro. Bring back the old Warlock curse that prevents fleeing on mobs. Oh, that might still be in the game, to be honest. Oh, I gripped the wrong mob. Alright, this key's over. We're done. Too many mistakes.
Beware. Beware.
Curse of Recklessness, was that it?
Beware. Impudent mortal. Beware.
Is that a marksman hunter? Yeah. No, BM. I think Halls is the hardest key to time this season. Yeah, it's definitely hard.
Beware.
We have to wait for these. I don't even think it's possible. If we don't see too many changes this weekend, I'll be shocked. Oh yeah. Been trying to avoid error and halls. Oh yeah. Yeah, you just can't. I mean, you have to do them, right? This key's like not even close to time though. Anyway, I guess maybe if we can finish it, we can see the Dawnbreaker thing, or what the hell, the Mortal Strike thing. Is this a weird route? Nope. We just aggroed two things that we shouldn't have fought. One, because I gripped the wrong target. I thought I gripped the caster twice, and I gripped one mob that wasn't the caster, so the caster just stayed out there and aggroed the pat. It's funny, Priory and Floodgate became easy as keys. That is kind of weird that they became easy, but I don't really think... Like, Priory was... I think it's the same difficulty as it was last season. Floodgate's easier just because the routing and the timer makes it a lot easier now. With no bubbles. All should definitely be nerfed. It needs to... The timer needs to change for this in Eric Care for sure. Notice a lot of hunters just dying in my 13s. Oh yeah. Priory was my last 12 this season, but my first 12 this season. People are just so used to Priory and Floodgate. That's true too. That actually helps that a bit, I bet. What we can also try here is, I'm going to try bringing all three of these packs out. Why not take Gorfians to this dungeon? It's definitely helpful, but the main reason I won't take it is because I'm very bad at switching talents per dungeon. I'll never remember. If there was some way to make a build that automatically switched to it, I would definitely do it, but unfortunately having to remember on my own, it's not going to happen. Make a weak war that reminds you? Nah, I'm good. I mean, honestly, it wouldn't help that much, but... Why is this dungeon so hard? It's not the content, it's just the timer. The dungeon itself is actually quite easy. If you were, like I said, if this dungeon had like 5 more minutes, this would be the easiest dungeon in the season. If you didn't have to pull like a madman, then it'd be easy. Actually very easy, I bet. Think they should have mass grip baseline for blood? Yeah, I agree with that. Well, that's actually something I didn't consider. They're already... Okay, that might not work. Yeah, that's not gonna work. That's without being able to stop the... What's going on there? This guy's taking, but you have no business in a 14. He's not even 3K. Those extra ankle biters and Gargs probably only added 1 to 1.5 minutes. Yeah, that key wasn't even going to be close to time anyway, it looks like. That's not his alt, by the way. It says it was on there, but it was like the alt of a character that's like the same score. It's like the alt, his alt was like 3K or something only. It doesn't show up on here, but it did say on the add-on. I mean, this guy doesn't even all 13s. What the fuck are these people on about me? These people are so delusional. Really, you just skipped 13 and you're talking about people not deserving to be in there? God, man, these people are so weird. This game is really piloted by a lot of fucking people, and I really hope, or a lot of fucking idiots, and I really hope that these people are not the ones that are convincing Blizzard to make decisions. Really sad to see that. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work because it's like we can't stop the cast of the dogs. Like, I can't do that. You know what I mean? I don't know how to do that. So I think we just have to bring that trash to the boss, unfortunately. This key continues to vex me. Like, I feel like I keep learning something new every time we do it, and we're not making any progress towards figuring it out. WoW is probably the game with the worst problem of players thinking they are way better than they are for some reason. Yeah, I'd be hard to believe that there's one worse than this, honestly. A lot of games have that problem, Dota League, but this is the worst. Yeah, I mean, those are PvP games, right? That's the scariest part about WoW. It's a fucking PvE game. Like, the challenges are very binary. Like, you just figure them out and work around them, but nobody wants to do that in this game. Like, I don't even understand what his, like, complaint is. Are you serious? What, when I pull the whole area? Well, like, what the fuck? We have 9 minutes left, bro. Do you want to try to upgrade this key or not? Like, what did you think we were going to do there? Just destroy it? Like, all of a sudden the dungeon was going to stop having trash? Wait, what happened? Oh shit, did I not record that one? No, I did. I just started recording again for some reason. I must have pressed the button twice. Yeah, I must have pressed the button twice. It was the frontals and circles, not the first time he told the group to avoid frontals. What did he even say? The mage says, it is like we do this pack with the dog, then another pack with lust and boss. Probably what we should have did, yeah. It doesn't matter, the kid's way over at that point. You pulled 4 eviscerators at once. That was not intentional. It's because people don't stop runners, including him. It's not 4 eviscerators either. It was 2 plus 2 huntsmen. Not easy, but certainly shouldn't be impossible to deal with. Yeah, that extra patrol was the only thing that we didn't intend to aggro, and it aggroed because we don't stop runners. We just talked about that, but yeah, this happens all the time here. Oh, actually, no, I'm wrong. There isn't even a pack. Where? Oh, yeah. So this is the one that he's talking about, I guess, right? There's 3. Is there 2 eviscerators only? Hard to tell. Yeah, pretty hard pack, I guess. Use Spearlink and everybody lives. Smart. I guess there is 4 here. I don't know. The problem was after. This was the actual issue. But it didn't actually even cause any issues, really. It just killed the timer. I don't know. I feel like the ankle biters are worse. Don't they put some kind of dot on you or something? Or I guess that's the eviscerator. Because that wasn't even like, nobody even died there. We had like 1 death. There's no eviscerators at all in that pack, yeah. Or are there? Oh yeah, is there 2 in that pack? Yeah, the ankle biters are the problem, I thought. Oh well. Just doesn't feel like we're making any progress on figuring this key out. Let's try to get one more. I'm gonna hold out for 1 more hauls, and if we don't get it, I'm gonna end the stream. He's saying good damage or bad damage? I have no idea. The way he words it makes it sound like he's unhappy that we're taking as much damage as we were taking, but it was like totally healable. The guy just had to use Spearlink. Like, could you imagine if I said that? Like, for fuck's sake, why am I taking so much damage? I had to use Vamp Blood. You should be using this often. Like, this is not something you should be remarkable. It should not be remarkable every time you put it down. Well, I guess 15s are worth signing up to anyway. We'll do it. But I really want to get hauls. Man, it would be really nice to cross hauls off. Spearlink isn't play of the game. It's rotation. Yeah. I had to press IBF twice in the last dungeon. Pretty bullshit. Yep, you better complain to the healer. For fuck's sake, healer, I had to use defensives. What you take instead of AMZ though? That's not really like a choice that I think about like that. I just took other talents and AMZ isn't one of them. I'm not even really sure, to be honest. Because would you take both, or is it just one that you think you should take? I guess Wraithwalk maybe? Nah, like I said, it wasn't like, alright, I'm not taking AMZ, let's take one extra thing. So I took everything else but AMZ basically. Did they change the icon on that? Why is that blue? Cleaving strikes. What the hell? Is that just like new? I think just AMZ is useful, even without the CD. They buffed it too. No, they just nerfed it. They made it longer, or the CD's longer or whatever. But yeah, I've gone through the ringer on AMZ. This is not. It's a bit late now for these conversations, unfortunately. That guy's just wrong though, one way or the other. He had no problem healing any of that shit. And also, I'm still not convinced that this mob is actually doing magic damage, because for some reason it doesn't show up on my damage tracker. So it's either something is wrong with it, it's very possible, or it is not actually magic damage. I think it'll show, what the hell? War Within Season 1, what? I think it'll show us here if we look at the enemy, right? Cleaving Strikes got changed for Frost Death Knight, and the icon was changed at the same time. Oh, that's weird. Thrash. So it says sonic damage, but that doesn't show up on my damage type weak core thing. I don't know if that's some new damage type that doesn't exist and that's why it's not in my weak core. I don't know what sonic damage is. Is Sonic all damage? It certainly looks like it's physical based on my weak core. I've never had a damage type not show up on it, but I don't know if somehow this is a bug. I have no idea. It could be like Chaos, where Chaos is all damage types. Google says it is physical and not reduced by armor. That's what I thought it was, yeah. But I'm pretty sure in the past it was magic. Not being argumentative, but you don't consider AMZ better now that the damage reduction is not capped. I mean, it doesn't. It's like not even on my radar about that part. There's so many other issues with it that it doesn't matter what it does. It would have to literally save one. Like, if I put it on a person, it guarantees them to live. That would be the only way I would even consider taking it at this point. It's so hard to use and hit people regularly and get any value out of in a pug setting, and I have a lot of trouble placing spells on the ground as it is. To even consider using it, it's gonna make my gameplay considerably harder. Sonic is physical damage, like Floodgate Big Mama. AMS does not work on it. Yeah, so AMZ doesn't help there. Sonic ignores armor. Okay, so AMZ doesn't work there, right? But that guy was just, I don't even know what we were talking about then. All right, final key of the week, I guess. Here we're gonna go do Floodgate. Got all this money coming in after that conversation with Wet Tomato there. Never did hear how the pizza wound up. Oh, we talked about it on stream a bunch yesterday, but so I had it. We went to the restaurant and I had an antipasto as well. And in that antipasto was very, very hot peppers that I didn't expect to be that hot. And I ate them right at the end. So the first like 2 or 3 slices of the pizza were like totally destroyed by the taste of the peppers. I didn't even taste it. And then I guess by that point, I don't know, it was just weird. Like, I just didn't really feel like I got a good taste of what the pizza actually was going to be like. So I wasn't able to say if I liked it or not. But then I had it, the rest heated up yesterday, and it was actually like way better. Like, my appreciation for it is now quite high. So I gotta try it again to solidify it, but one thing I didn't like was the crust. It was like actually kind of hard to chew through and eat, but the flavor was very good. At this level of key, at the level of keys I did, people would just run out of AMZ. It's just very hard to accurately place it in a way that 5 people are going to be in it when they need to be in it, and assume that they all know it's coming in a way that they won't ride it with their own CDs and defensives and stuff, you know? If there was a single boss that we had consistently a group-wide, like 4 people just bleed out, then I would consider it, but I've yet to run into that. I've never seen a single mechanic that a healer couldn't actually heal through. It's always just somebody makes a mistake and dies. And I can't predict that anyway. Alright, last key of the day, I guess.
4, 3, 2.
Meaning we're gonna leave the season, or leave the week without Resilient 14. The crust is, if you guys have never heard of or had New Haven pizza, it's like, I don't even know how to describe it. It's like a totally different type of pizza, but I guess the crust is like a big factor in why people like it. And I did not really enjoy it. Like, it was not that great in my eyes. But also some people online were saying that this is not how New Haven pizza normally has their crust, and it's like, because they're not using the same kind of oven that those places use. So that's a factor there. So I'm not sure. I'll probably never actually get to try New Haven pizza properly. But maybe someday we'll be able to compare it. This is kind of slow. Probably gonna unfortunately have to use Icebound here. Maybe not. Trying to avoid that if we can. No, we're gonna have to use it. That means we have to sit on Rune Weapon for the next pack. Or are we just gonna die? Yep, alright, we're fucked now. Now we're just actually fucked. The stream always makes me hungry. Yeah, I guess we talk a lot about food, huh? Well, alright. Say a prayer. I've always heard of New Haven pizza before. I've never even heard of it. Oh yeah, being Canadian, yeah. It's like a very different type of pizza, apparently. I do have Trinket. And pot. Oh, actually, yeah, I think we might be alright here. Just gotta really be diligent. Umbilicus is ending. Yeah, just use Trinket, I guess. No reason not to. Lichborn. Pot. Okay, Rune Weapon and Vamplood back. Let's stagger Vamplood again just to make sure. Not really gonna need it for the next pack. Vamplood. Got a little lucky there, I think. Never really in any danger. Somehow. Most pizza is the same in the Ukraine. Thin crust, but have some strange toppings like tomato slices with feta. Oh, I like feta. Not sure I would like it on pizza, but I do like it. Okay, so that went slow but well. What the hell? Did I not grip this mob? Just come running around. Oh, I missed. Pick nothing. Won't talk about Canadian pizza. Yeah, don't. See, need a macro like the guy for any drop stuff that just tells people to get in there. Yeah, sadly I don't think, I don't know why you need a macro for it. If it's down and you don't see it as a DPS, you're not going to see the macro. What I would need, if anything, I think the best way to solve it is something like I'm dropping it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, so they look for it. I doubt that's possible with the macro, but because I think most of the problems I've seen over the years is that people just, they don't react to it in time, where they're not in a position where it can be on them, and that would be solved by them being in a better position before it comes down. Like in a raid fight, you don't just like drop AoEs after the damage starts, you know what I mean? You start dropping shit right before the damage starts and everybody's stacked up ready to go there. That's the problem with the AMC and stuff like that in Pugs. People aren't ready for it to come down, so they're not in a position where they can even have benefit from it.
Beware. Beware. Beware.
Knocked him up. Unfortunate.
Beware.
Well, that's unfortunate. Did not think somebody was going to miss that. With 2 mobs available. Here comes the surrender vote. Yeah, maybe. Don't know, this timer's been lenient, but I don't know if it's that lenient. Pretty much a full wipe on trash to 1 spell not getting kicked. I wouldn't mind if they want to. We'll do 1 more or something. What is this? Oh god, not this again. Like the review that we did. I'm gonna land on the target. Crabs coming. That's like a whole pack of them. Wow, okay. Alright, well that means we don't have to pull the other crabs later, I guess. I don't think there's going to be a later, but we'll see. Doing the pincer movement, yeah. They do pinch you, that's for sure. Guess you probably need to go on. We won't have any shot at it. We'll try the strategy here where we do half and half and then bring the other half up. Once the yellow target dies.
Beware. 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 Beware.
If it dies, I guess is the question.
Beware.
It will die, right? Yeah, it's gonna die.
Beware. Beware.
What have we here?
Beware. 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 Beware.
Yeah, it feels like damage really low too, honestly. Things are dying really slow. If you lust here, you may even have a fourth lust. Nah, no. Yeah, we probably should have. Like, we're supposed to have lust up for the next boss, and it's already been up. Like, yeah, we're way off.
I'll get him, boy.
Beware.
Stand still. I ain't done with you.
Oh wow.
Beware.
So not only does the person with the debuff overlap me, but then the next person doesn't take it to a thing. Should be able to hit both here. Nope.
My henchmen will dispose of you.
Beware.
One of the things I've noticed in singing this season, if the damage is low and the timer runs out, but otherwise no mistakes, everyone was like, oh well, GG next time. But if the tank makes a single mistake, it's immediately flaming, and you're the worst person in the universe. Yeah, I wouldn't say that's any new stuff happening there, unfortunately, but...
My henchmen will dispose of you.
Beware.
Red Pally's RPing as Marinthil. 15s are going to be the wall this season. Well, we still have a lot of gear. Like, yeah, they're not going to be a wall for very long, but biggest issue is just getting invited to them right now. Like, they don't feel impossible. We just, Key's, yeah, I mean, Key's definitely over, but they don't feel impossible. There's just a lot of bad mistakes happening. Probably not new, but it's been a few years since I was tanking. Oh yeah, I played. Tanks can make and survive a lot of mistakes, to be fair. When they make one big enough to wipe the group, it usually gets a reaction. I mean, you talk about individual mechanics you can survive, yeah, but like that's, nobody even notices. That's not something that ever gets brought up. The only mistakes you could make that actually matter are the gross skill ones. And I'm done trying to take that guy on the bombs.
Beware.
The tank is expected to keep aggro from mobs and ragers in the group. Yeah. I guess a lot of tanks just don't do that or something. Looks like, okay. Should we do one more? Let's see if we can find halls. I'm really upset about not getting halls this week. Why wait that long to do that? The queue was over 10 minutes ago. That's what I mean. I don't know. People do this all the time. That's like one of the most frustrating things about disbands is people seem to have no idea what timers look like. Like if you thought we were still upgrading it after we fucking had a full wipe to somebody not kicking Harpoon, I don't know what you're thinking here. You would think that would be immediately when they'd have given up if they're going to give up at all. Alright, thanks MKS. Have a good weekend. I'll see you next week, hopefully. We're going to try to do one more. Never thought about doing that, to be honest. Do the bombs not blow when you walk on them? No, they don't blow up when you walk on them. Alright, can we find a halls? Let's just look halls. $12, is that good enough? 14, there we go. There's only the one, come on. And if not, we'll just end the stream. I probably should end it now anyway, but nothing else to do, I guess. How long have we been going? Almost 6 hours. I already got all the videos made for the weekend, but I don't actually have anything to do tomorrow, I guess, so maybe I'll work on the classic stuff a little bit. You also play Classic? What I'm referring to is I've been making my own private server. A one-person, like my perfect solo experience in WoW. On the second channel, I put out like 120 episodes live of a playthrough on there. And I'm going to shift gears on what we're doing and stop that playthrough and start working on something new. So I have a lot of work ahead of me there, so I might as well work on it. I guess I might be giving that a start early. I was going to try to wait till after Legion Remix was over, but I really need something to do. If they nerf halls tonight, surprise stream tomorrow. I mean, I guess I could stream tomorrow, but I already have 3 videos made, so probably just work on the other stuff. Use pre-made group filter add-on for searching keys. Way better than Game UI. I try not to use too many add-ons because, especially if they don't like tangibly improve my gameplay, it feels like it could be risky. You know you want to stream tomorrow. I actually considered it after so many people brought it up, but honestly I don't really want to. I mean, I would like to, but it's not like I'd rather do that than something else. So we already got the videos made. I'll let them go because there's a couple important ones coming. Tomorrow's video is going to be a big one. Wait, what? What's happening tomorrow? I just said an important video, like a seasonally important video. When was the Priory? It was this one, right? Yeah. Oh, okay. You know what? I just said this out loud too. And it just made me realize Marinthil is a viewer. This guy's name is Mirathil. I confused the names. Sorry if anybody. Sorry if the actual viewer got caught up in that. Didn't mean that. Alright, we are going to probably end up ending the stream here. We'll give it a few more minutes.
Got another incursion, and we need some defenders. I know you're good at this.
I really should have diligently re-rolled my key. I just kept forgetting. Could have got halls and we could have tried it at least. Would you ever go back to working a real job?
Get the message. These are
honestly probably not.
We need you to mount
There's a couple big issues that would stop me from doing it. One is I don't really have any passion for, like, there's very few jobs out there that I feel like I would have passion for. The only thing I can see myself doing that I've done in the past that I would like to do again is working at a golf course again. But I don't think that's like less money than what I'm doing now, I'd imagine. But Yeah, being a dental assistant again, I actually wouldn't mind doing again, or working in the dental field. The problem is I have insane, like, my plantar fasciitis has gotten way worse since I stopped working there. So it's like, I don't think I even could anymore. I had such problems as it was back then. And now it's like, I don't even know that I could work 10 hours a day and stand the whole time. So that would mean I would have to work somewhere else. And that's not interesting. Like, I mostly liked working there because of the people. Not really the field. The field was not that interesting. So then we're basically talking about, like, somehow getting into some new field. I obviously have a degree in biology and biotechnology and stuff. And there's been people over the years who I believe to know what they're talking about suggest that I can still try to find a job with those degrees. But it's like, I have not even thought about that topic in like 15 years. Like, who would hire me? Like, I have not worked in the biology field for 20 years. Not that long, but I mean, I never worked in the field basically, so I have no real reason to be hired. So what I would just be I don't even know what kind of job I would even be able to get at this point. But yeah, outside of that, I don't have any real qualifications outside of I play World of Warcraft a lot. People not considering streaming a real job is so weird to me. I think maybe just the word real job was confusing there, but I know what he means. Like a job that's not me doing my own stuff on the internet. It's definitely a real job. I mean, it's how I make my primary income, and it's a lot of fucking work, but the thing about it is I could easily make like a pretty good portion of the money that I make now and still work a real job. I would just, all my dedicated free time would have to go away from other things and just make videos whenever I'm not working. Like, I wouldn't be able to stream much at all, but if I just made, like, if I went to my job, came home and made one video every day, I could still probably make like 4 or 5 videos a week easily, and maybe even more than that, you know? So the channel might actually not even look different than it does at the end of a season. I just wouldn't stream and I wouldn't play the game at all anymore. So, like, realistically, it would hurt. Like, eventually the channel would fall apart because if I don't play the game, I'm not going to be able to keep up with a lot of the conversations about the videos. But theoretically, I can go for, like, at least the rest of this season without ever even needing to play the game to make the content that I've been making. And probably next expansion would be a big problem, but I bet I would still be able to make content that would be relevant and people would enjoy. No, I knew you didn't mean it in a derogatory sense. But, like, if I came home and my feet, like, basically what would happen is my feet would hurt so bad that my whole body would be sore because I would be constantly, like, adjusting my weight to not put extra pressure on my heels. And so, like, my legs and lower back would be sore every single day of work. And then just sitting in this chair was uncomfortable. Like, sitting for more than an hour or two in the chair was uncomfortable. So it's like, it was even hard to raid back then. Like, it was so uncomfortable. So there's no way I'd be able to stream. So at most I'd be able to come home and make one video and then that's it, turn the computer off. How much sleep do you get? I try to sleep 8 hours, but I almost never do anymore. I've been having this really bad issue and I don't know, I should probably bring it up maybe and see if anybody has any recommendations, but ever since I got COVID a couple weeks ago, I have been snoring like insane. Like I don't know what's going on. Like I have this thing that's monitoring my sleep. And I used to snore maybe like once a week, like occasionally, like an hour a night. And now it's every single night at least. Some nights like 5 or 6 hours out of the 8 hours. And I wake up and my throat hurts. That's how bad I'm snoring. I'm like, my throat actually hurts. And I assume it's affecting the quality of my sleep, but I don't necessarily know if it is or isn't. But there's some nights I just wake up and it's clear that I had an issue and I just can't get back to sleep because of it. You got a tight chest? You mean like, what, breathing? No. No, I don't sleep on my back. Have you been working on the new rep at all? No. How do you even sleep on your back? I know the old boss I used to work for, he slept on his back. It's not that uncommon, and in fact, it's actually, apparently it's pretty healthy for you. But I think, yeah, it's probably just mostly people never do it, so they never know if it is or isn't. Shaman is going to end up being the meta healer this season. I mean, it's already over 50% of the keys, so. I think I honestly do need a new pillow, but regardless, it's not related to the fact that I didn't snore 3 weeks ago. Sounds like you get a sleep study done. I need to go to the doctor, I think. It's just going to come at the cost of a stream, unfortunately. It's probably going to end up happening. How do you feel about Shadow Priest Metro? I like their damage, but not having a real interrupt feels bad to me. I don't like their damage over their kit, so I haven't seen anything positive about them right now. They don't seem to be the top damage in, like, overall. I'm not aware that they're the top damage in any other way. Like, they don't seem to have any defensive or offensive niche that I'm aware of. And their utility kit is the worst of all DPS. I mean, I would say maybe better than Warriors, but honestly, it's probably tied or worse than Warriors, because at least Warrior have a melee interrupt. You get some things that are nice, like obviously people like pain suppression. I don't care at all about pain suppression, so I don't even value that. You do get something like Mass Dispel, which I think has 0 use case recently. And then the only other thing you get is something like a Power Word Fortitude, which historically has been nice, but I don't think it's really helping right now much. Shadow Priest viability is usually directly correlated to how valuable Mass Dispel is. It could definitely be a big part of it, but I don't think that has any value at all right now. Playing Halls without Shaman is playing on hard mode. Their interrupt and Spirit Link is invaluable in there. Yeah, definitely the interrupt is huge. But we grabbed one, it looks like, right? Unless the Paladin? Yeah, no. Been playing the hell out of Holy Priest and can say I've used Mass Dispel 3 times. I don't think it, like, what is there a circumstance to even use it? I'm not even aware of a single circumstance. Can you Mass Dispel the dot on this in this dungeon? The circle thing? Because that would be nice, I guess. Oh, when you go right in Priory, there's a debuff overlay. Alright, this would be like the ultimate gift if we got this here. But it's going to be our last key of the week, one way or the other. Can you Mass Dispel the Sentinel debuff in Ecodome? No, I don't think that can be removed. I feel like they stopped doing the group-wide magic dot thing specifically because it was making Mass Dispel a requirement. Yes, 100% the case. I agree with that. Plus, Mass Dispel is useful in halls when there are 3 circles out. That's what I was thinking in here. Did I say Halls of Infusion, or no, you're thinking of Halls of Infusion with that statement. Yeah, I get it.
I have many, many wares. Many farewell.
Well, thanks for hanging out, guys. I really appreciate it. This was a really, really rough day for me, but I'm glad that we were able to have a stream and act like nothing happened. So, yeah, if we get this will be a great way to end it. We have no Mortal Strike, though. That Ultimate 4th boss was gross if you didn't have Mass Dispel. Oh, the last boss? Or 4th boss? What is 4th boss? There was 5 in there, right? Oh, the snake guy. No, the fire guy. The fire guy. Yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Double countdown. Good way to end the stream. Good way to end the stream. Haven't seen one of those in a while.
We will break you like
Freedom.
all
Okay.
the rest.
Thanks.
Beware.
Honestly, my best bet here might just be to fiddle with these ads and just don't let them cast.
Beware.
Put all globals through Death Grip. Try to stop as many casts as possible there. That's bad. Yep. Holy fucking god. I really, this dungeon is so frustrating at times. I just like can't do this dungeon if people don't help with runners. I hope they remove the fleeing from all mobs. Yeah, I hope people know that mobs flee. I mean, I don't even need them to remove it. I just need people to have fucking brains. We have another death grip. Couldn't be bothered using it. We got multiple stuns. Maybe they were already used. I don't know. I went AFK figuring we're done for the day. Yeah. One more. But it's already not looking great. I think the thing that's most annoying about the running mobs is that it's totally RNG. So like 9 times out of 10 that mob wouldn't even run over there. So people don't learn that they need to do it. Come to think of it, in Dragonflight Season 2 it might have been one of the worst in recent memory because of AUG meta and MD Priest. Yeah, I agree actually. That season's situation was problematic for the game long term. I can sleep flat on my back and it's honestly a blessing. Nice. Why? What makes it a blessing? It's so much better for your back. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's probably a big deal. Well, at the end of the day, it wasn't that slow. Get knocked down there, maybe. Yeah, you're behind. But if you're here, welcome to the future. Wasn't Ret the worst DPS or something? It was for a very short period of time. It's perfectly fine now. It's probably above average. Wish that were me. Sleeping on my back gives me sleep paralysis. Whoa. Hi Metro, you play with any destruction locks? The spreadsheet will have it listed by spec now, so if you ever have a question like that, you can just look at the spreadsheet and search by spec. But yeah, we definitely play with plenty of distro locks.
Beware.
What would be the second tank you'd like the most, since every time I see you it's always on your Blood Death Knight? There isn't a second, like it's just blood for me. But if I absolutely had to tell you and answer that question, I think I would say Brew right now. I would want to try Brew and see what it looks like for the first time in a while. They seem strong. But maybe Warrior, I don't know. It's just blood and that's it for me.
Beware.
Which I guess is abnormal. I think a lot of people play a lot of different tanks when they tank, but I don't. I just play blood. I honestly like. I like tanking definitely, but I think if blood was removed, I'd probably go back to Holy Pally. I tried Holy Pally, but the new tier set and playstyle confused me. Oh, really? I haven't followed it in years, but I just like Paladin in general. Play some rep maybe, and occasionally if we played Holy Pally again, it'd be nice to play a DPS spec that I liked. Yeah, casters are all dead, right? Blood Death Knight Independence is addicting. I used to be a Guardian main, but I love Blood Death Knight now. Yeah, it's really hard to get used to something, especially without Death Grip and AMS and like all these interesting spells. Once you get used to being able to do all this crazy shit on your own, it's really hard to go back. I have a love-hate relationship with Word of Glory being turned into a regen on Lightsmith. Oh yeah. Holy Palette is great this season. Best it's been all expansion. Oh, cool. Not to mention Blood just plays so much different than other tanks. Oh yeah, I guess that's probably true as well, yeah. That's not really a big part of why I would say that, but I guess the spells are just unique enough. Okay, this is really bad. Why were they so slowed? Get him over here. Damage numbers don't matter, they're all relative. The actual numbers are irrelevant. How do you feel about knowing that the damage numbers are going down? Oh, I like that, yeah. I like, if it was me, we'd be doing 1000 DPS. That would be our, that'd be the number.
The master will not be questioned.
More authentic to the origins of the game. I wish they would squish every expansion instead of doing it every 2 to 3 expansions. I think it's probably not zero work, so doing it every expansion is definitely not needed. I just think they have to keep the, I guess the integer thing is still a deal. I don't know if that's still a deal or not, but I assume that's still a thing. So they just have to make sure that that never comes into play. What is the integer thing? It's like a theoretical or a physical cap on numbers. I can't remember exactly. Was it 251 million? Is that the cap? I ran into it on my private server thing because you can't have more than 255 as the integer. So I had this idea to have things stack infinitely, but they actually can't stack infinitely. They can only stack to 255. So that's the maximum integer or something. Well, this was why they did it in the first place. The first stat squish was because Mythic Garrosh had so much health that they had to have him reset his health in the middle of the encounter, because otherwise it would have gone over the integer limit. So I don't know if that's still the case, but that's why it happened in the first place, and they're still doing it, so I guess it must be right. This is not an issue from, this was in Wrath that this happened, and WoD was the first time they did the squish. Yeah, he had his health reset 3 times on the fight, yeah. They did that a couple expansions ago, so it's not an issue anymore. So what do you think, they're just doing it for fun or what? Like, why are they still doing squishes? It's because of readability. Oh yeah. Yeah, honestly, I can agree with that. Do you think they'll let us reach 120 again? Oh no, I don't think so. I think 100's their new, like, if you ever get to 100, you got a problem and you go backwards. Yeah, trillions of DPS aren't good numbers, I suppose, right? So with 64-bit interface, is that like, what's the new integer? Is there's no integer cap at all or something, or?
Beware.
Or is there a number out there that still exists, you just won't ever see it? Tanks would go from 30 million to 500k. I don't know exactly what we'll go to, but I remember more of my 2500 to 3k ambushes from Vanilla Rogue than I remember any 10 million damage attack from Ally Rogue. Yeah, but that's not fair. You would remember that number no matter what it was, because back in Classic, combat was so much slower, so those crits mattered a lot more, right? They do it for the feeling since we're going back to old zones. Not the case in the past, but this example is pretty good. Okay, that's the number. That would be the max signed integer. So we're not going to see that number. Is that like, what is that? Can you even read that number? What even is that number? based on how computers are fundamentally. I don't know how much you know about binary. 0. Negative, really. 9 quintillion. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's not going to be a problem. Nobody's doing 9. We can't even get people to do 9 million overall, let alone 9 quintillion overall. Could you imagine these guys? That guy did only 3 quintillion. Oh my fucking god, dude. That's just rude. To be honest, we might be there if we had never done a stat squish. It'd be interesting, yeah. What would it be, a Q? Is that? Yeah, it'd be a Q, I guess, right? 4.6 Q. One out of every 3 Pug DPS can't do 9 million. We should set up a charity for them. Oh, you're making like a joke about it? This depends on the key, though. Not every dungeon can you get 9 quintillion. That's true. Certainly not going to see it in this one. 13,000 more players in China. Published for account sharing. Real money transactions. Oh my god. They should probably just reshut that company down, or reshut that branch of the company down, huh? Are there any people playing there legitimately? What the fuck happened while it was gone? You'd think people would respect the rules more now that it's back. The game was gone for like 5 years and now it's back and you're all cheating? That's just not fair. Someone said their mentality is that it isn't cheating. Oh, they're lying about that. I don't know, Chinese, like, mentality or whatever you would say, like, the way the world works over there is so fucking weird. Especially if you compare it to Japan. It's like, what? How the fuck did they, like, diverge so heavily? I watched a video by Chinese. Wow, it's all RMT. Groups competing to be the go-to boost seller. It's like that's their competitive avenue in the game, right? A list of 13,000 people is long. Oh yeah, I know. Imagine 13 quintillion, right? There's a very different mentality among Eastern gamers in terms of pay to win. They see it as a legitimate way to play the game, yeah. They're just incorrect though. It's weird. Time to stat squish the list, yeah, for real. Okay, so there's like no way we can even do this. If we don't, like, if the problem is the eviscerators, then we have no way to even do this pull without. We have to do it like this. I really don't think the eviscerators are the main problem in these pulls. Don't look like it. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. It's like one way or the other. Nah, it's like one way or the other we have to pull. It's only 3, it's not 4. Probably safer on the next pack though. We still need one more gargoyle, right? We aggroed one by accident on the first pull. So I guess we can try to grab one now on the boss. We have to get one here, though, one way or the other. And only one. Oh, yeah, I guess they both aggro, I guess. So that's just not good. Oh my god. This key is really killing me, man. This key is killing me.
Beware.
How does that even aggro? I have no idea. It's because we blood boiled or something? No, we just get 3 packs over count. Sounds good. We won't upgrade this key, I guess. This is not gonna happen.
Beware. Beware. Beware.
Someone said they did Halls 13 and Resto Challenge did 1.8 million overall. Let me get that guy in the group. Don't have an upgrade. Add that much damage to the group, it'll be a lot easier.
Beware.
This mom's like evading or something? What was that about?
Beware.
I really wish these slashers were just not in the game. This is the worst part about this season, honestly. This one mob looking, is this just evading or something? Like, what the fuck is he? Now they're evading. Awesome. I mean, it is a gargoyle. It's stuck in the wall. I guess that's normal. Can you just snap away and go? Stop attacking it. Let it go. We don't need it. Yeah, it just left. Okay, that's kind of cool. Favorite healer is a tank. Resto Shaman right now. Good snap there. Good work. Blood Death Knight. They really wanted this courier to be impactful after the season of Rogue Skips. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. You ever watch Disney's Gargoyles? Yeah, that's a long time ago, right? I remember seeing that, I think. Well, you did only want one of the gargoyles. Yeah, and we got another whole pack of trash, but at least we didn't have to fight that second gargoyle. That's the other problem with when you Gorfiends these. We didn't Gorfiends them, but we had 4 grips all together. And they all died at the exact same time then. You almost got one shot. Did you see why I reset? It was stuck in the wall. Yeah, it's stuck in the wall. You just couldn't attack it, so that's just what happens. If the mob can't attack us and we can't attack it, it resets. We've had that happen in Brick Keys before. A mob gets stuck and evades and resets entirely helpful. I assume it's down there. I don't even see it though. Might just be gone from the game. Those gargoyles are weird. I've been seeing tanks wait until both are in stone to skip them. Wait until both are aggro to activate to aggro. And then try to pull only one. Yeah, I think one is the right. But it's just like RNG. You have to sit there and wait. I guess if you pull one and the other one's active, you're not able to do that. It's just not possible. They'll both aggro. So we really need to I think we really need to come up here without one being aggroed. And just commit to fighting 2 on the boss here. It's just too hard. There's like literally no... I'm making 0 progress on this route, so... At this rate, we're just gonna wait for nerfs, I guess. Doesn't feel like we're getting better at running the dungeon, and doesn't feel like we're getting any closer to upgrading the key. I ran halls today and my tune disappeared, fell underground for a few seconds and popped back up. I also got feared by the first boss even though it was right next to him. What the fuck? That would have been a good one to record. If you end up missing before this boss, there's always 2 optional gargoyles. Well, yeah, we need 2 somewhere. So I figured first boss, second boss, 1 each. And then we'll pull the trash in the middle up to the boss. Oh, you do have it recorded, huh? I wouldn't mind taking a look at that if you want to send that over. But yeah, yeah, I think that's probably the right way to do it. It's just not gonna work because we end up aggroing more than 1 there pretty frequently. But 2 on this boss, this does not seem like... that seems crazy. Like, without Bloodlust, I don't think that's the right choice. They both do an AoE and the boss is an AoE? Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't think it's going to work. So we can't commit to pulling 2 there, and we can't commit to pulling 1 anywhere else, I don't feel like. The only one that's easy to pull 1 on is the first boss. Because there's 2 near him. I guess the 3rd boss is easy as well, but we want to pull the other trash in. What is this priest doing? Repairing? Oh my fucking god, man. And then this fucking bullshit. I can't even test the shit that's important. We're never gonna upgrade this key. Might as well just move on. Just go do 15s. Waste of time. Alright, I'm done. Thanks for watching. We'll see you guys on Tuesday. And we got a lot of videos coming this week, so. Thanks for watching. We'll see you guys in the next one.